This is a final hearing involving the McClendon children. Ms. Gutierrez is with us for the department. Ms. Wiggins is with us representing the children. Ms. Kincaid is with us representing the mother, Ms. Lopez, who is with us, and Mr. McClendon is with us, the father of the children. He's unrepresented by counsel. Before we get started, Mr. McClendon, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. McClendon, I'm going to go ahead and admonish you one more time. You have the right to an attorney. We've had multiple proceedings in this case. You've always said you wanted to represent yourself, and I've admonished you several times. I don't think that's a wise decision. Throughout the proceedings, you've often told me you didn't really know how to introduce evidence. Sometimes you asked me to give you advice, which I've told you repeatedly I cannot. I want to just let you know, you understand that the department is trying to terminate your parental rights today. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm more than willing to call the case, take a brief bit of testimony, and recess the case and appoint you an attorney. Do you want me to do that today?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, then. I have several people in the waiting room. I have
And Your Honor, if I may, I think I've got a total of over 15 witnesses today. So I believe that my first witness will be Stephen Jennings, and then my
Okay.
next witness will be Delois Hinders. If she's available, I think she's got a family emergency going on, so she may not be.
well, she's here right now. Do we want to get started?
Yes, Your Honor, let's get started. Let's go ahead with Dr. Jennings, please.
Okay. The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Gutierrez, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Jennings, what do you do as a profession?
What do I do? I'm a licensed professional counselor. I run a private practice, and I'm an assistant professor over at West Texas A&M.
Okay. Can you tell me what your background is?
Sure. Well, I got my bachelor's and my master's, my bachelor's in psychology, my master's in counseling. In 2010, I went back to Texas Tech and got my PhD. I received that in 2015. Throughout that entire time, since 2005, I've been running my private counseling practice. And in 2015, I also became a professor over at Texas Tech University as an adjunct professor. And since then, I became a full-time professor at West Texas A&M about 2 years ago, while continuing to run my private practice. That's my background.
Thank you, Dr. Jennings. And in regards to the subject matter of domestic violence and treating patients, do you have extensive experience in treating patients that are involved somehow or the other in domestic violence?
I do, yes.
Please continue your answer. I apologize.
Yeah, I was just going to say my experience. I worked at Cal Farley's Boys Ranch since 2001, and a lot of my children that I was responsible for as a casework supervisor were, in domestic violence situations. So we had trainings on that stuff all the time. In 2005, when I went into private practice, I began contracting with Child Protective Services as well as Head Start. And in those cases, since then, I've been dealing with, children of families that are separated because of domestic violence. I see a lot of adult clients who are victims of domestic violence, and I see clients who are the perpetrators of domestic violence. And I've worked with all of them in different capacities.
Thank you. And while we're using this term domestic violence, can you briefly tell the court what domestic violence is?
Sure. That typically refers to violence that is within the home or the family setting, where there's typically some partners and some children, not necessarily always in that modality, but there's typically a domestic couple. And when they get upset or whatever, they abuse each other. It typically refers to physically hitting or restraining the other person.
Okay. Does it go beyond a physical, or are there less severe types of abuse involved in domestic violence that are not as severe as physical abuse?
Sure, there would be threatening, control, withholding a partner's children from them or access to friendships, just basically, emotional abuse.
Okay. And have you had Miss Alyssa Lopez as a client for therapy?
Miss Lopez, Elisa, yes.
Yes. Can you tell me approximately when she had those sessions with you?
Sure. I started with a psychosocial assessment that was done on March 12th of 2024. And then from there, we moved on to counseling March 20th. Yeah, just about a week after that, we started counseling for that. So, and that was on March 20th, April 3rd, April 9th, all of 2024, April 17th, April 23rd, and May 1st of 2024 was the last of a series of 6 counseling sessions.
Okay. And in regards to that psychosocial, is part of the purpose of that psychosocial to develop the goals for therapy?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were the goals for Miss Lopez?
Okay, so in the psychosocial, what I do is I give a generalized focus, and then when we start counseling, I zero in even a little tighter. So if you're asking me about the psychosocial, we were the recommendations for ruling out child neglect or abandonment, alcohol dependence, cannabis abuse, and encounter for mental health services for victim of spousal or partner abuse. So we identified these areas that needed to be addressed. The recommendations were that, let me see, she continue in individual counseling, that she maintain gainful employment, that she address her issue with alcohol and marijuana use. She did an assessment through OSAR. So the goal would be sobriety, address domestic violence, as they're stated here on the actual counseling form, to work on her parenting skills, address domestic violence, and work on drug awareness.
Okay. And during her sessions with you, and you're welcome to go session by session if you prefer, did you feel that she was making attempts to address these issues?
So in my capacity as a therapist, I see her once a week for about 55 minutes. And in that capacity, a lot of the feedback I get is just self-report. So, and what we were addressing, and she seemed genuine with me. I can go by, in session 1, we kind of discussed the goals. We addressed domestic violence. She clearly admitted she was in a relationship that involved sort of give and take, and in terms of domestic violence, she described the first episode. And so we also talked about drug awareness, drinking. She admitted to those problems. And so we set those goals based on that. And then in the second session, we talked more about domestic violence, how it sort of develops, and how you are to extricate yourself from that. And we talked about that. We talked about her boyfriend, Jonathan, breaking out the windows at her house. She stated he was very controlling, and we talked more about that, how to take back some of that control. We discussed setting boundaries and how people get physical with each other when they get angry, and how to deal with the anger management and so forth. She took this in. She knew what we were talking about. She said she would practice it. Session 3, she reported that she gets to start seeing her children that Friday. So that references April 9th. So, within the next week after April 9th of 24, she got to start seeing her children that Friday. She stated that she was drug-free at that point, and that they lifted the bond restriction, which allowed her to be back around her children. Apparently, she had been charged with, what was it? It was, I think, abandonment. Let me see, domestic violence. Of not being there for her children. I don't see the exact legal term, but she was The way she described it to me was in the middle of that fight with her boyfriend, she was trying to get away from him and left the home, assumed that the boyfriend was there to still take care of the children, and he wasn't either. So anyway, she was charged with that, leaving the children unattended. So we discussed that and how that probably was not a good assumption to make. Let me see. Okay, so in session 4, April 17th, she was regularly seeing her children now and states that, she connects with the kids in the visits. She brings them food. She enjoys, she said she gets down and visits and colors with them and was very descriptive about that. We reviewed some more about domestic violence and drug awareness. And then in the next session, April 23rd, I asked her a little bit more about it. She was pressing me like, well, when am I going to get my kids back? And I said, well, that's really up to St. Francis. And I said that here's some things that go into making that decision. I said, is this your first CPS case? She said, no, this is my 4th CPS case. So I said, okay, that's pretty significant. They're going to want to see more consistency from you, not just moving through the different classes and trainings and so forth. And so I think she understood that. And we also talked about, having good visits, being consistent. I explained to her that showing she had a source of income, home stability, the ability to maintain that was typically what they would look for. And so she understood that and said she'll keep moving in that direction. And so I said, have you gotten a job yet? She goes, well, I think at that point she'd gotten a job with Whataburger. And I said, if you're going to have a home and be able to support your children, you probably need something that's going to give you enough hours and enough income. So in the next session, she told me she actually had found 2 new jobs, one working for Amazon and another at Metro PTS. I'm not sure what that is, but so we discussed that, and I said, so what's the schedule going to look like if your children come home? If you're working 2 jobs, one on the night shift, you come home, you're going to be exhausted. How are you going to watch your kids? She said, well, I have help with that. The kids go to school during the day, and in the evening, Jonathan's parents would watch them. And I said, well, that kind of raises the question, are they going to be good about following the rules about whether Jonathan should be around the children or not? Now, he's not my client, so I'm not going to speculate on all that. But I was just saying to her, she needed to think about that. If the children come back to her home, how is she going to watch them if she's working 2 jobs? And so that was her plan. She said she would use her in-laws, if you will, and during the day, the kids would go to school. And that was our last session.
Okay. Now, during your sessions with her, Dr. Jennings, did you have any conversations about the importance of showing longer patterns of stability?
Yes, we did.
Can you tell me a little bit about those conversations?
Yeah, so back in April 23rd, when she was inquiring about that, like, how long is this going to take? I told her, of course, it's not my call, but in general, what I've experienced over the last 20 years working with CPS and eventually St. Francis was that they want to, based on your history, if this was your very first case and you had a long history of stability, giving good care to your children and all of that, then, they would accept a lesser amount of time. Generally about 6 months is what they're looking for, even in a first case. Before they start returning children, with some exceptions to that. But I told her in this case, you've had 4 CPS cases, so they're going to take a while. They're going to really want to see that this sinks in and that you're going to have an extended period of time, minimum 6 months at least, of consistent employment, home stability, no domestic violence, a clean drug report, that consistently, and show that you're not just slapping back together a relationship with the person you had domestic violence with. Those are things we talked about.
Now, you mentioned there at the end of your response, going back into a relationship with the domestic violence perpetrator. would that have to be an official relationship with a boyfriend and girlfriend label?
Not necessarily. I mean, my concern was, and what we talked about, me and Elisa, was that if you are in a situation where you're using his parents to watch the children at night, you would want to make sure that they're not giving access to Jonathan. And again, he's not my client. I don't know what access he has or if he's done all his services. I don't mean to disparage him, but I just said that would be something, as the primary parent, she would be concerned with. She would want to know what access Jonathan has to those children when they're outside of her care. And so that relation could look like a co-parenting. She has these biological children with him. And so, it's possible that there could be, some co-parenting having to go on here. And so that might be one relationship in which she could set boundaries. We will co-parent, we will talk over the phone. We might use a Family Wizard app or something like that. There would be nothing wrong with that. She would legally need to do that if he had access. But I'm talking about one where she knowingly would, and I'm not saying she did this, but if she knowingly allowed Jonathan to have access, and if he was deemed, not being responsible, maybe he didn't finish his services, or maybe he was, he didn't go to a batterer's intervention program and complete it, or something like that, then it would not be well advised for her to have a personal relationship with him that would put him close to the children again.
So let's talk about that a little bit more. If a domestic violence perpetrator has not had treatment for his physical aggression and his violence, what kind of risk is there still?
Well, there would be a high probability that he would go back to that behavior. I mean, generally in a stressful situation, people go back to what they know. And if he hasn't learned anything new, if he hasn't learned any new coping mechanisms for his anger, if he hasn't learned any new coping mechanisms for dealing with maybe his feeling of no power in the relationship or something that would cause him to become frustrated and act out with violence, if he doesn't have some way of coping with that, then he's very likely to go back to that when he gets frustrated.
And if at the end of a CPS case, if a domestic violence is still referring to domestic violence perpetrator is still referring to his domestic violence victim as his wife, do you think that that would indicate more than just a co-parenting relationship?
Objection, speculation.
Sustain.
Now, considering that you believe that there's a higher probability of going back to violent and physically assaultive behaviors if a domestic violence perpetrator has not received treatment, would it be relevant or indicative of a lack of parental capacity for a domestic violence victim to use that person as a caretaker?
I think it would show poor judgment for sure. We talked about this. She knew that would be a problem if she did that, and I've always told all of my clients, if you're going to choose to be with that person, you need to be very upfront about it. And from the very beginning, you need to follow all the rules and make sure they get all of the training and services they're supposed to have. Because if you don't, it's going to show poor judgment on your part. And so she knew that. We had that discussion. I had that discussion with every one of my clients. If they plan on getting back, because I get it. If you've got, in this case, 1, 2, 3, if you've got 3, and looks like she was pregnant at the time. So if you've got 3, potentially 4 children with this person, and you highly value that you want to get back with that person, that's a choice you can make, but you'd better make sure that they get the training and that they go through all of their services, and that you're very above board and not deceptive about that. And I said, and I will tell you, and I had this conversation with every client, if you go through the whole services with the idea that that person can just wait till the case closes and then slide right back into the old relationship, you're going to have a problem. You're going to have a big problem with that. And so she knew that. I was very clear about that. And that's dangerous. And to your question, yes, that shows poor judgment.
Thank you, Dr. Jennings. Now, as a part of preparing for this hearing, did you provide a copy of Alyssa Lopez's psychological and therapy notes to me?
To you, yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. And are those created in the normal course of business, in the regular course of business?
Yes, yes,
And
it is.
are they created by you at or near the time of events?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it in the regular course of business that your office or your business maintains these records?
Yes, correct.
Your Honor, I offer petitioner's exhibit number 1, the psychosocial evaluation of Ms. Lopez.
All right, objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, petitioner's 1 is admitted.
And Your Honor, I next offer petitioner's exhibit number 2, the therapy notes for Ms. Alyssa Lopez.
Objections?
No objection.
All right, petitioner's 2 is admitted.
And I pass the witness.
All right, thank you, Ms. Kincaid.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry, I was just getting over to the exhibit. Give me just one moment.
Okay.
Mr. Jennings, did you find that Ms. Lopez was cooperative with you in the sessions?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you find that she was receiving the feedback that you were giving her throughout those sessions?
Yes, ma'am. It seems so. Mhm.
Okay. And do you feel like she made any progress throughout your sessions?
Just in simple, yes, she came and she listened. Yes.
Okay. Did you recommend that she be allowed to have regular access to her children as long as she was drug and alcohol free?
My exact recommendation, I will read. She is to finish domestic violence classes and her drug classes. And then I said the St. Francis team can make a determination about the children's reunification upon completion of services. If you'd like, I can go back further, talk about the plans and the goals, but I'll leave that up to you.
Forgive me. Can you turn to exhibit 1, please?
Okay. And what would you like, under the psychosocial or the counseling notes?
That would be the psychosocial, the first recommendation.
Okay. Yes, okay, so the first recommendation, it is recommended that Ms. Lopez continue to have regular access to her children as long as she can remain drug and alcohol free and is supervised around her children. So that's the current state she was in at the time we were doing therapy.
Okay. And after the 6 sessions, did you release her from your program?
Yes, I did. We had the 6 sessions and we completed the goals.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass the witness.
All right, thank you. Mr. McClendon, do you have questions for Dr. Jennings?
Yes, sir. Dr. Jennings,
Yes, sir.
upon release of your program of Ms. Lopez, did you have any concerns about her and the proximity to me in domestic violence issues?
I had discussed with her, I was nervous about the arrangement and I made her aware of the potential problem of, I believe it's your parents, Mr. McClendon, her arrangement, at least as she told me, was that in the evenings, she would place the children with your parents. And I said, just make sure that that if Jonathan is not supposed to have access, that you address that with them. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, sir, it did. Dr. Jennings, did you ever inquire as to whether there was an actual allegation ever solidified by any law enforcement agency to there being an actual domestic violence incident?
I did not ask her if there was a follow-up. I only asked her version of the event. And in her words, she described the breaking of the windows and the fight that you two had. So I'm not the prosecutor. That was all I needed to know that there was a problem.
Okay. I won't worry about that issue. Dr. Jennings, did you firstly, what are your thoughts on co-parenting on either spectrum, whether there be a violent situation or not? And also, like if you were in the middle, if you just don't know, what are your thoughts on co-parenting?
I think, and I had advised her on this, that there would be, depending on how she wanted to continue her relationship with yourself, that there would be different levels of contact with you, or it might be there, I just kind of went through a whole spectrum of possibilities. The most extreme being that you had zero access and that your rights were terminated, then she would not have a co-parenting relationship with you. If a different version, say you were told you have to complete services and then you could have some limited access, maybe supervised or something of that nature, then I described to her co-parenting would be appropriate. And if she was worried about domestic violence, that there were things that the judge could order, such as the use of apps for communicating, like Family Wizard and some other ones, and that can stop you from having to speak directly with the person. So I believe that co-parenting has to be done if legally both of you are still have certain obligations with the children, then you have to do certain things. So each case is different. If you're in fear for physical violence, then you arrange for drop off and pick up at a third party's house, or I could name 1,000 different ways they do that, but you take precautions. So you're asking my opinion about co-parenting. I mean, it exists, and sometimes it's appropriate, depending on the legal status of the two parents.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Dr. Jennings, were you ever made aware of or provided any documentation of the fact that I and Alyssa and myself were not supposed to be in the same proximity for any reason?
Initially, the caseworker, the St. Francis caseworker and Elisa herself told me that you two were not to be.
Okay, okay. Again, I said, did you have ever been made aware of or submitted any documentation of any order from any agency saying so?
I was not given orders. I was verbally told by Elisa herself and her caseworker that the two of you were not to be together.
Okay. Did you, Dr. Jennings, did you and Alyssa ever have conversations on integrity and truthfulness
Oh, of
throughout your
course.
counseling sessions?
Yes, sir. From the very beginning.
Okay. So at that point, it would behoove me to ask you, did you then inquire upon any documentation that would say that there should be a concern should Alyssa and I be in the same proximity?
Again, it's not my job to be a prosecutor. I don't need to collect physical evidence. Elisa herself, my client, told me I'm not supposed to be. So, and then the caseworker, her St. Francis caseworker also said they're not to be together. So,
Okay. 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 So again, I'll ask this. Did you ever ask the reasoning and the documentation behind? Did you ever ask if there was reasoning and documentation, or is that was something that she was just told?
Your Honor, I'm going to go ahead and object as asked and answered in regards to the
Okay.
request about documentation.
Sustained. Move on,
Okay.
Mr. McClendon.
Yes, sir. Dr. Jennings, did it ever concern you a reason that I shouldn't be around Miss Alyssa?
Again, the reasoning that Alyssa herself told me
Okay.
is, and remember, my goal is to help her. So when she
Yes,
tells
sir.
me that the way I
Yes, sir.
need help is dealing with this, my relationship with Jonathan is one that has domestic violence. So then we set the goal based on that. So was I concerned? I was concerned that she was in a domestic violence relationship that she herself
sir.
told me existed. And so in that sense, I was concerned for her, and what she said
Okay.
was the issue.
Yes, sir. Dr. Jennings, were you ever concerned that Miss Alyssa Lopez might not be being truthful?
Your Honor,
Objection.
I'm going to object to speculation. Oh, sorry,
Overruled.
Savannah.
Overruled. You can answer that, Dr. Jennings.
Okay, so I always maybe worry is not the word. I'm always cognizant that my clients may not be honest with me, but I reiterate to them, I'm here to help you. So if you want me to help you, then be honest with me. And so I had verbal confirmation from her caseworker as well as Elisa that yes, in fact, there was domestic violence and you know, so for me, then that gives me the impetus I need to work on that goal. I mean, that's what the client says they want, and that's what the caseworker says they want, and that's the reason reportedly that the children were removed.
Okay. So Dr. Jennings, how would you then ascertain what is to be fact actively, like in action? How would you ascertain what is fact of what is said to you?
Judge, I'm gonna object to vague.
I'll sustain that. That's not a question that's really capable of being answered, Mr. McClendon.
Okay, how then did you ascertain the factual matter of there being a domestic violence situation without documentation of such?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to ask.
Sustain, asked and answered. Move on.
Dr. Jennings,
Yes, sir.
what specific domestic violence incident are you referring to?
The one that Elisa referenced, and she told me that it involved her and yourself and you breaking out windows and her leaving the area.
At that point, did you contact any law enforcement or investigative agency to corroborate any evidence of such?
Your Honor, I object to relevance.
It's overruled. We know the answer to it, Dr. Jennings. That's not your job.
Yes. Yeah. Well, and again, you know, I mean, when a client comes to me and says, I was
Dr. Jennings, we can make this shorter. He asked, did you contact any law enforcement to corroborate what she had told you?
Yes, Your Honor. No, I did not. I do not contact the law enforcement.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Jennings, do you believe that it would behoove you to have this information to properly conduct the counseling that you were conducting, especially when you are a believer in integrity?
I don't think it's possible for me to go ahead.
I was gonna object to asked and answered, but
No, let's just.
Okay. So, Mr. McClendon, in working with a client, there's a whole process that takes place that ends with what we're doing today. Everybody has a part in that. The police are investigators, the caseworkers, they follow up with that documentation. I am a therapist. I stay in my lane. I'm not here to gather legal information. I'm here to help Miss Alyssa Lopez. She wants to get better, or she stated she wanted to get better. She did not want to be a victim of domestic violence. My goal is not to be a legal document collector, and you know, I'm not a litigator in the court. I am here to help Miss Lopez. So if she says she needs help and her caseworker says she needs help, then we establish a goal to help her, not to prosecute you or not to prosecute anybody. It's not my job to collect those legal documents, and I can do my job, you know, and it holds a certain value, and the court makes a determination along with everybody else's information, with the legal documentation. I would guess that probably some of these other people here present today would have access to certain legal documents that I don't. So I hope that answers your question.
Sir, and Dr. Jennings, with that access, if you should have had that access, would have swayed your determination, saying, let's say you found out that this is alleged right here because either side hadn't been able to prove that there was a domestic violence or wasn't a domestic violence incident based on this documentation. Now, let's say you had the documentation in your possession that she hadn't been involved in this domestic violence situation. Would that have swayed your determination and recommendation throughout your counseling?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to form that had a number of contingencies in it, as well as asked and answered.
I'm going to sustain it based on form, asked and answered, and speculation. So, Dr. Jennings, you don't have to answer that question.
Okay. Dr. Jennings, had you known that Alyssa Lopez was lying about being involved in a domestic violence situation, would you have held her to a different degree of accountability?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to speculation.
Sustained.
Dr. Jennings, do you know whether Alyssa lied about being in a domestic violence situation?
Your Honor, I'm going to object again to
No,
speculation.
no, that's not speculation. That's an answer. He either knew or he didn't know. You can answer that yes or no, Dr. Jennings.
I did not know.
So then, with you not knowing whether she lied or told the truth, could you have possibly properly conducted a counseling of that situation
Yes, I can.
without the knowledge of whether she's telling you the truth or not about the situation? You can.
I'm going to go ahead and object to this line of questioning. We've had about 8 or 9 different questions about the veracity of Ms. Lopez's statements during therapy.
Sustained.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, they directly relate to her recommendations that he made when it comes to our co-parenting.
That, Mr. McClendon, what you just said to me is total nonsense. It makes no sense at all.
Okay. Dr. Jennings testified that his recommendations, should it be that I did not complete any of my services and things like that, and was actually a perpetrator of domestic violence, that we not have a co-parenting situation. So I'm asking.
Object to Mr. Mischaracterization of the evidence.
That's not sustained. That's just factually inaccurate, as you like to put it. So next question, Mr. McClendon.
Dr. Jennings, do you know at this moment whether Alyssa Lopez was lying about being involved in a domestic violence situation?
I do not.
Okay. So do your recommendations stand as such with that being on the table?
My recommendations remain the same.
Okay. Dr. Jennings, did you ever discuss the details of the domestic violence situation with Ms. Alyssa Lopez?
I did in the very first session.
Could you give 1 or 2 examples of the details that gave you immediate concern for her
Judge, I don't
proximity?
object to asked and answered. He already explained the breaking the windows out of the car.
Sustained.
I never asked this. Dr. Jennings, is there any way for you to know whether I broke those windows out of that car?
I mean, there's ways. I mean, somebody could have filmed it. I don't know, but I'm not
Do
sure.
you have knowledge of a film of me breaking the windows out of those cars?
I do not.
Is there any other way you can think of that you would have knowledge of me breaking out the windows of the car?
Judge, I'm going to object to speculation. He either
Okay.
has knowledge or he doesn't.
Sustained. He's told you he didn't. We don't need to go any farther down that road, Mr.
He
McClendon.
said there were several ways and he only
Mr.
named one.
McClendon, ask your next question. We're not going to do this all day long.
Dr. Jennings,
Yes, sir.
without any of this information, might I ask how you came to the conclusions that these recommendations were sound?
If you recall, Mr. McClendon, I said, if it is determined, that's not my job to determine. If it is determined that you are not to have access to the children, then she would have to adjust how she co-parented with you.
So you're saying she doesn't have to now. That's just if it's ever documented that I can't be around the children.
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point. I don't think Dr. Jennings has the current status of Mr. McClendon's visitation. Additionally, I object to speculation if Mr. McClendon is asking this case for a answer that responds to once the final is over.
I'll stand down. She just proved my point. No further questions.
Ms. Wiggins, questions?
Yes, Judge. Mr. Jennings, or Dr. Jennings, sorry. When you talk about domestic violence, do you talk to the parents about the consequences or effects of that on the children?
Oh, yes, definitely.
And can you just briefly describe the effects of domestic violence on children?
Sure. It's a traumatizing event. They're looking for security, and from their parents, they're looking for guidance, direction, and when they see this domestic violence going on, they don't know how to control it. It's traumatic. So the results of a trauma event are, you can develop night tremors, you can develop nightmares, and eventually post-traumatic stress syndrome, and just insecurity, and these are things that children have to go to counseling for, and oftentimes it can affect even their whether they are able to learn normal things like how to take care of themselves, how to use the restroom. All of these things can be affected by the trauma that's created by seeing your parents fighting.
And in regards to domestic violence, you talked a little bit about with Ms. Gutierrez how there are different types of domestic violence, both physical and emotional. Can you talk a little bit about how children are affected by emotional domestic violence, if it differs at all?
Okay, and I assume you're talking about Ms. Lopez. My conversation with her, yes, and we did talk about all of that, the physical and the emotional, and how those things affect children, and the need for her children to be kept safe. And so I mean, we went over all of that stuff, and she indicated that she understood that they don't need to be seeing that sort of thing.
I'll pass the witness, Judge.
All right. Anything else from Dr. Jennings?
Yeah, I got one more follow-up question.
Your Honor, I have a follow-up question as well.
Go ahead, Ms. Gutierrez, you're first.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Jennings, during these sessions, did Ms. Lopez indicate that she would not return to a romantic relationship with Mr. McClendon?
She said she would follow whatever St. Francis told her to do.
Okay.
But she said she was not going to have a relationship with Jonathan. She was just using his parents, to babysit.
Okay, so she indicated she would not have a relationship with Mr. McClendon. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I'll go ahead and pass the witness.
Mr. McClendon, you said you had one question?
Yes, sir. Dr. Jennings, in the event that there was no domestic violence incident, is any of these sayings that the iterations that you just made, are they relevant to us in the event that there was no domestic violence?
Yes. Looking at the overall picture, yes, it would still be relevant.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Kincaid, you had your hand up?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Lopez gave that indication to you about the status of their relationship over a year ago. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And just to clarify or reiterate, Ms. Lopez did successfully complete your program. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
All right, then. If there's nothing else, can Dr. Jennings be excused?
I have one more question, Your Honor. Dr.
Okay.
Jennings, if Ms. Lopez had returned to some kind of relationship with Mr. McClendon, would that cause you concern?
Objection, speculation.
Sustain.
I'll ask it in a general question. Hypothetically, Dr. Jennings, if a domestic violence victim returned to a domestic violence perpetrator
Objection, relevance.
who had
Overruled.
not, if a domestic violence victim had returned to a relationship with a domestic violence perpetrator and the perpetrator had
Objection,
not,
speculation.
and it's a
Overruled.
hypothetical, and a perpetrator had not had any treatment, would that cause you concern?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Okay, it would concern me if they had not completed the treatment that was recommended.
Thank you, Dr. Jennings. No further questions for this witness, Your Honor. We ask that he be released.
All right, then, Dr. Jennings, thank you for your testimony. I'll release you so you can go about your day's business.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
The department next calls DeLois Hinders as its witness.
All right. Ms. Hinders, this is Judge Graham. If you'd unmute, please. Ms. Hinders, can you hear me? This is Judge Graham. You're muted. Someone want to try to get a hold of her? Maybe here she goes. Nope, she just moved around on my screen is all.
She's unmuted now, Your Honor.
Ms. Enders, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
If you'd raise your right hand, do you swear the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Your Honor. Delois, what is your profession?
I am a licensed professional counselor in private practice, and I am also a registered play therapist.
Okay, and are you contracted with St. Francis to provide therapy to parents and children?
Yes.
And is Jolise McClendon currently one of the children you provide therapy to?
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about Jolise, in terms of just what his personality is like?
Let me interrupt for just a second. Ms. Taylor has texted me, Mr. McClendon, she's having some difficulty hearing you. She said it would be helpful if you were on camera so she can see your face and when you speak.
Yes, sir.
Can I go ahead and allow Ms. Enders go ahead and answer, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Okay,
Could you repeat your question?
sure. Can you tell me what Jolise is like in terms of his personality?
Um, uh, you know, he's normally a pretty good-natured kid. Sometimes he comes in cranky and irritable, but generally he's kind of good-natured. He's a bright kid. He's smart. In fact, I just saw him yesterday, and I thought it was kind of funny. I bought slime, the blue slime, what he wanted to play with, and he was excited. And it looks really good. It looks like a big Jolly Rancher. And he said, "Is this edible?" And I just thought it was funny because he's 5, and when I first started to see him, he was hard to understand, but and so his speech has come a long way. And so anyway, he's artistic. He likes to draw pictures of dinosaurs and Spider-Man, and really works. And actually, I think has got some inclination in that way. I mean, they're better than what I could do. And he's got some persistence. If he has it in his mind, he's going to take on a task. So yeah, he's a cool kid. Yeah.
Do you think you've been able to build a relationship with him over the time of treatment?
Yeah, I think I have a rapport with him. Yes.
Okay.
Whether or not I don't know that I would say it's a connected relationship of attachment, but I have a good working rapport with him. Yes.
Okay, and that's essential to his treatment. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay, great. Now, when did you start treating him?
I have in my records that I first saw him on January the 29th of 2024. And again, as I said stated earlier, I just saw him yesterday.
Okay, and what do you see him for as far as what triggered him being with you?
He came to me on referral from High Plains Children's Home. He had just been placed there. And so many times I don't know exactly why it is that the children are in care. But generally when children are placed in foster care, they get referred for counseling. And so my assumption was that he had some level of neglect in the very least, or he wouldn't be in care. And then also the children's home at the time of the referral were reporting that he was having quite a bit of behavior problems in the home. Aggression, oppositionality, defiance.
All right. So have you diagnosed Jolise with anything?
I have him diagnosed with adjustment disorder with mixed emotions and disturbance of conduct. My inclination is to go with the least restrictive diagnoses with these children. Somebody else may look at him and may think he has ADHD or oppositional defiant disorder. But again, I tend to want to, in these children, go with the least restrictive diagnosis.
Okay. And you had testified earlier about his speech having improved since the beginning of treatment. Has his
Yes.
behavior also improved?
Has what?
Has his behavior also improved?
His behavior has also improved. Yeah, in the children's home. I mean, he still has his flare-ups and periods of being difficult, but yes, overall, he's improved.
Okay. Now, in your treatment, let's go back.
Okay.
Approximately how many months have you been treating Jolise?
So it looks like about 16 months, usually seeing him every other week.
Okay. And what are his treatment goals?
With children, it's a little bit different than adults, but we encourage expression of feelings, either verbally, which is difficult for children under the age of 10, or through play. That's where the play therapy comes in, and just building healthy, functional, coping or emotional regulation skills. Developing the psychological muscle to be able to navigate what has happened to him in the past, what is happening to him now, and what may happen to him in the future.
And is play therapy a part of your treatment with Jolise?
Yes, it depends on whether I go out to the home or he comes to my office. Sometimes for logistic purposes, it's easier for me to go out to the home. I don't have all of the therapeutic materials out there, so that is more of an activity-oriented situation. The useful stuff, the really useful stuff, happens in my office with the therapeutic playroom.
Okay. Now, in your observation of Jolise and treating him over the last 16 months, have you noticed repeating patterns in the child's play?
Yes.
Can you go ahead and give us some insight into what repeating patterns you have noticed?
Sure. And children play in all different types of ways. They try out all different types of behaviors. They do lots of experimenting in the playroom. And so we don't take a one-time occurrence of something. As a play therapist, I don't take a one-time occurrence as indicative of this or that. But themes would be if the child kind of returns to it multiple times through the content of the play, or similar content throughout the session or over the course of multiple sessions, then we start to see themes, conflicts start to arise. So these would be things that have arisen in him that didn't just come up once or twice, but repeatedly throughout the duration. And there's a good deal of themes of chaos and instability, as evidenced by multiple emergency vehicles, and of course children like to play with emergency vehicles, but this is kind of repeated, putting out multiple fires, shootings, police, somebody's killed, somebody comes back to life, police are good, police are bad, the house is destroyed, wrecked. So these would be themes of probably traumatic material, and also chaos and instability.
Okay. And do you have extensive experience treating children who have been exposed to domestic violence?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me how that manifests in children in terms of who they begin to mimic out of those domestic violence relationships?
With boys in particular, it's not uncommon to see them identify with the aggressor of the domestic violence. And that's because they are so small physically, psychologically, in comparison to the large adult who's creating the aggressive act. And so while on the one hand, there are fantasies and themes of rescuing the parent in peril, often what you will see at the same time then is identification with the aggressor, because that makes them feel more powerful. It's more powerful to identify with the aggressor in that situation than it is with the victim, even though they may at the same time have fantasies of being able to protect the victim and rescue the victim, but they can't because they're too small. So that makes them face their own feelings of smallness and powerlessness, and they overcompensate then for that by identifying with the aggressive behavior to restore that sense of powerlessness.
And how does that manifest outwardly in the children's behaviors?
You would see bullying, I mean, outside of the playroom, inside of the playroom, with Jolise in particular, there's you know, significant amount of intense aggression coming out in the beating up of the bot bag with the swords, and the killing with the dart guns and destroying, and even violence directed to, even just yesterday he was shooting repeatedly an adult female figure, and asking me not to watch him while he did it. And so there, you know, you see that, but how it translates is on the play yard or in the children's home would be bullying of children that are smaller than him. What I've noticed with Jolise is that he can be a bully to children that are the same size or smaller. The children that are bigger, he's a little bit more calculating. He will set up situations, scenarios in which he instigates them, and then they get into trouble. And so he has compensated for not being big enough physically with the bigger kids by instigating them, and then they get into trouble. Yeah.
Now, you had talked about a child identifying with the aggressor and then how those behaviors manifest. Do you see those behaviors manifesting in Jolise specifically?
I do. And then just kind of an sense of inflation always with him is kind of a sense of inflation, or a sense of that he is bigger, that his skills are beyond what he can
For
do.
this line of questioning, say as leading.
Overrule.
Shoot. Okay.
Lois, were you finished with your answer, or do you want to continue?
No, just he's got an inflated a sense of his own, what he can do for that age, which is above, you know, and beyond what we typically see with kids his age. So he's inflated anyway, but the inflation really kind of overcompensates, or is a defense against feelings of being small and powerlessness. So underneath that is just you know, significant feelings of being small and powerless that he overcompensates with inflation and aggression.
And children who identify with the aggressor and have these characteristics, what is the possible effect or the danger in returning them to a home of chaos and instability?
Well, these are complexes or neural nets that are being formed in the brain. They're ways of viewing and reacting to the world and the environment around him. They can be corrected. The trajectory can be corrected, but if he goes back into a home that's violent, or if he goes into a home that's violent, they're going to solidify, and he's going to be at much higher risk for antisocial behavior as he gets older.
And when you say antisocial behavior, does that include these bullying behaviors that you were talking about?
Aggression and criminal activity and so forth. He does a whole lot of criminal activity, holding people up, robbing them at gunpoint, and then arresting himself at the same time after doing it. And so it's a conflict within him, you know, to both act out, you know, antisocially, and then to correct himself by putting himself in jail for it. So it's complicated for him.
For a child that identifies with an aggressor and manifests these behaviors, what type of environment is best for that child?
Well, he needs not to be in a violent or abusive environment. Yeah.
And what type of environment would nurture him not feeling small and having these behaviors?
He needs to be in an environment where the caregivers can communicate effectively with one another, resolve conflicts without violence or ugly or threatening words, and then there are conflicts with him as well, so that he can get a sense of there is an alternative way to deal with big feelings, to deal with conflict, than with violence and with ugly words.
Now, in regards to domestic violence perpetrator or any perpetrator of violence, what are the possibilities or the risk of if that person does not receive treatment?
Again, assuming just in general somebody who struggles with violent reactions, this is somebody who has really, really big, intense feelings and no adequate coping mechanisms for being able to metabolize that and to work through that in a way that's not harmful to themselves or to other people. And so without intervention, without learning how to do anything different, it's likely that one can resolve, and for example, an alcoholic can resolve that they're going to stop drinking and maybe even stop drinking for a while, but if they haven't learned anything different to do that led to the drinking to begin with, then under a certain amount of stress or duress, they'll be prone to reverting back to prior, what's known, what the template is for responding in those situations. And it's the same with somebody with violence. Unless they learn alternative ways, they may say they're no longer going to do this or do that anymore, but unless they learn something alternatively, then under stress, there will be an inclination because that's their template for reaction.
And would you say that hypothetically a home that included a domestic violence perpetrator that had not received treatment, that would be a potential home of chaos and instability? Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. Have you provided therapy notes for Jolise to me up until, I believe, through the end of the month of May?
Yes.
Okay. And were those notes created in the regular course of your business?
I don't understand the question.
Did you make those notes as you normally do in your business?
Yes. Oh, yes. I mean, usually I have a template, and usually after a session, because I'm getting older and I have lots of information in my head now, after a session, I will write a few sentences just kind of to prompt me, to remind me. But yes, and then later on, I'll clean up the spelling and things like that. But yes, I go in after a session, and in the template, I will put a few sentences describing what the session contained.
Is it your regular practice to create and maintain these records?
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer petitioners exhibits 3 and 4, the therapy notes for Jolise McClendon.
Objections?
No objection.
All right, petitioners 3 and 4 are admitted.
Pass the witness.
Ms. Kincaid?
Thank you, Your Honor. How old was Jolise when you began seeing him?
He was 4.
And now he is 5, is that correct?
He's 5, almost 6. And in fact, he told me yesterday his birthday is today. I didn't check on that, but he thinks it's today. Yes.
Okay.
He's excited about that.
Good. Would it be developmentally appropriate for his speech to improve over the course of 16 months?
Yes.
Would it be developmentally appropriate for his behavior to improve over 16 months?
It could be. That one's a little bit more difficult to clarify. Yes.
Okay. And is it typical just in general for boys to be more physical than girls?
Yes, that's my experience.
Okay. And in your experience, are boys more attracted to certain types of play?
Yes. They
What?
typically are more aggressive in their play than girls are.
Okay.
Jolise can cook at the kitchen center just as well as he can stab the bot bag, though. But so you'll see both.
Okay. And now the purpose of the bot bag. What is the purpose of the bot bag?
It's an aggression release toy, particularly if they start to become aggressive toward me. So it's not shutting down, because the feelings don't go away when you just tell them to stop. They need an appropriate release. So I say, I'm not for hitting. I'm not for shooting with the dart gun. I'm not for hitting with the sword, but you can hit the bot bag and pretend that's me if you want. And so it's a redirection of the aggressive impulse rather than cutting it off and just saying that's not appropriate.
Okay. Is that something that lots of the kids that you work with utilize?
A fair amount, yes.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that it's common for children to play cops and robbers or army or fire trucks?
It's more common for boys, yes.
Okay.
That's why they're in there, yeah.
Okay, and I'll pass the witness.
Mr. McClendon, questions?
Yes.
You need to turn on your camera.
I need.
Okay, go ahead and proceed.
Can I ask why I have to have my camera on?
Because the court reporter needs to see, she's not able to hear you. She can hear you better by watching your mouth and seeing what words you're speaking, like just like anybody else.
Okay, that's a preference, sir.
Well, it's my preference, so let's just
Okay,
go with
thank
it.
you. That's what I was asking. Can you restate your name for me?
I'm Delois Hinders.
Okay, how you doing, Delois? Do you have an extensive or any knowledge about testosterone?
I do not, no.
Okay. That was simple. Have you ever wanted to speak with me?
No, sir.
Yeah, you never felt it was relevant to
Well,
his actions?
I get what you're saying, and I think you make a good point. I see many children that are referred to me, not, well, a good deal of children referred to me in foster care, and it's not personal. Ideally, I like to speak to the parents. The parents generally have my personal information through their attorneys, and they can contact me. I'm not always sure as to which kids under what circumstances I could. So it would be different than if you were to call me up and say, can you see my son? But
Yes, ma'am.
but generally though,
Okay, Ms.
my
Hendricks,
experience.
if you
Huh?
just answer the question you're asked. So,
Okay, sure.
go ahead, Ms.
Um,
Clinton.
okay. Holy, that was a lot to take in. I'm not sure
I
it was
wouldn't
right.
have refused to talk to you if you had called me.
Okay,
Mhm.
Ms. Henders,
Okay.
wait until you're asked a question, please.
Okay, have you ever had an academic excuse me, I'm getting a little flustered. Have you ever had an
Mr.
academic
McClendon?
assessment?
Excuse me, your camera's off again.
Oh my God, how did that happen? Sorry about that. I'll get it corrected.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
I'm back. All right, have you ever had an academic assessment done on Jolise?
No,
Throughout his play, you say play therapy is a big thing. Do you believe it's relevant, his IQ level or adept level, when it comes to playing and how he plays?
no,
Okay. Another question. Would you agree that it shows a level of accountability and consciousness of when he both acts out the criminal and then acts out the law enforcement who arrests himself?
it's a conflict. It's a significant conflict.
Yes. Again, I say, would you agree that it shows that he's conscious of accountability?
I'm
What
thinking.
happened? Oh, okay.
I'm thinking. I think he has an evolving sense of what is right and wrong, according to societal standards.
Okay.
And that's evolving with time.
Okay. Do you would you deem it necessary to have spoken with anyone, individual, generally like myself, to make an assessment whether he is mimicking or just acting in his own nature?
You ask me that again. I want to answer it thoughtfully.
Would you deem it necessary to have spoken with an individual such as I before making the assessment that he is mimicking versus acting out in his own nature?
I think it's always useful to have input from the biological parents. As far as the second, the mimicking or the acting out, that's the problem I'm having a little bit of difficulty with.
Have you ever spoken with Alyssa Lopez?
No.
No further questions.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Wiggins?
Ms. Henders, in regards to play therapy, can you just give a brief, I guess, description of how play therapy is utilized in helping children grow?
Okay. It's a developmentally appropriate intervention for children of that age, and it's based on the premise that most children, even children who are very bright and have a large vocabulary, most children don't have the words to describe what's going on in them internally. Even if they have a good vocabulary for their age, their words don't have the sense of nuance that an adult would have with the same word. And so the play therapy room it's not just a room full of toys. They're therapeutically selected toys to elicit certain experiences out of children. There's nurturing toys, there's aggressive release toys, there's expressive materials, paint, sand. And so then the child is then invited to, without direction, to do whatever that they need to feel, that they feel like they need to do. So they will go to whatever it is they need to do, and I follow their lead. It's pretty permissive. Unless they're destroying property or hurting me, then a limit is set on that, or hurting themselves. But it's pretty permissive for them to explore a wide range of experiences.
And you said that you had a specialization in play therapy?
Yes.
And so it's not that every counselor can do it. You have specialized training to interpret what the child is doing in play therapy.
Yes, it is a very rigorous credential, which is 150 hours of in-person training by a registered play therapist, of which there aren't a lot. So I would have to go to UNT or to someplace like Albuquerque or whatever. And then it required extensive supervision over the course of a year. And so it took me 10 years to get the credential. And then it's rigorous to maintain as well, because the continuing education credits are not, you can't just take any education on children. You have to take those that are approved by the Association for Play Therapy.
I'll pass the witness, Judge.
All right. Any further questions?
Yes, sir. I've got a couple.
Ms. Gutierrez, you?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. McClendon?
Are you familiar with the Gifted and Talented Association?
No. I mean, I've heard of the Gifted and Talented. I don't know. I know what it is. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are you aware that I'm hoping this will be obviously relevant. Are you aware that I have a degree in applied sciences, specifically psychiatry?
No, sir, I don't know anything about you.
Okay. Are you aware that I have a secondary degree in applied sciences, specifically sociology?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you think it's relevant that you, in this case, specifically dealing with and referring to his intellect, do you think it might be relevant that you become associated with the Gifted and Talented Association?
No, sir, because play therapy is not based on intellect. It works well for genius children, and it works well for children who have intellectual disabilities, because it's not a verbal intervention. It's a play-based intervention.
Play-based, is it safe to agree that it's coupled with cognitive?
No.
So is it safe for me to assume that you are saying they don't have to think before they play?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to argumentative. I'm not sure where he's going with this.
Overrule. You can answer, Ms. Sanders.
What I'm saying is that no child below a certain age has the capacity to think about their thinking. That's an abstract thought process. And it doesn't matter how gifted or talented the child is at 5, they still don't think abstractly, which is why play therapy is symbolic. And that's how it works, on a symbolic level, on a metaphorical level.
Yes, ma'am. And Ms. Henders, you are definite that hasn't been refuted by the Gifted and Talented Association?
I don't know much about the Gifted and Talented Association.
No further questions. No further questions.
All right, if there's no one else, can she be excused?
No objection.
All right, Ms. Henders, I'll release you so you can go about your day's business. Thank you for your testimony.
And Your Honor, I believe James Officer Cummings should be in the waiting room. If he is not, please let me know.
John Cummings is in the waiting room.
Okay.
Is that him?
It should be.
Is that your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. And Sam Waldman will be taking that witness.
Okay.
Sorry, Judge, I wanted to close those blinds so I wasn't blinding everybody.
Officer Cummings, this is Judge Graham. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you, sir. If you'd raise your right hand, you swear the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, thank you.
All right, Officer Cummings, how are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the Amarillo Police Department.
And what do you do for the Amarillo Police Department?
I'm in the uniform or patrol division, specifically on the west side of Amarillo.
And how long have you been with the police department?
A little over 2.5 years.
And just really briefly, will you give me a rundown just on the training experience that goes into becoming a police officer?
Yes, ma'am. I went through the Amarillo Police Academy, which was approximately 8 months long, where we went over CCP, health code, penal code, and traffic code, and various other trainings.
All right, and during your training, do you get any specific training regarding responding to domestic violence situations?
Yes, ma'am.
During your field training, do you also get hands-on training in responding to those kinds of calls?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in March of 2023, did you have a similar assignment at that time?
I was in the field training portion of where I was being, how do I put it? I guess taught and shown hands-on how to handle calls and the process of doing everything.
Okay. And who were you riding with at the time? Who was your field training officer?
Officer Billstrom.
Okay. And do you recall being dispatched to 5226 Royce Drive on March 10th of 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at that point, I mean, I guess who was, if you're in training, were you handling major portions of these investigations and calls at that point?
Yes, ma'am. I believe I was in 75% phase.
Okay.
So I'm
And-
handling most of the call.
I apologize. to cut you off.
Oh, you're good. So at that point, I was handling the majority portion of the call. My FTO was my quote unquote backup, so to speak.
Okay, perfect. All right, so when you arrived, do you recall about what time you arrived at that address?
I don't remember what exact time I arrived, but I was dispatched at approximately 25 hours.
Okay. And what was your understanding of what you were being dispatched to?
That it was an assault.
And so when you first arrived, I guess what did you see?
I saw Alyssa, who was the victim, standing outside the residence. She was extremely emotional and belligerent. She was outside of the dispatched address.
Okay. And when you say emotional and belligerent, I mean, what do you mean by that? What was she doing?
She was crying. She was upset. She was very emotional.
Did she tell you what had happened?
Yes, she did.
What did she tell you?
She told me that she had come over to try and see her kids, and that her ex-boyfriend, who was identified as Jonathan McClendon, came and punched her in the face.
Now, at that point, did you know where Jonathan McClendon was?
Believe we thought he was still inside the house.
Were you attempting, or were you or Officer Billstrom attempting to make contact with somebody in the house?
Well, due to Alyssa being extremely belligerent and emotional, we had to put her in handcuffs so we could try and talk to Jonathan, and we placed her inside our patrol vehicle so
Okay.
that we could start to try and talk to Jonathan. We were eventually able to talk to Jonathan. He refused to open the door, but we could somewhat talked to him through the door.
Okay. Now let me talk about you and Alyssa real quick. So when you placed Alyssa in the patrol unit, were you able to, I guess, have a more coherent conversation with her?
Sorry, you cut out. I apologize.
I'm sorry. Once you put Alyssa in your patrol vehicle, were you able to have a little bit more of a coherent conversation with her?
Yes.
And what at that point did she tell you had happened?
She once again said that she had come over to see her kids and to confront Jonathan about possibly seeing another woman. Because of that, she and Jonathan began to argue, and during the argument, it turned physical. Alyssa said that Jonathan punched her in the face approximately 2 times.
Now, did you see any injuries that would corroborate that statement?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you observe?
I saw some redness and slight swelling on her right cheek.
Did you have EMS come out and do an evaluation?
Yes, ma'am.
And were photos of those injuries taken?
Yes, ma'am. Officer Gonzalez, now Corporal Gonzalez, took pictures using my camera.
Okay. Now, did you do what I guess is colloquially called a IPV packet with Ms. Lopez?
Yes, ma'am. The intimate partner violence packet.
Yes. And do you have that in front of you with marked as Petitioner's Exhibit 5?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And tell me just kind of a little bit more about what this IPV packet is.
It goes over who the suspect is, their relationship to the suspect, such as whether they're dating, married, divorced, previously dated, etc. Then it gives them a I guess what you would call like a miniature affidavit, in which they could write out details about the incident. If there was any damaged property, if there was a weapon used, and then it proceeds to go to a like little body diagram of where we can mark whether there were injuries, physical descriptions of the victim and suspect, and it also has a little portion for children's information if they were on scene.
Towards the end of it, is there also a danger assessment?
Yes, ma'am.
And what sort of questions does that ask?
So it's called the danger assessment for law enforcement, or DALE. Basically just kind of goes over whether has the physical violence increased over the past year, has the suspect control all or most of your daily activities, etc. Kind of just brief questions as to whether the severity and everything regarding the assault and the history of between the relationship over the past year or however long they've been in the relationship.
And if there's a certain score, what do you do?
We get in contact with family support services
And kind of what's the purpose of trying to do that?
to get them assistance to try and get away, or get, if they have kids, housing and support.
Now, in this form, the answers that are written are some of those answers, and let's talk specifically about this one. You said you did one with Alyssa. Did she fill out the form with you?
Yes, she was standing there with me. Yes.
Did she write some of the answers in this affidavit?
She wrote the little portion of like I said, the affidavit portion. As far as the danger assessment portion, the questions, I asked her those, and I checked the boxes myself.
Okay, but where did the answers to those questions come from?
Her.
Okay, so is it fair to say that all of the information that you had that was relayed in this packet either came from Alyssa, or your own observations?
Correct.
And just generally, does the intimate partner violence packet, is that a standard form that the department uses?
Yes, ma'am.
Are these standard reports that are kept just kind of in the regular business of the APD's, I guess, day-to-day responses to family violence cases?
Yes, ma'am.
And do they kind of accurately show what's going on in the investigation that you're completing at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in the affidavit portion that Alyssa completed, is it essentially consistent with what she told you on the scene?
Yes.
All right, and then further down, do you mark your observation of the injuries?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what did she tell you about past, if anything, about past domestic violence between her and Mr. McClendon?
That it's happened multiple times.
Did she tell you where?
She said at the house and other addresses. She wasn't specific. I don't recall.
Did she tell you, I guess, how he had hurt her?
Physically hitting her.
And so did she indicate that she'd called the police previously due to those incidents?
Yes, ma'am. That's what she told me.
All right. Now, do you recall, were there children present during this assault? I guess she said there were. Did you ever observe the children?
I did not see any children.
Did you get the children's information from her?
I don't remember who I got their information from. Whether it was from whether she wrote it down or if it was from Jonathan or who it was, but I know it was from somebody on the scene.
But the children who were alleged to be there were identified, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so let's talk about that danger assessment. What is the first question on the danger assessment?
Has the physical violence increased in severity or frequency over the past year?
And how did Ms. Lopez answer that question when you asked her?
She said yes.
What is the second question?
Have you left him / her after living together in the past year?
And what was her response to that question?
Yes.
And to clarify, when we're talking about this danger assessment, is the suspect still Jonathan McClendon?
Yes.
Okay, on the third question, what is the third question?
Does he / she control all or most of your daily activities?
And what was Alyssa's response?
Yes.
What is the fourth question?
Has he / she tried to kill you?
And what was her response?
No.
What's the fifth question, though?
Has he / she threatened to kill you?
And what was her response to that question?
Yes.
What is the sixth question?
Has he / she used a weapon against you or threatened you with a lethal weapon?
And what was Alyssa's response?
Yes.
What was the seventh question?
Has he / she ever tried to choke you and in parentheses strangle you?
And what was her response?
Yes.
What's the eighth question?
Has he / she choked in parentheses strangled you multiple times?
And what was her response?
Yes.
What's the ninth question?
Do you believe he / she is capable of killing you?
And what did Alyssa say in response to that?
Yes.
What is the 10th question?
Does he / she own a gun?
And what was the answer?
No.
And what is that final 11th question?
Has he / she threatened or tried to commit suicide?
And what was the response to that question?
Yes.
And Out of the total 11 questions, how many of those did he answer yes to?
9.
And I guess based off of the danger assessment, what's substantial about that score?
It's a high score. Anything over 7 requires us to call family support services.
Okay, and to clarify the danger, who is the danger considered to be towards based on these questions?
The victim or Alyssa.
All right. Now, if you'll go back up to page 1 of Petitioner's Exhibit 5, that IPV packet at the bottom, is that affidavit portion signed by anybody?
Alyssa and myself.
Okay. Your Honor, the department's going to move to admit Petitioner's Exhibit 5. I believe that it's admissible. I think all the content of it is admissible as statements by Ms. Lopez, their hearsay statements against the party. I would also make an argument, Judge, that they are public records as he's testified that these were taken and these are observations of a criminal investigation that would fall under an exception in 803. I believe it's 8.
All right, objections?
I object to it as hearsay, Your Honor.
All right, that will be overruled. If there are no other objections, petitioner's 5 is admitted. I will note, I think Ms. Gutierrez may be working on this. I have only received 2 emails with exhibits from 22 to 33 and 19C to 22C, but I think maybe someone's trying to get us the rest of these exhibits. So it's admitted, but I don't have it.
Okay, yes, thank you. And then, Officer, do you have the Petitioner's Exhibit 6, which are the scene photos? There, I believe, are 4 of them.
Yes, ma'am.
And have you reviewed those?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I know you said that another officer took those photos, but it was with your camera, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Was your camera operating at the time and capable of taking accurate photos?
Yes, ma'am.
Do these photos accurately reflect and truly reflect what you observed as far as Ms. Lopez's condition on the evening of this call?
Yes, ma'am.
And let's see. Can you see the redness or injuries that you had mentioned in your previous testimony in those photos?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see, other than the last photo being zoomed in from the third photo, any sort of alterations or anything to the photos?
Can you repeat your question? I'm sorry.
Other than that fourth photo being a zoomed in version of the third photo, do you see any other sort of alterations or anything?
Oh, no, ma'am.
And then, Your Honor, the department would move to admit Petitioner's Exhibit 6, which are the photos that Officer Cummings has laid the predicate for.
Objections?
No objection.
All right, petitioner 6 is admitted.
Let's see. Now, at any point, did Mr. McClendon ever come out of the residence to speak with officers?
No, ma'am.
Did he speak with anybody in any way other than through the door?
I believe he talked to our sergeant, Sergeant Caleb Finsterwald, via phone call.
All right, but otherwise, was he in any other way cooperative with your investigation?
No.
Now, that call was in March of 2023. Have you more recently had contact with Alyssa Lopez and Jonathan McClendon?
Yes, ma'am. I was dispatched to a report involving them.
And do you recall what date that was?
That was earlier this month on the 3rd of June.
Okay. And so about a week ago, is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
What sort of call were you dispatched out on?
I believe it was in reference to an assault as well.
Where do you recall where you were dispatched out to?
945 Columbine.
Now on that particular call, did you have a whole lot of contact with Alyssa and Jonathan?
No, I did not have any contact with them at all.
However, did you recognize those names and recognize at least Alyssa?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it your understanding that both of them were on scene together at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Where, to your knowledge, were both of them identified to be living? Did they have the same address or different addresses?
As far as I knew, they were both at
Objection,
940.
speculation.
Sustained.
I'll pass the witness, Judge.
All right, Ms. Kincaid? Ms. Kincaid?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Officer Cummings, are you aware whether any charges were filed as a result of the March 2023 incident?
I am not entirely sure, to be honest. I don't know what the detective decided on that.
Okay, was anybody detained or arrested as a result of that?
No.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass the witness.
All right, Mr. McClendon, questions?
Yes. Officer Cummings, do you recall what the tree looks like in my front yard at 5226 Royce Drive?
I don't object to relevance.
Sustained.
Do you recall how many steps up my driveway you had to take to get to my door?
Judge, I'm
Objection,
also
relevance.
Sustained.
Do you recall anything other than Alyssa Lopez's condition that night?
Yes, that we tried to trespass Alyssa. You requested her to be trespassed. And we had to push the trespass underneath the door because you refused to open the door.
Okay. Thank you. I'll pass.
All right, Ms. Wiggins?
Now, on June 3rd of 2025, you indicated you received a dispatch call to a location on Columbine. Is that correct?
Yes, I went to assist Officer Tipton.
Okay. And when you arrived, what did you observe when you arrived at that location?
So I went to, I believe, 1122 Bluebell, which is where the suspect was at. Officer Tipton had located the suspect there at the apartments off Bluebell. And he was out, Officer Tipton was out talking with the suspect, Anthony Cunningham, talking to him. They were both, Anthony was extremely emotional and loud regarding the incident. He was upset about the incident from a fight that he and Jonathan had just gotten into.
Okay. And so he was a suspect from an altercation that he had with Jonathan McClendon. Is that what your understanding was?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that altercation happened at the original address that you were dispatched to, the Columbine address?
As far as I knew, yes.
Okay. I'll pass the witness, Judge.
All right. Any other questions for Officer Cummings?
I got one more question.
Okay.
Officer Cummings, do you recall who the victim was that night?
In which incident?
For clarification, which night we're referencing?
The night in question with Anthony Cunningham where you made contact with Officer Tipton?
Yes, it was supposed to be you and Alyssa.
Okay, no further questions.
All right. If no one has further questions, Officer Cummings, on the incident in March of 2023, you said you didn't see the children present?
Correct.
Did Miss Lopez tell you the children were present?
I believe she said that they were inside the house.
And did Mr. McClendon tell you the children were present?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. If there's no other questions, can Officer Cummings be excused?
We would ask that he be released, Judge.
Okay. Officer Cummings, I'll release you so you can go about your day's business. Thank you for your testimony and thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir.
Uh-huh. All right. Why don't we take about a 5-minute break?
Thank you, Judge.
Uh-huh.
Your Honor.
Uh-huh.
The department calls David Anderson as its next witness.
All right. Is this a police officer?
No, Your Honor, it's a DFPS investigator.
Okay, all right, thank you.
It's my favorite one.
I'm sorry, what?
That's my favorite one. DPS investigator.
I do.
All right, thank you, Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Anderson, who do you work for?
Department of Family and Protective Services.
And what do you do for them?
I work for investigation,
Sir, if
you raise
your right hand. Swear.
child protective investigations.
Okay, and how long have you worked as an investigator for DFPS?
A little over 2 years.
Okay, and that's the Department of Family and Protective Services, is that correct?
It is.
And are they commonly referred to as Child Protective Services or Child Welfare?
They are.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Anderson. And have you had an investigation or more than one investigation of the Clendon Lopez family?
I have.
Now, I'm going to ask specifically about an investigation in 2023. In 2023, did you have an investigation involving Jonathan McClendon and Alyssa Lopez?
I did.
And did it involve their 3 children, Jolise McClendon, King McClendon, and Jonathan McClendon Jr.?
Correct.
And did that intake come in on April 4th of 2023?
It did.
Can you tell us what the intake allegations were?
The intake allegations were in regards to a domestic violence incident.
Okay, and was that a domestic violence incident between Jonathan McClendon and Alyssa Lopez?
It was.
And based on that intake, were you assigned as the investigator?
Or was.
And did you make attempts to reach out to both parents in the family?
I did.
And were you able to speak with both parents during your investigation?
By the end of the investigation, I was, yes.
Okay. How would you characterize the cooperativeness of Jonathan McClendon with the investigation?
Jonathan McClendon was uncooperative. He asked me multiple times to speak to him from the sidewalk out in front of his house, or refused to speak to me at all.
Okay. And how would you characterize Alyssa Lopez's cooperativeness?
Alyssa Lopez was more cooperative, but it still took substantial effort to interview her.
Okay. And did she acknowledge that there was domestic violence between herself and Jonathan McClendon?
She did.
And there are administrative findings at the end of investigations. Is that correct?
There are.
Can you tell me what those administrative findings are?
Generally,
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Generally, we close out a case as either ruled out, unable to determine, or reason to believe.
And how was this 2023 investigation closed out?
Reason to believe.
And what allegations were they found reason to believe and against who?
Neglectful supervision for both Alyssa Lopez and Jonathan McClendon.
And was there legal action that was pursued at the end of that investigation?
The department sought removal, but ended up eventually being granted a motion to participate.
Okay. Now, was there subsequently a 2025 investigation that you were involved in?
Correct.
And what were those intake allegations?
Neglectful supervision.
Okay, and were those made against Alyssa Lopez and Jonathan McClendon?
Yes.
And can you give us more details on what the neglectful supervision allegation was?
The most recent investigation was due to concerns that Alyssa was moving back in with Jonathan and that he was acting as caregiver for their newest child, and it was generated off of history and risk.
Okay. Now, how was Mr. McClendon's cooperativeness during that investigation?
He was very uncooperative at the beginning. He spoke to my supervisor and I in his front yard. As the conversation progressed, though, he became more cooperative and spoke to us at length. Finally, he invited us into his house so that we could, see the interior of the residence.
And did he deny that he was a caretaker for any children?
He did.
And how was the cooperativeness of Alyssa Lopez?
Alyssa Lopez did not want to meet with me at first. However, she met with me and she engaged, answered all of my interview questions and was completely cooperative once I was able to face-to-face with her.
And what statements did she make regarding Jonathan McClendon, and their relationship?
She stated that she was not in a relationship, but that she did go over there frequently with the child, that there was nothing preventing her from him from seeing the child or being around the child. She denied him acting as a sole caregiver, that was being done by daycare, but that he was with her and child at the same time.
Did you make attempts to confirm that the child was in daycare?
I was not she indicated that the child is not in daycare and that they were, Rain is watched by family friends, but she did not provide any last names or contact information for them. So I was unable to verify who watches the child.
And did you request those last names and the contact information?
I did.
How was that investigation closed out?
That one was administratively closed as already investigated.
Okay. And in regards to any statements made by Alyssa, did she make any statements regarding any protective orders against Jonathan McClendon?
No, when I asked about protective orders, no contact or anything like that, she did not let me know that there was any. And she basically said that there's nothing that prevents them having contact.
Okay. In either investigation, did you ever tell Jonathan McClendon that he did not have to do his services?
I did not.
Okay. Pass the witness.
Ms. Kincaid?
Thank you, Your Honor. The 2025 investigation, you said that was closed out?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What date was that investigation initiated?
We received the report on April 16th.
Okay. And what was the result of that investigation?
Administrative closure.
Okay. And was the child removed or did the child remain in the home?
Child remains in the home. It was administratively closed as already investigated.
Okay. And so were there any restrictions placed on either of the parties as a result of that investigation?
No.
So there are no restrictions on Ms. Lopez or Mr. McClendon having contact?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And there were no restrictions on any kind of visitation for Mr. McClendon?
Not that I've been made aware of.
Okay. Thank you. I'll pass witness.
All right, Mr. McClendon, questions?
Mr. Anderson, how are you?
Good, yourself?
I'm great. I'm looking forward to extra leisurely activities after this is all over.
Let's get to some questions. We're not concerned about what your plans are for the day.
So, Mr. Anderson, you said the 2025 or the primary investigation I was involved in with you, it was closed out. How again did you say that was closed out?
It was reason to believe.
It was reason to believe. Could you like kind of go through how that goes with it being closed and the state having a reason to believe? What then happens next, if I might ask?
You were a motion to participate was sought and you were referred to services.
Okay, did I complete any of those services?
You would have to talk to St. Francis regarding that. I don't have any knowledge after I transfer the case.
Oh, okay. In this last investigation, was it found that there was an existing concern for any type of domestic violence or, any type of neglect for Rain and myself?
So the purview of the most recent case was whether or not you guys were residing together.
Mhm.
and whether there was risk to Rain, and there was nothing that was preventing you guys from you having contact with each other or the child. So that's why it was administratively closed.
So it's safe to say there's no risk from me toward Rain.
So risk is generated based off of history. And your case is considered to be high or very high risk.
So, well, okay, let me ask, are you being specific to this case? And this case is, you're saying that the findings were high risk?
Your case was classified as high risk or very high risk. I don't remember which.
The last one here in April is what you're saying? Okay. All right. I'm trying to think about how to ask this question. Are you still overly concerned about my proximity to Alyssa Lopez?
I can only speak to what my investigation showed.
No, I said, are you still concerned at all?
Given the history, and prior cases, then I'm concerned regarding the risk, yes.
Okay. And the cases that you were involved in, have you ever received any documentation corroborating the allegations?
You'll have to clarify.
Okay.
The allegations of assault, the allegations of domestic violence, in any one of these cases that you and I were involved in, have you received any documentation corroborating such?
In my initial investigation, I requested open records from law enforcement for the police reports. I also spoke to neighbors at both residences, multiple neighbors provided statements that regarding the domestic
Objection.
violence.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the objection.
I was going to object to hearsay, but we didn't get there.
Okay.
You were saying?
That was my initial investigation.
Okay, so were you aware of any charges that were filed?
I don't look at the charges. I look at the incident reports.
Yeah, I'm just kind of trying to get to how, these things were closed out without being, without these things being done.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I don't think that was a question, so I have an objection to form.
Sustain.
Okay, I'll agree with that. I was kind of confused. Are you aware of any, according, subsequent to your investigations, were any arrests made or any indictments?
I have no knowledge after my case ends.
Well, I said after your investigation, not the case. Before the case was closed, after your investigation.
So I was made aware of nothing while my case was open of any arrests.
Okay, I'll pass the witness.
Ms. Wiggins?
I have no questions.
All right. Anything further? Yes, Ms. Kincaid?
Briefly, Your Honor. In the 2023 investigation, Ms. Lopez eventually became cooperative with you. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did she submit any certificates of completion to you?
No.
Okay. And in 2025, did you have an opportunity to visit Ms. Lopez's home?
I didn't. I did meet with her in what she was identified as her residence.
Okay. And not specifically, but what's the street name of that residence?
Magnolia.
Okay. Did she allow you to enter the home?
She did.
Did the home appear to be clean, safe, and appropriate?
It was.
Was there adequate space for the baby?
There was.
What was there? Did it appear that the bedrooms were set up for other children to be in the home?
For other children?
Yes.
I don't remember seeing any beds for other children, but I do remember cribs and stuff that was appropriate for her child.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass the witness.
All right. Anyone else?
One more question, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Anderson, in responding to Mr. McClendon, you had said that you reviewed multiple police reports during your 2023 investigation. Do you recall that response?
I do.
Do you recall approximately how many incident reports you reviewed from law enforcement that involved violence with with Alyssa Lopez or Jonathan McClendon?
Are you requesting that I look or make a guess? Because I don't know specifically.
If you don't know specifically, then let me rephrase my question. Do you believe it was over 10 incident reports that involved violence with Alyssa
Yes.
and Jonathan?
Objection, that's kind of
relevant.
leading.
I heard multiple objections.
Mine was leading.
Okay. Oh, that one will be overruled. I heard something else.
Yes, Your Honor, relevance. These cases could be going back years and years. So, I mean, I think that some of these at least are not relevant.
Okay. Well, we can do that by restructuring the question, saying that within a time period. But Mr. Anderson, I don't want you to guess at anything. If you don't know, say you don't know. That's a perfectly good answer.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I'll withdraw the question so we can move along.
Okay.
I have no further questions for Mr. Anderson, and I ask that he be released.
All right.
Well, I had one question for him.
Go ahead.
Mr. Anderson, when I allowed you to come into my home, do you recall the reason I allowed you to come into my home?
I don't remember the exact reason that you stated, no.
Okay, so might I perform one more question in lieu of that one? When you went into my home, how would you say the atmosphere was, and would you deem it adequate should I be allowed to remain with my rights for my children?
So the appearance of the living room was clean and appropriate. There was a car seat in the room. I didn't observe anything for safe sleep or otherwise, though, to gauge whether or not it would be appropriate for the child to reside there.
Did you ever leave the living room?
No.
No further questions.
All right, then. Mr. Anderson, I'll go ahead and release you so you can go about your afternoon's business. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Judge, our next witness would be Corporal Sean DeWitt.
No, I've got Keegan.
Oh, do you have Keegan? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Keegan
Ramirez, please, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Ramirez, if you'd unmute, please. Thank you. If you'd raise your right hand, do you swear the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Your Honor. Keegan, who do you work for?
The Department of Family and Protective Services.
What do you do for them?
I'm a family-based specialist.
And are you in the Family-Based Safety Services program?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that program about?
The family-based program is basically if there are any danger indicators that didn't deem necessary for removal to move on to conservatorship that can be worked on inside of the home. That is what I try to do, is work with families while children are inside of the home to prevent removal.
And is this is this program utilized to help a family before things get so bad that removal is necessary?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And were you assigned to a case in 2023 with Alyssa Lopez and Jonathan McClendon?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that a court-ordered participation case for the parents to do services with that family-based safety services program?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Your Honor, we offer petitioners exhibit number 7. It is a certified copy of that temporary order for required participation in services.
All right. Objections? All right. Petitioner 7 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Keegan, very briefly, what was your understanding why the order to participate was necessary?
If I recall, it was just due to the non-compliance of Jonathan McClendon in the investigation with Investigator Anderson due to the domestic violence concerns.
Okay. And in this order to participate, were there specifically aimed towards helping with those domestic violence issues?
Yes, ma'am.
And would those services include therapy for both parents being ordered?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it also include things like rational behavior therapy?
Yes, ma'am.
And for Ms. Lopez, did it include a Women Against Violence program requirement?
Yes, ma'am.
And for Mr. McClendon, did it include a batterers intervention and prevention program?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, this was ordered and then the case was assigned to you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, how, can you tell me how cooperative Mr. McClendon was with you once you were assigned?
He wasn't cooperative. After reviewing of just refreshing my memory on the case, my initial visit and throughout the initial part of the case, I was never allowed to see the home. I saw the kids twice, one in person and one virtually when I had closed the case out when the children were no longer in the state of Texas.
Okay. And during the case, when you had it, how would you characterize Ms. Lopez's cooperation?
Alyssa was cooperative. I was able to meet with her uh, just one-on-one at the CPS office during that case, and we were able to talk and have a good private conversation. And then she was also trying to help me see the children as well later on when I was able to see the children outside of the home.
Okay. And did Ms. Lopez, was she able to complete any of her services during that family-based safety services case?
No, ma'am, just due to how short my case was only open a month and a half.
Okay. Now, why was your case only opened a month and a half?
Towards the end of the case, Alyssa and Jonathan had sent their children off with, I believe her name was Taisha, which was Jonathan's sister, and she had lived in Chicago. So once the children were sent off to Taisha's home, I did a virtual visit to close it out as I was told that the children were going to be there, I believe, for an extended period of time until March, I believe, was the extended period of time. So therefore, we had to dismiss out of the case since the children were no longer with the parents.
Okay. And did the mom also inform you that she had moved to New Mexico?
If I recall, Alyssa was going to be moving back to Amarillo as she was already in Amarillo at the end of the case, and Jonathan was going to be moving to New Mexico.
Okay. So with the children out of the home and actually out of state, the department determined that this order for the parents to participate in the family-based safety services program was no longer needed. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Pass the witness.
All right, Ms. Kincaid.
Do you recall whether Ms. Lopez completed daily recovery as a part of the FBSS case?
Yes, ma'am. Now that you say that, I believe she even provided me a certificate towards the end in the month of June of 2023, towards the end of that case.
Okay. Do you recall whether she completed a mental health evaluation as a part of the FBSS case?
I do not recall.
Okay. But she did work at least some services for you.
Correct. Yes, ma'am. She was very cooperative during that case.
Okay. Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
All right, Mr. McClendon.
I don't have any questions.
All right, Ms. Wiggins.
I have no questions.
All right, can Mr. Ramirez be excused?
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, Mr. Ramirez, I'll remove you so you can go about your afternoon's business. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank y'all.
Uh-huh.
And Your Honor, I believe Sam Wildman will be calling Sean DeWitt as a witness. And that's Corporal Sean DeWitt.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. I'm Miss Wildman.
Thank you, Judge. Corporal DeWitt, how are you currently employed?
I'm a corporal with the Amarillo Police Department, currently assigned as a task force officer.
And I mean, is there a specific task force that you're assigned to?
My assignment is with Homeland Security.
Okay. So how long have you been with the Amarillo Police Department?
About 6 years.
Okay. And just, I guess briefly, let me ask you, did you go through any particular training to become a police officer?
Yes, I attended the 93rd Amarillo Police Academy.
And have you continued other types of training since you have been employed with the police department?
Yes, we have yearly in-service training along with other trainings throughout the year and ongoing training and education.
Either through your ongoing training education or your academy time, did you get any special instruction responding to domestic violence cases?
Yes.
And prior to this current position, have you had any other positions at the Amarillo Police Department?
Only patrol and then my current assignment. Those are the only assignments that I've had.
Okay. And were you working patrol back in, let's see, December? Well, I think I'm on the wrong question. Let me look. Back in December of 2023, were you working patrol then?
Yes.
And do you recall being dispatched out to 5226 Royce?
Yes.
What sort of call out was that?
It originally came in as a 911 hang up, which is when somebody calls 911, but before giving the necessary information, they hang up the phone. So there's unknown circumstances.
So, did you ultimately go out to that address?
Yes.
And what did you do when you got there?
I went up and I knocked on the door, and I was met by two very young children, toddler age children.
Did anybody else come to the door?
No.
Did the children say anything to you?
Yes.
What did they tell you?
They told me that their mom and dad had left.
Did they say if anybody else was in the home?
No. Well, they're young. They had a third younger brother, but other than that, no.
Okay. So specifically, there were no other adults in the home?
Correct.
Now, did you attempt to make contact with a parent?
Yes.
And about how many times did you have to attempt to make that contact?
About 10 times.
And who did you
By
get in touch
phone.
with? Oh, sorry. You said 10 times and then I
10. I'm sorry, yes, 10 times by phone.
Okay, by phone. All right, perfect. And who did you get in touch with?
The mother, Alyssa Lopez.
And did you, inform her that the children were there alone?
Yes, I did.
And what was her response?
She said that their father was still there with them, that he was just hiding and wouldn't come out and speak to the police because he didn't want to get in trouble or talk to the police.
Now, did Miss Lopez tell you anything else about what had happened that evening?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
She said that she and her significant other, the father of the children, had been involved in an altercation in which he became physical with her.
Let's see. Now, by the end of your involvement with these folks, were you able to identify who that person was?
Yes.
And who was the significant other, the father of the children?
Jonathan McClendon.
Did she give you any more specifics about what she meant by him being physical?
Yeah, she said that he had grabbed her by the collar and lifted her up. And she also mentioned a previous incident that happened a few days before in which he had injured her hand. And she said that she had re-injured her hand by punching a wall.
Now, did you attempt to get her to return to the home?
Yes.
Was she willing to go back to the house?
She was not.
Did you talk to her about filing charges?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She said that she did not want to.
Okay, now, at that point, based on her statements, was it your understanding that he was present, that Mr. McClendon, the father, was at the home, and that the children were not alone?
Correct.
And so, after you completed this portion of your investigation, what did you do?
I left and drove just a few blocks away.
What happened I mean, how long were you gone? Let's start there.
I don't remember exactly, but it was probably less than 5 minutes.
Okay, and then what happened?
There was another call for service at a house across the street from 5226 Royce.
And I guess what was your understanding of what that call was for?
The caller reported that there were 2 small children out in the street screaming for help.
All right, and so when you got that call, did you go back to the address?
Yes, I did.
All right, and did you go to the first address, or did you go to a different address first?
I went to the other address first, the new address.
No, that was a bad question. I appreciate you clarifying. So at the new address, what did you observe?
There was a young woman. They had the 2 older boys with them, and she was telling me that she believed that there was another child still in the house.
Now, do you recall the names of those 2 older boys?
Yes,
And what were their names?
Jolise and King.
And both last name McClendon?
Correct.
All right, and so after seeing those 2 boys there and being told that there was possibly another child in the home, what did you do?
I went over there to the house and began knocking on the door. There were dogs barking inside, but nobody came to the door.
Had anything changed about your concerns about these children between that first contact you had made with them and this second contact?
Yes.
What had changed?
The fact that they were outside screaming for help. This was the middle of December and it was a rainy night. And I believe that based on them being out in the cold like this, that there was not an adult present.
Okay. Did you end up making entry into the home?
Yes, I did.
And that's that initial address where you first made contact with the boys, just to clarify?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you observe when you first entered the home?
It was filthy. There was dirty clothes piled everywhere. There was trash all over the floor. It looked like there was dog feces on the floor. There were dogs in kennels.
Did you locate the third child?
Yes.
And what about how old would you say that child was at that time?
A year old, less than 2.
Okay, so 1 or 2. What I guess, where was he or what was he doing when you made contact?
He was sitting on the couch eating peanut butter from a jar with putting his hand in the jar of peanut butter and eating the peanut butter.
What was his physical condition at the time?
He seemed to be okay, but he was not fully dressed. He wasn't wearing a shirt. He wasn't dressed appropriately for the weather.
While you were in the home, did you locate any adult supervisor of any kind?
No, and we called out several times. After opening the door before entering, I called out and announced myself as a police officer several times before going in.
All right. And how was that child, that third child identified? What was his name?
Jonathan McClendon Jr. They call him Junior.
And I guess after finding Junior, what did you do?
I found a blanket in the home and wrapped him up so that he could be warm, and then took him over to the other house where his older brothers were so that he could be warm and dry.
Did you attempt to contact Miss Lopez again at that point?
Yes.
Where did she say she was at that point when you called her?
She said that she was somewhere up around Amarillo Boulevard.
Now, can you give us just kind of a general idea about how far away that is from the home?
Yeah, so the home is located on the south side of Amarillo near 58th Avenue, and the boulevard is way up on the north side of town. It's probably at least a 15-20 minute drive, depending on time of day and traffic, to get from one place to the other.
And at any point did you, while you were kind of talking with her, did you make any did she say anything about the father at that point?
Yeah, she still believed that he was at the house.
Had she mentioned that anybody else was coming to get the children?
Yeah, she said that her brother was going to be coming to get the children.
Okay. Was she attempting to make it back to the address?
Once I told her what happened, she said that she was trying to come back there. When I informed her that the father was not at the house, she decided that she would come back.
All right. Now, at any point did you make contact with Jonathan McClendon, or did he come back to the scene?
He returned. I believe that he got word through Alyssa contacted somebody who contacted him, and he got word that the police were at his house, and so he came back to the house.
Do you know where he was coming from?
He told me that he was at the Walmart at 58th in Georgia waiting for somebody to come pick him up to give him a ride.
And just kind of a similar question, just generally about how far is that location from the home?
That's maybe half a mile, give or
Okay.
take.
Now, the fact, I mean, is it your understanding, or does that, the fact that he told you that and was coming from somewhere else, does that, I guess, change your understanding of whether or not somebody was with that children when you had first made contact?
Projection, speculative, and leading.
Leading sustained,
Okay.
overruled on speculative.
Do
Yes,
you
sir.
have concerns about the fact that Mr. McClendon had to walk back to the home as to whether or not the children were being supervised during that first contact?
Yes.
Have you reviewed, give me a moment, have you reviewed what's been marked as Petitioner's Exhibit 8, which is the copy of the body camera that you provided from that evening?
Yes.
Now, just real briefly, how does that, did the body cams work and record?
It's worn on the front of my uniform, and when I push the button, it starts recording, and it records audio and video of wherever I go.
All right, and so those are those recordings made in real time as things are happening?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the video or have you reviewed that body cam footage?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it truly and accurately depict the events and the contacts you had with the parents on that evening and the contacts you had with the children?
Yes.
So it's fair to say, would it be fair to say that that was a true and accurate representation of the events of that evening?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit, but not publish at this time, Petitioner's Exhibit 8.
Objections?
No objection.
All right, Petitioner's 8 is submitted, but not viewed.
Let's see. Ultimately, who did the children leave the scene with that day?
CPS representatives.
Did you have any other contact with the children or family or anybody after that?
Yes.
When did you
Not
have?
with the children, but with,
Oh, go ahead.
I say not with the children, but with the mother.
And what sort of contact did you have with her?
A warrant was subsequently issued for her arrest for endangering or abandoning a child, and I was the one who effected that arrest on that warrant.
Okay. And from your understanding, that would involve that came out of this this incident that you were involved in?
Correct.
All right. And so when you made the effect of that arrest, was Mr. McClendon with Miss Lopez?
No.
All right, I'll pass the witness.
All right, Ms. Kincaid.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you made the initial contact at the residence, did you follow up to make sure that Mr. McClendon was in the home before you left?
Other than speaking to Alyssa, that was the only follow-up that I did, was speaking to the mother, and she told me that he was still there.
Okay, did you knock on the door?
We had already knocked on the door and called out several times with no response from any adult inside.
Okay, if Ms. Lopez were in a domestic violence incident, would it be appropriate for her to remove herself to de-escalate the situation?
In some cases, yes.
Okay, and whenever you made contact with her, did she inform you that she didn't have a vehicle?
Yes, I believe that she had said that somebody else had given her a ride.
Okay, and did she whenever you made contact with her and she indicated that she would return to the residence, did she inform you that she would have to get a ride?
Yes.
And given the weather that evening and the temperature, would it have been appropriate for her to attempt to walk back to the residence?
Not from that distance, no.
But she did indicate a willingness to return to the residence as soon as she could get transportation.
Yes.
Thank you. I'll pass witness.
Mr. McClendon?
Yes, sir. I don't mean any disrespect. I do have to ask this question again for my own reasons. Do you remember what the tree looked like in my yard at 5226 when you arrived?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the relevance of this line of questioning.
Sustained.
Do you recall how many minutes or seconds it took you to get to my front door from the curb?
No. Not long at all. I mean, it's not a long walk, so it would be less than a minute, I would say.
Okay, are you privileged to the dimensions of my property at 5226?
All right, Your Honor, I'm going to object to the relevance of the questioning at this point.
Mr. McClendon, if you can show relevance, you need to do it right now. Otherwise, I'm going to sustain the objection.
So as to ascertain that he can truthfully remember how long it took him to make it to my front door.
Ask him that question and let's not beat around the bush.
I'd object to ask and answer because he just said it didn't take very long and gave a.
He said it was less than a minute, is what he said, and that's asked and answered. So next question, Mr. McClendon.
Can you prove that?
Judge, I'm going to object and have him reference Petitioner's Exhibit 8, which is the body cam footage that the officer was wearing, if he needs the seconds that it took him to approach the front door.
Corporal DeWitt,
I'm only asking.
Excuse me. Corporal DeWitt, did you activate your body cam before you, or as you were exiting your vehicle?
Yes, that's my recollection.
All right, so watching the body cam footage, it would show how long it took you to get from your vehicle to Mr. McClendon's front door, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, next question, Mr. McClendon.
Mr. DeWitt, did you study the body cam footage?
I reviewed it prior to this hearing.
So, is that an accurate recollection of the time that it took you to get from your cruiser to my door?
I'm going to object to the relevance.
Overruled.
Yes, I believe that the body cam is accurate.
No, that wasn't my question. Your recollection of the timing, is it accurate according to the camera footage?
I'm going to object that he
I
did
believe
answer
so.
the question.
I'm sorry, he was talking when you objected.
That's fine. He answered, Judge.
All right, okay.
I didn't hear his.
Okay.
I heard Courtney's objection.
Okay.
I believe that my recollection is accurate.
And one more time, just for reference, to clear it up, how precisely what time was that you said? The timing from your cruiser to the door?
Asked and answered, Mr. McClendon, twice, 2 or 3 times now.
So as to clarify for myself, I even confused myself with all those questions. Could I have him
I'm
repeat it?
sorry if you're confused, but that question has been asked and answered 3 times, so I don't want to hear that question again.
Yes, sir. Do you recall, or can you iterate the time it took for you to reverse your vehicle, turn it around, and make it back to the new address, speak to those people, then make it across the street and go back up my driveway to my front door? Can you tell me exactly how long that took?
I'm going to object to relevance.
So as to show that.
You can answer it, Mr. Officer DeWitt, but
And Your Honor, I would object to ask an answer because he's already testified.
he didn't. No, he didn't.
Timeline.
Not on that question. Officer DeWitt, I don't know is a perfectly good answer. He's asking you exactly how long it took. I don't know that anybody looks at their watch that often. So if you don't
I'll
know,
take that
just say,
answer.
excuse me. If you don't know, officer, just say, I don't know.
Precisely, I do not know.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. A while ago, you just testified to the fact that it changed your concern as to whether I was at home when you first made contact because of how shortly it was that you returned and had reports that I wasn't home. Do you remember that
I'm going
testimony?
to object to mischaracterization of the evidence.
Overruled.
What's the question?
Yeah.
Do you remember your answer to that line of questioning? Whether your impression of the fact that I was either at home or not changed after you had to return to the other address?
Yes, I remember.
And okay. So, with that in mind, honestly, even today, with that in mind, can you say with any precision whether I was in the residence or not?
It is my belief, based on what happened that evening, that there were no adults present when I initially knocked on the door and spoke to the 2 young boys.
That wasn't my question, though. My question was, can you say with any precision, according to the events as you described them, can you say with any precision that I wasn't there when you first made contact?
And I'm going to object to ask an answer. He did answer that question based off of the information he had.
Well, let me just put it in the form of a question we can all understand. Did you check the entire house to see if Mr. McClendon was in the house?
No.
Okay, thank you.
No further questions.
All right, then, Ms. Wiggins.
No questions.
All right. Corporal DeWitt, back to the December incident. When you were talking to the mother, you talked about she'd mentioned an assault a few days earlier where Mr. McClendon grabbed her by the collar and lifted her up. Do you recall that? That she told you that?
Yes, I believe that she was referring to that evening with
Okay.
being lifted up by the collar. I believe that she told me that happened that evening. There was a separate incident in which her hand got smashed in a door, I believe, that happened a couple days before.
You're correct. I apologize for that. Okay, concerning the incident where he grabbed her and lifted her up, did she say whether or not the children were present?
I don't remember.
Okay, that's good enough answer.
I believe that it was, okay.
Okay. All right, any further questions for Corporal DeWitt?
I do have one follow-up question.
Very
All right.
briefly.
Ms. Wildman, you can ask yours first.
Thank you, Judge. Corporal DeWitt, in that conversation that you had with Miss Lopez about leaving the domestic violence incident, did she give you any explanation as to why she didn't feel like she needed to also remove her children from the domestic violence incident?
No.
And regardless of whether Mr. McClendon was there the first time you made contact, the second time you made contact, was he present?
No.
In fact, wasn't he the one that specifically told you where he was and it was not the home?
Correct.
Pass the witness, Judge.
All right, Mr. McClendon, you had a follow-up?
Okay, yes, sir. You testified to the fact that she had I had injured her hand and that she re-injured it this night punching a wall.
Objection,
remember that?
those are facts. That's not an evidence.
I thought it was.
Not about punching a wall, I don't believe.
I heard it. You can answer the question, Corporal DeWitt.
Can I hear the question again, please?
Do you remember your response to that that line of questioning about there being a re-injuring of her hand?
Yes.
Okay. According to that question, how was it then corroborated that I'd injured her hand in the first place?
I don't know that it was.
Okay, no further question.
All right, can he be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Corporal DeWitt, thank you for your testimony. I'll release you so you can go about your afternoon's business, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
The department calls Amy Bailey as its next witness.
All right, give me just a second here. Before we go any further, Ms. Wildman, how's the court going to be provided a copy of the body cam footage?
Let me ask our investigator real quick. I believe.
Okay, you can get back to me. You can get back to me whenever. I just want to know when we can expect it.
Your Honor,
Okay.
if I may, I believe Chase Ralston left it for Brittany at the annex on a thumb drive.
Today?
I think that was yesterday late afternoon.
Brittany, did you get it? Or were we gone?
I haven't seen it today. I mean, I was there yesterday and I didn't have a flash drive while I was there. I was there.
Okay, I'll check with security up front. They may be holding it.
Thank you.
Okay, Miss Bailey, if you would unmute and raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, thank you. Ms. Gutierrez?
Thank you, Your Honor. Amy, who do you work for?
Texas Department of Family and Protective Services.
And what do you do for them?
I'm an investigator.
How long have you been an investigator with DFPS?
5 years.
And did you participate or help with the 2023 investigation by David Anderson on the McClendon Lopez family?
I accompanied him on one visit.
Okay. And was the issue in that case domestic violence between the parents?
Yes.
And did you also investigate another case with the family at the end of 2023?
Yes.
And did that again involve Alyssa Lopez and Jonathan McClendon?
Yes.
Likewise, did it involve the child Jolise McClendon?
Yes.
Is his date of birth June 10th of 2019?
Yes.
And at the time of your investigation, was he approximately 4 years old?
Yes.
Did it also involve the child King McClendon?
Yes.
Is his date of birth June 30th of 2020?
Yes.
And at that time and in that investigation, was he approximately 3 years old?
Yes.
Did it also involve the child Jonathan McClendon Jr.?
Yes.
Is his date of birth August 10th of 2022?
Yes.
And at the time of your investigation, at the end of 2023, was he approximately 1 year old?
Yes.
Okay. Intake allegations came in for the case you were assigned investigator on December 13th of 2023. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you please tell us what those intake allegations were?
Neglectful supervision.
Okay. Can you go ahead and give us more detail about those allegations?
Neglectful supervision due to the children being left home alone by Mr. McClendon and Miss Lopez.
And upon receiving the case on December 13th, 2023, did you immediately attempt to make contact with the family?
Yes, I responded to law enforcement was on scene.
Okay. And was that address for the parents, or was that address that you were responding to on Royce?
Yes.
And did you meet with Alyssa Lopez on December 13th of 2023?
Yes.
And what did she state about the allegations?
She stated that she and Mr. McClendon had gotten into a physical altercation, that he was swinging her around by her jacket So she left the home to de-escalate the situation.
And did she have any physical evidence on her body to corroborate that?
She had on her hands some minor scratches.
Okay. And in speaking with her, did you attempt to identify somebody that could possibly come and take the children so that the department would not have to take conservatorship of them?
Yes,
And who did she identify at that time in her conversation?
her brother.
But at that time, during that conversation with her, her brother was not there. Is that correct?
I believe he was on scene, but I did not have any contact with him. I was given his information, and after doing background checks, he was not approved.
Okay, can you briefly tell us why he was not approved?
We do checks for criminal history or CPS history, and I believe it was due to his criminal history that he was not approved.
Thank you. Did you also speak with Jonathan McClendon that evening?
I did.
And what did he state?
That he was not going to read any paperwork or sign any paperwork for me. That Alyssa was attacking him. He retreated to a bedroom and shut the door, and then ultimately left out a window for his safety.
And did he indicate where he had gone?
He told me that he had gone to the Walmart at 58th in Georgia.
And did he likewise indicate that Ms. Lopez was present in the home with the children when he left?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, other than Ms. Lopez's brother, were any other names provided for possible alternatives to removal?
Not that night, but I did later receive some information from Mr. McClendon wanting his parents to be looked at.
Okay, but as of that night, was it your understanding that the children had been left alone in the home, alone?
Yes. Yes.
And is that a situation of neglect for the children?
Yes.
Can you tell us why that was concerning for the department?
The ages of the children, they're too young to be left alone. They're not able to, get their food, or, if there's something going on in the home, they're not able to protect themselves.
And you were aware of past domestic violence between the couple, is that correct?
Yes.
And then in this current case, there were again allegations of domestic violence between the couple. Would you agree?
Yes.
And that combined with leaving the children alone, did the department believe the children were in immediate danger for their physical health and safety?
Yes.
Did y'all believe that there was no time to obtain a court order for an order to protection on these children?
Yes.
And was there no time for an adversary hearing on the issue of removal?
Yes.
Can you please explain the department's reasonable efforts to prevent or eliminate removal?
That night I asked for possible relatives where the children could stay, and was not able to obtain any approved relatives.
Additionally, the department had pursued an order for the parents to participate in a family-based safety services case. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you review the CPS history for the parents when preparing your removal affidavit?
Yes.
And would you agree that that Mr. McClendon did not complete any services in that family-based case?
Yes.
And was that family-based case within the year before this removal?
Yes.
Additionally, if Ms. Lopez had received services in that family-based case, what would it indicate if she returned to this situation with Mr. McClendon and domestic violence?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
I would have concerns that the domestic violence could be continuing, and that Alyssa maybe has not received all the knowledge that she needs to make an informed decision before returning to a situation that she was in previously.
Now, following the removal, did you make attempts to contact both parents on January? Let me see here. Let me get this date. I apologize, Your Honor. On December 13th, let's see here. Oh, that's why I'm looking at the wrong document. On December 15th, did you make attempts to contact Alyssa Lopez?
Yes,
And was that contact unsuccessful?
yes,
And was her voicemail not set up?
yes,
And then on December 15th, did you also, of 2023, did you also make an attempt to contact Jonathan McClendon?
yes.
And was there no answer?
No answer.
Did you leave a voicemail?
I did.
And did he ever return that call?
Not that day.
Okay. Did you later receive a call from him on December 22nd?
Yes,
All right. Now, part of your reasons for calling on December 15th, 2023, is it important for the department to communicate with the family in order to set up visitation?
yes,
And considering the facts of the removal and both parents were involved in the removal incident, would you agree that an emergency order removing one from the home would not have created a safe environment for the children?
yes,
Would you also agree that non-legal intervention would have been inappropriate considering that there had just been an order for them to participate in services that was not successful?
yes,
Would it also have been prevented by not having an appropriate caregiver to either supervise the family or act as placement for the children during a non-legal intervention?
yes.
I pass the witness.
Ms. Kincaid?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Bailey, was Ms. Lopez cooperative with you on the night of the incident?
Yes,
And she did make attempts to find family that would be an appropriate placement for the children.
yes,
Did she answer any questions that you had for her?
yes, she did.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
Mr. McClendon?
Ms. Bailey, do you recall speaking to the investigator on the criminal matter that night?
I remember speaking with a detective.
The night of December 13th, you spoke with the detective on the matter of Alyssa Lopez or I leaving the children at home? That's
Yes,
what we're, okay. Could you iterate a small piece of what he said in conclusion? So,
Objection, hearsay.
Sustain.
okay, can you iterate what you ascertained from that conversation?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustain. Just another way around it.
What was your impression of the situation and circumstance after your conversation with him?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. He hasn't even identified who exactly he's referring to.
The detective that night that you spoke with on the matter of Alyssa and I leaving the children at the home, after you spoke with him, what was your general impression of the circumstance?
Your Honor, I object to form. He has not identified this detective by name.
Miss
I'm going to object
Bailey,
to hearsay as well, unless it's her personal impression of events from
That's
her
what I
personal
asked.
knowledge.
I think that's what he's asking, is her impression. So, but we don't know who the detective is yet.
Bailey, can you tell us who the detective was that night?
Detective Hodges.
Okay, after speaking with the detective Hodges, can you tell us what your general impression of the circumstance was?
That there had been an incident of domestic violence between you and Miss Lopez, and that both of you had left the residence and the children were there alone.
Do you remember him, or do you remember there being a period of time when it was scrutinized which parent left the children at the house?
There was a time when it was not clear which parent left the house first.
By the time the investigation was over, had it been made clear who left the house first?
Yes,
Who was that individual?
You.
And is this the answer according to the documentation of Officer Hodges or Detective
Your Honor,
Hodges?
I'm going to object to hearsay on that question.
Abstain.
Well, okay, then how did you ascertain that it was me that left the house first?
It was not determined that night.
Okay, do you not recall? Can I ask that? Is it true that Officer Hodges, Detective Hodges, made a directive that night that my children should not be taken?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustain. Mr. McClendon, quit asking questions about what someone that's not a party in this case says. That's hearsay all the way around.
Okay. Oh, I ain't never been the smartest person, but I'll get it. Miss Bailey, can you prove that it wasn't ascertained that night who left the children first?
I'm going to object to asked and answered. She indicated what her knowledge was.
Sustain.
Have you inquired as to any documentation from that night that would ascertain who left the house first since?
Your Honor, I think she's already testified that it was ascertained later that Mr. McClendon left the house first. I'm going to object to this line of questioning.
Sustain.
Okay, to this line of questioning. Have you a copy of that report from that night?
Do
I'm
I?
going to object to what report?
The report, Dr. or Detective Hodges's report, do you have a copy of his report from that night?
I do not.
How then has it been ascertained, even later, that I was the person who left that house first?
In a conversation with Miss Lopez 2 days later, she told me that she had left the house after you had left.
Okay, so this has not been documented. It was said to you. Okay, since then, have you re-questioned Miss Lopez on the matter?
No,
Are you willing to now?
no.
No further questions.
Ms. Wiggins.
No questions.
All right. There's nothing further. And Ms. Bailey, can she be excused?
I have one very brief question, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Ms. Bailey, during the adversary hearing, did the parents make claims of Indian ancestry?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, we offer petitioners Exhibit 10, which has been filed in the clerk's office. It's a notice of responses to the ICWA notice and Indian Child Welfare Act notices that the department is required to send out when there's an indication or a claim of Indian ancestry.
All right, let me try to get to all these exhibits that were just sent to me this morning. Let me try to get to 10.
Your Honor, my exhibit 10
Yeah.
looks like a complaint.
My exhibit 10 is a complaint against Ms. Lopez for
Your list is 9.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant 9. I apologize for that.
All right,
Yes,
let me go
it's
back.
9, Your Honor. I apologize.
Let me go back. All right, any objections to petitioner's 9? All right, petitioner's 9 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. I also asked the court to note that no tribe responded affirmatively that these were Indian children.
So noted.
And I believe Sam will be taking the next witness. Sam?
Who's your next witness and how long do you all anticipate it'll take?
Judge, I have 2 law enforcement officers, Remington Brookshire and Isaiah Williams. They're both in the same training class right now, so if we can get through both of them at one go, I don't anticipate them being very, very long necessarily.
Okay. We'll do that and then we'll take a lunch break.
And Your Honor, and as far as decorum for the court, I have concerns that there's smoke coming from Mr. McClendon's video display.
Are you smoking, Mr. McClendon?
Sir, I do have sage burning.
All right. That doesn't bother me then, Mrs. Gutierrez.
No worries, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Miss Wildman, your next witness.
Yes, Judge, can I, I'll call Remington Brookshire first.
Okay. Is this a police officer?
Yes, Judge.
Officer Brookshire, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you, sir. If you'd raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Miss Wildman?
And Officer Brookshire, just real briefly, how are you currently employed?
As a police officer with the city of Amarillo,
And how long have you been with the city of Amarillo?
approximately 5.5 years.
All right, and just briefly, can you, in 2 sentences at most, give us an explanation of sort of what the training goes into becoming a police officer?
You go through an extensive academy that is a lot of book training on the law as well as hands-on training.
And what sort of assignment, or I guess what's your current assignment? Let's start there.
Currently, I'm assigned at property and evidence. I'm not in the field right now.
All right, and previously had you been a patrol officer?
Yes,
And were you working as a patrol officer in March of 2024?
yes.
And do you recall being dispatched to the area of 34th and Western on March 30th of 2024?
So I have read my report, and I was unable to locate any body cam footage for me of this incident. And so I do not recall this incident without being able to see my body cam.
Okay. Have you refreshed your recollection based off of your incident report?
I did read through my report, yes.
Okay. And so just basically, what was your understanding of the reason for the dispatch on that date?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to any testimony if he doesn't recall what happened that day.
He said he refreshed his recollection as far as the report. I think he can testify to what's in the report.
Officer Brookshire, did you make the report that you've used to refresh your memory?
Yes, I did type a report for this incident. And I've looked over that report, but I do not recall.
I understand you don't today.
No.
But at
Yes,
the time that you made that report, actually physically made that report, did you recall what you were reporting on?
yes, sir.
Okay, that'll be overruled.
And just like I said briefly, what was your understanding of what that call out was for that day?
I believe I referenced that we were dispatched to a domestic incident, some type of domestic dispute.
Was that the only call? Or let me ask, who is the domestic dispute involving?
Can I look back at my report? I have it pulled up
Yes,
here.
sir. You absolutely can.
Reference a Jonathan McClendon and a Alyssa or Elisa Lopez.
And was your call of service the only call of service that you were aware of that day?
No, there was several other calls throughout the night at various addresses.
And did you, let's see, at any point during this make contact with either Alyssa or Jonathan?
I stated that Alyssa had completed an affidavit. So I
Have you
believe my report that was.
have you reviewed the affidavit, or do you have that affidavit available?
No, I do not.
Based on your report, generally, what was the nature of her statements?
Again, I'm reviewing my report, and it's that while she was at Northwest, she observed Jonathan sitting in the parking lot.
And
Jonathan followed her and chased her, I guess, into traffic once leaving the hospital.
And let's see. At any point, did he contact you or did Jonathan contact you or anybody else on the scene?
I believe he spoke with another officer at a different location.
Now, from your understanding, who was making these reports that evening? Was it one of them or both of them?
I said that they had called on each other throughout the night.
And so, ultimately, do you know if anybody was arrested that evening?
No, to the best of my recollection, no one was arrested. We just made a report as it was an ongoing issue that had been going on throughout the night.
Okay. Now, the report that you're referencing, and I think the judge had asked, those were made contemporaneous to when the events occur, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And are those generally public records that are held by the Amarillo Police Department?
Yes, I'm not sure if they're public, but yes, they're held by the Amarillo Police Department.
Okay. I will pass the witness, Judge.
All right, Ms. Kincaid?
Do you recall if there were any children present whenever you arrived on scene?
No, I don't recall, and I don't believe I mentioned that. I'm still looking at my report, but I don't believe that I mentioned it.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass the witness.
All right, Mr. McClendon?
Does your report iterate what was said by me?
I'm reviewing it now. The only thing I have that was said by Mr. McClendon was that he spoke with another male that sounded irate, and then that Jonathan said he was at an address on Royce.
That's it. No further questions.
All right, Ms. Wiggins?
No questions.
All right, can Officer Brookshire be excused?
Just briefly before he's excused, Judge, or I guess he could be excused, we would move to admit State's Exhibit 11, which is the incident report itself, under 803, Rule 803 for the public records.
Are we skipping 10, or we got our numbers back in order?
I had this one marked as 11, Judge. So
Okay,
I
just wanna
think
be
we are
sure.
skipping 10.
Okay, all right, all right. Any objections? All right, petitioner's 11 is admitted.
And then briefly, Judge, Officer Brookshire, will you take a look again at the incident report there? And do you see, and further down in the narrative, do you see anything where Mr. McClendon mentioned that somebody else was shooting at him? On page, I apologize, 13.
Believe page 13 is not
answer.
my narrative.
Overrule.
Further, I guess further, if not in the narrative, I mean in the report, do you see that down there where Mr. McClendon made a report that somebody was shooting at him?
What page?
13.
Oh my God, it's got to be leading objection.
Overruled, Mr. McClendon, and I don't like your tone.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You better straighten it up. I can remove you from your own hearing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I do see page 13, and that is not my report. That's not a narrative that I typed.
But it is a part of the exhibit that was just admitted, correct?
I believe so, if that's what it was admitted.
And so do you see something in there for Mr. McClendon saying that
objection leading?
Sustained.
What did Mr. McClendon say to Officer Perry?
I would only be basing that off of a report that another officer.
And that's all right. I'm asking you based off of the exhibit.
Objection hearsay?
What it says in paragraph 2.
I'm going to sustain that Mr. McClendon's objection this time. This has gone too far. The
exhibit's in evidence.
I'm just about to tell you, I'm going to withdraw the petitioner's 11 is being admitted. It's gone too far. Petitioner's 11 has not been admitted. It was admitted. I've just withdrawn that.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Anyone else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then. Can Officer Brookshire be excused?
No objections.
All right, Officer Brookshire, I will release you so you can go about your afternoon's business. Thank you for your testimony and thank you for your service.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, next witness.
That'll be Isaiah Williams, Judge.
All right, thank you. Ms. Rodman?
Thank you, Judge. Officer Williams, how are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the Amarillo Police Department.
How long have you been with the Amarillo Police Department?
I've been with the Amarillo Police Department 3 years. 3 years yesterday.
All right, just real briefly in 1 or 2 sentences, can you give us an idea about the kind of training it takes to become a police officer with Amarillo PD?
I went through 32 weeks with the Amarillo Police Department through their academy that they host in-house, and I also did 16 weeks of field FTO supervision.
And did you have any sort of specific training on domestic violence or family violence cases?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and so what was your assignment in June of 2024?
It was for patrol midnights.
Do you recall being dispatched to 1550 Bell, specifically apartment number 340?
The Axiom Apartments? Yes, ma'am.
What was your understanding of what kind of call you were being dispatched out on?
It seemed like it was a family disturbance. It was more about a brother attacking, I believe, brother and sister, or sister and her boyfriend, I believe.
Okay. All right. So
Do we have a date? Excuse me. Do we have a date other than just June?
Oh, I apologize. And was that June 2nd of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
I apologize. All right. So on June 2nd, when you went out there, were you able to make contact with anybody at that address?
I believe it was a male wearing a sports jersey and another female that said it was her brother.
Okay. Did you make contact with a caller identified as Jonathan McClendon at any point?
Yes, ma'am. I believe he was the one wearing a sports jersey.
Okay. And what was his demeanor when you first made contact?
I'd have to go over my report again, but I believe it was just more of frustrated.
Okay. Now, who was with him?
I believe it was his girlfriend.
And what was her name?
I'd have to look over my report. I believe you stated it earlier.
If you need a moment to refresh your recollection, do you have your report with you?
No, ma'am, I do not. I'm sorry.
If it was the Alyssa Lopez name that we stated earlier, would that be accurate?
I don't want to lie to you.
Objection.
He's already answered he doesn't know, and he doesn't want to answer if he doesn't know. So
Okay. All right. So, well, do you remember how the suspects were identified?
The suspect was just the female's brother.
Okay. And do you remember his name?
I do not remember his name. I remember he came in and caused a disturbance in their apartment.
Okay. You don't have your incident or your IR in front of you. Have you reviewed it previously and reviewed what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 12 or Petitioner's Exhibit number 12, the incident report?
Say again, ma'am.
You've reviewed Petitioner's Exhibit number 12, which would be the incident report, even if you don't have it in front of you?
Yes, ma'am. I looked over it a while back.
All right. And are the incident reports that you make, are those made at the time of the incident?
Yes, ma'am. Those are once we determine if it's per our rules and regs or our policy, if we need to make a report over a family disturbance.
Okay, and those are kept by the police department?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it accurate to say that there's no other narrative in this particular incident report except your narrative?
I believe I was the only one that made one. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Additionally, did you have body cam footage for this incident?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And that's been marked as Petitioner's Exhibit 13. Have you reviewed that body cam footage?
I went over it a little bit yesterday. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And just real briefly, the body cams, are those capable of accurately recording video and audio?
Yes, ma'am. We're supposed to have them on anytime we make contact with anyone.
Okay, and based off of your review of that exhibit, did it appear to be functioning correctly and recording audio and video?
Yes, ma'am.
And that would be the body cam specifically from this incident, including the contact you had with Mr. McClendon and anybody else on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the department would move to admit Petitioner's Exhibits 12 and 13, 12 under the public records exception in Rule 803, and then the body cam based off of his authentication of the recording.
all right. Objections? All right. Petitioners 12 and 13 are admitted.
And I will pass the witness, Judge.
All right. Ms. Kincaid?
Briefly, Your Honor, You mentioned that a female's brother came and attacked or had some kind of incident with Mr. McClendon. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Which female was that?
I believe it was the female that was with Mr. McClendon, the one wearing the sports jersey.
Okay. In the report, it says Mr. McClendon said that his ex sent people to come and assault him. How did he describe the female that was with him?
I can't say.
Were there any arrests made at the residence that you made contact with?
No, ma'am.
Were the people that you made contact with, were they perpetrators or victims?
I believe they were victims. They were the ones making the outcry.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Yes, ma'am.
Officer Williams,
Yes, sir.
if we looked at the body cam, is it going to show the female that we're talking about? Is there going to be a depiction of her?
I believe so, sir. Whenever I was walking up the staircase, I saw a male and the female right there.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, then, Mr. McClendon, you have any questions?
Yes, sir. Officer, do you recall if I indicated that I resided in the apartment you made contact with me at?
I do not remember, sir.
Okay, no further questions.
Okay. Ms. Wiggins.
No questions.
All right, then. Can Officer Williams be excused?
May I have one more follow-up, Your Honor?
Sure.
Do you recall if there were any children in the residence whenever you were there?
I don't believe I went inside the residence. I believe I was on the staircase the entire time.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, then. Officer Williams, I'll release you so you can go about your afternoon's business. Thank you for your testimony and thank you for your service.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Judge.
Uh-huh. Okay, this is a good time to take a break. I have, before I forget to ask, is Officer Williams' body cam on the same thumb drive that was delivered to me yesterday?
Yes, Your Honor. And my investigator, Chase Ralston with the DA's office, he said he was allowed to leave that thumb drive on Brittany Forbes's desk.
Okay, I'll go look for it right while we're on our lunch break. So, okay, let's take, is 30 minutes enough?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll see you back about 1-ish. So,
Thank you.
all right, y'all have a good lunch. We'll be back shortly after 1. Okay, we'll get started again. Ms. Gutierrez, you can call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to offer some exhibits first.
Okay.
The department offers petitioner's exhibit number 10 against, they are the felony charge against Alyssa Lopez for 3 counts of child endangerment, and it is a certified copy.
All right. Objections? All right, petitioner's 10 is admitted.
I next offer 10A.
Your Honor, I'm showing exhibit 10 as the complaint, just for clarification. Am I wrong on this?
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I think on that one, they proceeded on the complaint and didn't do an indictment. So it's actually the complaint, Your Honor. I apologize for
Okay.
misspeaking.
All right, petitioner's 10 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I next offer petitioners exhibits 10A, 10B, and 10C, which is the judgment on each count. And I believe that's for deferred adjudication.
Objections? Okay, petitioners 10A, B, and C are admitted.
And I next offer 10D, which is just a supplemental order on her probation.
Okay. Objections? Okay, 10D is admitted.
I next offer petitioners exhibit 20, which is a certified copy of the adversary hearing order.
Okay. Objections? All right, 20 is admitted.
I next ask that the court note in exhibit 20 that there is an order for the parents to have visitation with their children separate from each other.
Is that part of 20 or I didn't hear you?
Yes, Your Honor, it's part of 20.
Okay, so noted.
I next offer petitioners exhibit number 21, which was the bond at the beginning of Ms. Lopez's criminal case that restricted her contact with the children.
All right.
And that's 21, Your Honor.
All right, no objections. Petitioners 21 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. The department calls Andrea Graves as its witness.
All right. The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Your Honor. Andrea, who do you work for?
I work for St. Francis Ministries.
And what is your position there?
I'm a family support worker.
And what does a family support worker do?
I conduct the visits, making sure that parents are communicating and being safe with their children overall.
Okay. And so in short, are you a visitation supervisor for parents involved with the department and whose kids are in care?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you acted as a visitation supervisor for Alyssa Lopez?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you likewise acted as a visitation supervisor for Jonathan McClendon?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately when did you start supervising those visits?
I know it was in 2024. I'm not too sure on the date exactly.
And do you still currently supervise any of those visits?
No, ma'am.
Okay, approximately when did you stop supervising visits for the McClendon Lopez family?
I think it was on like May 17th, and I started on January the 14th of
And
2024.
Of 2024 for both dates?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And were you made aware that their visitation was supposed to be separate?
Yes, ma'am.
And did the parents comply with that?
Yes, ma'am. I only conducted one visit with them together. After that, they were separated.
Okay. For the visits that you did supervise for Ms. Lopez, was she appropriate during those visits?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have any concerns with her?
No, ma'am.
And for the visits that you supervised for Mr. McClendon, did you have any concerns there?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Can you please go into detail of what those concerns were?
There was just a lot of verbal back and forth with the children, statements that were being made that I really didn't think was appropriate to be made with the children.
And I'm going to ask you to stop right there. Can you give us some examples of statements that were made?
He was just kind of like
Objection,
yelling at the
hearsay.
Overruled.
he
Please
was kind of
answer,
like
Ms.
yelling
Gray.
with the kids at some points. Jolise, he would make statements like, "Oh, why did you leave? Why did you this and that?" Like he had a lot of questions, and he would get upset with Jolise for asking these questions, and he would kind of lash out back with him.
Okay. And were there additional concerns with the father's visitation?
Yes, he would kind of make comments towards us as staff, telling us that we stole his kids. He would kind of get loud with us, kind of yell at us. There was an incident where I did come late with the kids because I was transporting them from out of town to this visit, and traffic did get a little wonky and stuff. I did inform them I was running late. It did cause a big scene. I did have to get other staffing to come and help with this visit.
Now, when you say parents caused a big scene, did you mean both parents?
No, just Jonathan. Sorry.
Okay. And with him, you had visits, did that occur on more than one occasion?
Yes, ma'am. It got to the point to where I had to have another worker with me to conduct the visits.
And was one of those people or second visitation supervisor, was that Danielle Graham?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, going back to Mr. McClendon's visit on May 17th of 2024, did you supervise a visit for him with the children as well as with with Danielle Graham?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Can you tell us what occurred at that visit?
It kind of already started out kind of on a bad foot because we were already driving, transporting Jolise to the visit when we were informed that Elisa didn't have a ride to the visit. We were originally informed that we're not allowed to like transport the parent and the child together, so we weren't able to transport her to the visit.
Did she freeze for y'all or just me?
But she claimed that she'd be able to find a ride.
Okay, Ms. Graves, I'm going to ask you to re-answer that question just because you froze up for us just for a second.
Okay, sorry about that. Yes, it kind of started a little wonky because we weren't able to transport Jolise and Alicia to the visit. She did have to find a ride to go to the visit. She made it about like 20-30 minutes late. Y'all can hear me now and everything?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so the visit did,
I think the last thing we heard was that you said that mom arrived about 30-ish minutes late to the visit.
yes. So after the visit already like started about 30 minutes late, She did come in, she seemed a little frustrated, but she was able to like kind of pull herself together. She was tending to the kids. She did inform Danielle and I that she didn't bring any food for the kids or anything because she was running so late. She did inform us that Jonathan was going to bring the kids some pizza later on when he arrived. We did go outside with the kids. They played and everything. There was a little tiff between two of the kids. King and Junior, they got in a fight over like the bubbles. The other kid bit one. Elisa did hit one of the kids on the hand. It wasn't like a hard hit, but she still tapped him. I did redirect her the best that I could. I informed her that we weren't able to do stuff like that during these visits. We did come back inside to calm all the kids down, and we kind of sat down for a little bit until like everybody was calmer. Jonathan did try to bring some pizza around the time her visit came about. We did inform them that they could not be together during the visit. So he said that he was going to give up about 30 minutes of his visit for her to have like some time just to eat pizza together. So then his visit did start. Jolise was a little upset during his visit. He was kind of like, I don't know if he was just tired or he was just having a rough day. Danielle did try to calm Jolise down. She sat in front of him, asking him if he could breathe, trying to calm him down. This did irritate Jonathan, why we were supposedly like restraining Jolise. That's how he felt like we were restraining him. It did get so bad that Danielle told me to bring the kids into another room while she spoke to Jonathan, trying to calm him down. I did wait for a placement to come and get the kids. The two placements got the younger kids, and I sat in the car with Jolise until we could get Danielle out the room.
Now, when you said things got so bad, can you give me more detail on what was considered bad?
It was like kind of like a screaming match. He was kind of getting really upset. He did get really close into Danielle's face. He was kind of yelling about how we took his kids, how we mistreated him. He spoke about how he didn't think things were fair. It was just kind of hostile. The kids were just crying and stuff. So I did get the kids out and try to calm them during the situation.
And how did you feel when this was occurring?
I don't think there was really time to feel about anything. I was just trying to hurry up and get the kids to calm down and also make sure they went to placements and everything was kind of calming down the best that we could.
And were you concerned that the children were witnessing this?
Yes.
And were you concerned for your own safety?
Yes, I didn't know how bad it would get, especially with Danielle so close to him, and he was kind of categorizing her to like stand and listen to it.
So it sounds like you had concerns for Danielle's safety as well.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes, I did end up calling our supervisor, and our supervisor ended up calling Danielle to talk to her while this was going on.
Okay. Pass the witness.
All right, Ms. Kincaid.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a ballpark, about how many visits did you observe for Miss Lopez?
I really don't know how many visits I've done altogether for them.
Okay,
I did
was it-
quite a few.
Okay, so it was quite a few.
Yes, ma'am.
And during the visits with Miss Lopez, she was appropriate, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. We only had one incident. It was just her tapping one of the kiddos on the hand, trying to redirect them. That was the only situation we ever had.
Okay, and what types of things did you observe Miss Lopez doing with the children?
She sat with the kids. She did little crafts. She did play with the kiddos. She did bring them appropriate snacks and lunch and stuff.
Okay, did the children recognize her when she attended the visits?
Yes.
Did the children, from your observation, do you believe the children look forward to visits with her?
For most part, yes.
Did it seem like they were bonded with her?
Yes.
Did it seem like they enjoyed their time with her?
Yes.
And was Miss Lopez attentive to the children during the entirety of the visits?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
All right, Mr. McClendon.
Yes, sir. I got to turn my camera back on. Am I on?
Not your camera.
All
There,
right.
there you
Okay,
are.
I got you.
There you are.
How would you classify the children's demeanor and attitude during their visits with me?
I think the two younger children, King and Junior, they did fine. Jolise did struggle during the visits.
If you had to put a category on it, would you agree that that could be due to a little more knowledge of the circumstance due to his older age?
It could be.
Okay, that's great. Um, on the date in question where Danielle and I had the spat, I noticed that you said it could have been, frustrating for me to see that the children were separated from my presence during the visit. Um, does that alleviate any of the pressure when it comes to concern about the passion I exhibited that day for you, thinking about it in retrospect?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to speculation.
Overrule. You can answer, ma'am.
No, sir, I really don't think so. With the screaming matches and my coworker getting catty cornered in the building, I don't think
Okay.
it alleviated anything.
Okay. Do you agree that I would benefit from some counseling in that area?
I think anybody can benefit from counseling.
Well, no. Do you believe that specifically, do you agree that I would benefit further on from counseling in that area?
Your Honor, I object to speculation.
Overrule. If you have an opinion, you can answer. If you don't, you can just say, I don't really have an opinion on that.
I don't have an opinion on that. Thank you.
Okay. From the time you started conducting the supervision of the visits, did you see a great improvement of Alyssa's activity and engagement with the children?
I think Alyssa did great during her visits for most part.
Yeah, I'm saying, could you iterate a brief example of the progress she made throughout the visits with the engagement of the children and the conduct as you discussed?
In all honesty, I don't think I stayed long enough. Like, I watched these visits for months, but I didn't stay long enough to see a full-on improvement of Alyssa's visits.
Okay, but we both agree that she did an outstanding job.
Yes, sir.
Okay, no further questions.
All right, Ms. Wiggins?
I have no questions.
All right. If there's nothing further, can Ms. Graves be excused?
No objection.
Okay. All right, Ms. Graves, I'll release you so you can go about your afternoon's business. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
The department next calls Danielle Graham as its witness.
Okay. Ms. Graham, if you'd unmute, please. All right, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes.
All right, thank you. If you'd raise your right hand, do you swear the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Your Honor. Danielle, who do you work for?
St. Francis Ministries.
And what do you do for them?
I'm a PSW.
And what does a PSW do?
A parent support worker is here just to support the parents.
Okay. And do you sometimes help supervise visitation?
Yes, ma'am.
And on May 17th of 2024, did you help Andrea Graves supervise visits with the McClendon family?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you tell me what occurred on that day?
On that day, like Andrea said, Mr. McClendon came and he had his first Alicia had her visit with the child with her kids. She was about 30 minutes late. She stated that she didn't want to ride with Mr. McClendon. So she came, she was late. When she got there, she was flustered. So we all went outside and we played. The boys started playing on the ground. Jolise kind of started to throw a fit, so she kind of tended to Jolise instead of the younger two, Jonathan and King. Jonathan and King had a little argument over the bubbles. Jonathan Jr. bit King, and so she went and she kind of hit him on the hand, and she said, "No, we don't bite our brothers." Well, when she did that, Andrea stepped up and said, "No, ma'am, we can't hit our children in visits." And so she said, "How about we go back inside?" So I grabbed Jonathan and King, and we headed back inside.
And for clarification, when you're describing the Jonathan in this visit with Elisa, at this point you're speaking of Junior, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so for clarity of the record, when you're speaking about Jonathan Jr., can you please add Junior to his name?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes.
Please continue.
Once we were inside, the boys started playing with me and Andrea, and Alyssa kind of sat in the corner, she was frustrated, so we just kind of let her cool off in the corner. And then when Mr. McClendon, he showed up, and so he said that he wanted to give 30 minutes of his visit to Alyssa. So we did. So we went back outside, and they were eating pizza.
Now, Ms. Graham, did Mr. McClendon say anything to you when he arrived with that pizza?
He said, "Hello, beautiful."
And how did you feel when he made that statement?
That's not appropriate.
Okay. And how did you respond?
I didn't. I just acted like I didn't hear him and went to the other side of the table and started messing with the kid.
Okay. And then from there, did Alyssa's visit continue?
It did. And they ate outside and they played. And then Jonathan's visit started.
All right. Can you tell me what occurred during Jonathan, the father's visit with the children?
When his visit came, it was kind of hot outside, so we took it all back inside. And he was playing with the children. Well, the children were kind of restless from being outside and being hot. They were thirsty. And I could tell that Jonathan was getting overwhelmed. At this point, all three of the children were crying. Jolise said something to Jonathan, I'm not sure, or they were playing with bubbles. It was over bubbles. And Jonathan looked at Jolise and told him, "Well, if you don't stop crying, I'm going to take your bubbles." So that sent Jolise into a bigger mess. Well, at this point, Jonathan kind of stood up like he was going to go for Jolise, that he was going to reprimand him and he was going to hit him. I stood up and I immediately went and got Jolise and took Jolise to the other room to calm down. Well, in the other room, there was a chair. And so Jolise sat in the chair. I was kneeling down in front of him, trying to get him to calm down. And I was asking him to breathe with me, to, just about different things to get his mind off of it. Jolise started to breathe with me, and I calmed him down, and he was okay. We were fixing to go back into the room. And that's when Jonathan McClendon showed up, and he had Junior in his arms. When Jonathan showed up, he started yelling at me and telling me that that wasn't appropriate, that I took his child, and that I'm doing just as much damage as CPS has done to him from the removal and being stripped away from his parents. And he wasn't happy with the whole situation.
And what attempts did you make to de-escalate the situation?
I had Andrea come. When Andrea came around the corner, I had her, take Jolise and the kids back into the room so they could play, so they didn't have to witness all of this. And I just started talking to Mr. McClendon and asking him why he felt that way. And he stated that Nobody at CPS wants to help him, or the department or St. Francis, that we're not here to help him. And I expressed that I should have waited and given him a chance to parent Jolise, but in that moment, I was afraid for Jolise.
And in that conversation, did you agree with Mr. McClendon out of fear?
Yes.
Okay. But what was it you were feeling at the time when you felt the need to take Jolise to the other room?
I was scared he was going to hurt Jolise.
Now, during that conversation, can you explain where the door was, and it was only one door?
There was only one door that would open. He was in front of the door, kind of barricading me in the room. So I couldn't. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead and answer.
Just so I couldn't leave.
And did you point out to him that him blocking you from leaving was not going to help his case?
Yes, I stated, or I asked him, how do you think this is going to help you? If you just let me out or let me leave, then maybe I can de-escalate the situation and try to help you.
And where was Jolise at this point in the conversation?
Jolise was with Andrea outside.
And what occurred that this conversation ended?
One of the guys, he had to come from St. Francis to come and let me out.
Okay. Pass the witness.
Ms. Kincaid?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Graham, about how many visits did you watch with Miss Lopez?
Probably maybe 3 or 4.
Okay, in your observations, was she appropriate with the children?
Yes, she did get upset sometimes, but overall she was appropriate.
Okay, and what types of activities did you see them doing together?
They drew together, they played cards together, they did a puzzle together.
Did the children seem to enjoy their time with her?
They did.
And did she seem to enjoy her time with them?
Sometimes.
With 3 kids in a room, it can be tough. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Did it seem like the children were bonded with Miss Lopez?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'll pass witness.
All right, Mr. McClendon?
Yes, ma'am. How many visits did you facilitate with me?
3.
Would you overall, how do you think the progress, my demeanor was with the children?
I think you got frustrated very easily.
Fair enough. Do you feel like, and specifically outside of just this one time, but throughout the duration, that there was a good facilitation of visitation between myself and the children?
Your Honor, I'm going to object only to request that he clarify the question. I'm not sure what he means by facilitation of the visitation.
Yeah, you re-asked your question, Mr. McClendon.
Do you feel like you did your job properly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you feel like overall there was a good interaction between my children and I?
For the most part.
Did they feel, or did they seem bonded with me to you?
Yes.
Were they excited to see me when I came?
Yeah, they were.
To your knowledge, have I ever deviated on any visit or the ability to bring them food or anything like that?
At the beginning, I didn't see any food being brought, but then towards the end, you did.
Yeah, I remember that. So and the visit in question where I believed Jolise was being barricaded from me. Can you describe the room and hallway where you retreated with him to?
In the front of the building, there was, I don't know, maybe a 8x10 room in the front of the building, and then a hallway.
Okay, located exactly in what proximity to each other?
Right next to each other.
On which side, facing what direction?
I don't know what direction.
Okay, when in question, I was allegedly barricading you from leaving the door or room. Which one? The exit to the building or the room that you had retreated to?
There was only one door to the room.
But then there's an exit door to the building. Which one was I barricading you allegedly at?
The door.
Which door?
The front door.
Okay. Was my back to the front door when I was allegedly barricading you?
Yes.
Isn't it true that there's a camera directly above the front door?
I'm not sure.
Okay, well, still, has there been submitted any video evidence from that camera corroborating your statements today?
I don't
I'm
know.
going to object as she has no knowledge of a camera, so I don't know if she would know if there's video.
She answered, I don't know.
Okay. Okay, so let's move on. In the small, the short amount of time that you did facilitate visits for Alyssa, what did the progress look like for you?
Your Honor, I'm going to object and request clarification. He said progress for Danielle. I'm not sure whose progress he's
I
asking
said, I asked, what did her progress look like for Miss
That's
Grant?
Mr. McClendon. I don't understand that question at all, so I'm sure she can't. So if you just try to put
How much progress?
if you try to put it in simple terms instead of trying to use
I
larger
can't.
words, I think we'll all understand you better.
I can't. This is me. So I'll try to rephrase it.
Please.
How would you narrate what you saw in forms of progress from Alyssa in her visits?
I don't think I witnessed enough visits to see progress.
Okay. So now I'm asking, did you believe that, okay, firstly, did you have more time facilitating my visits or hers?
The same.
Okay. So you said with hers, I'll reiterate, you said that you didn't have enough time to see progress. So then is it safe to say you didn't have enough time to see any progress from me as well?
I wouldn't consider adequate progress, no.
You had enough time to ascertain that?
I don't know.
No further questions.
Ms. Wiggins.
No question, Judge.
All right. Can Ms. Graham be excused?
She may be excused, Your Honor. We also asked that Venus Mincy be allowed back in. I think
She's in.
Oh, okay,
She's
great.
in.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Graham, I'll release you so you can go about your afternoon's business. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Your Honor, before we call the next witness, I offer petitioner's exhibit. Let me get that.
Hang on,
number.
let me pull mine up. Okay, go ahead.
I offer petitioner's exhibit number 23 as evidence. And this is a certified copy of the initial permanency review hearing order.
Okay, objections? All right, petitioner's 23 is admitted.
And I next ask the court to note that in section 9.2, it makes an order that Mr. McClendon's visitation with the children is suspended until he begins rational behavior therapy, parenting classes, and counseling. And it is further ordered that once those conditions are fulfilled, his visitation with the children will restart as virtual and in a therapeutic setting.
All right, so noted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I believe Sam Wildman is taking the next witness, if I'm not mistaken.
Ms.
Yeah.
Wildman, your next witness.
Chris Koval, he's
Okay.
he's a corporal with the Amarillo Police Department.
Okay. Corporal Koval, this is Judge Graham. If you could unmute.
Am I unmuted?
Yeah, you are. If you'd raise your right hand. You
Okay,
swear the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right. Do you have camera availability?
I do. I'm trying to, sorry,
Okay,
I'm new to Zoom, so.
There you
Oops.
were. You were there briefly.
Well.
Oh.
There it goes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Amy, did I swear him in? I can't remember. Okay. All right. You may go, Miss Wellman.
All right, and Mr. Koval, it's my understanding you're not with the actually with the police department anymore. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what agency are you with now?
I work for the Texas Board of Criminal Justice, Office of the Inspector General.
All right. And so were you working for the Amarillo Police Department previously?
Yes.
Were you working for them on November 6th of 2024?
Yes.
And what were your duties at that time?
I was assigned to uniform patrol on the evening shift.
All right. And on November 6th of 2024, did you get dispatched to 947 Columbine in Amarillo?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of the nature of that dispatch?
At the time, it was a burglary in progress. When I responded, that's what the call was.
Who did you make contact with when you arrived?
I made contact with the neighbor of the house that was being burglarized. It was Mr. McClendon.
Now, was it your understanding that he lived at 947 Columbine, but perhaps the burglary was going on at 945 Columbine?
Correct.
All right. And and it was your understanding that Mr. McClendon lived at 947 Columbine, correct?
That's correct.
What did he, I guess, tell you he had done that day?
He said that the neighborhood had some problems with burglaries. That he had some property that had been stolen before from him. And that at some point he had come out and seen some burglars messing with the neighbor's house at 945 Columbine. And he decided to set up some cameras covertly to cover that area so that he could be alerted if someone came back to try to finish burglarizing the house.
And on this particular incident, were there any weapons involved?
I believe there was. I don't remember any weapons. You mean from the people that he jumped, or
just in general, Mr. McClendon or anybody involved?
Yeah, Mr. McClendon told me that he had a rifle and pointed it at him at some point when he confronted him, and that they ran off.
I'd say, were either of those people on scene when you arrived?
No, there was no one other than Mr. McClendon.
And did he tell you anything more about those cameras?
Just that those cameras were connected to his house and that he was monitoring the activity in their yard.
Okay. And was he able to actually catch any of this incident on camera?
I believe he said he did. I don't. Something had happened where it either didn't record or he had deleted it before he got there. I can't remember the circumstances of that.
And maybe that was a better question, is like, did you ever actually see any video?
I never saw any video, no.
Okay. But he indicated to you that the cameras were working, correct?
Yes.
And is it accurate to say that ultimately he was not the victim of the theft or any other investigation that you completed on that day?
Correct.
Let's see. And have you reviewed your incident report prior to this?
Yes.
And that's the standard forms that you were keeping as incident reports when you were working for the police department?
Yes.
Is that an accurate reflection of the investigation you completed that day?
I believe so. Yes.
Your Honor, we're going to ask to admit States or Petitioner's Exhibit 14, which is just the copy of that incident report.
Okay, objections? All right, petitioner's 14 is admitted.
All right, and I will pass the witness, Judge.
Ms. Kincaid?
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you have any contact with anybody named Miss Lopez during that incident? Or did you?
I contacted the neighbor.
Okay, is Mr. McClendon the only person that you had contact with?
At
So-
9:47, he was the only person that I had contacted that night.
Thank you. I'll pass witness.
Mr. McClendon?
Yes, sir. You testified just, I don't know, 2 minutes ago that I said to you that those cameras were attached to my house so that I can monitor the burglary, right?
Yeah, that's I believe that's what was told to me that night. I remember it being connected in some way.
Are you aware that the cameras were attached to 945 Columbine, according to the report?
If 945 Columbine was the house that was burglarized, then that's not my recollection of it. My recollection of it is that they were attached to the neighboring house at 947 Columbine.
So is it safe to say then that either the report is lying or you are?
Well, I mean, it's possible that I had a typo or something that happens pretty commonly in when you write reports. But I'm telling you, I was there, so I remember those cameras being connected to 947 Columbine.
Okay. Are you aware that I live at 945 Columbine?
I wasn't aware of that.
Okay. Were you aware of the fact that I had sole maintenance of 947 Columbine at that time?
Oh, maintenance.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. What'd you say?
I was the only person allowed to maintain the property at 947 at that time. Did you have that knowledge?
I didn't, not at the time. No, I didn't know that.
Last question. Are you aware of the fact that your report says that I live at 2415 Magnolia at the time of this incident?
I don't know.
No further questions.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Wiggins, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then can Mr. Koval be excused? Okay, Corporal, thank you for your testimony. I'll release you so you can go about your business, and thank you for your service.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Uh-huh. All right, next witness.
Let me look at our list, Judge. I think that's also me. I'm gonna be calling Travis McDonald, who is with APD, Judge.
Okay. Officer McDonald, this is Judge Graham. If you'd unmute.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. If you'd raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. Ms. Wildman.
Thank you, Judge. Officer McDonald, just briefly, how are you currently employed?
What was that?
How are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the Amarillo Police Department.
Can you hear me all right? Do I need to speak up?
Yes, no, you're fine.
And how long have you been with the Amarillo Police Department?
I've been with the Amarillo Police Department since December 9th of 2021.
All right, and just real briefly, a couple sentences. What sort of training did you undergo to become a police officer?
So it was approximately 7 months of training at the police department. Then once completing that and obtaining my TCOL license with the police department, I went to the field training officer program and I rode with an FTO until I graduated from that. And since graduating from the FTO program, I've been assigned on the north side of Amarillo ever since.
All right. And so what is your current duty assignment?
My current duty, I'm assigned a north side patrol officer. I'm evening shifts. I work Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday from 3 in the evening till 1 in the morning as a patrol beat officer.
All right. And was that your assignment in February of this year?
Yes, it was. I was in February, I was assigned beat 336 on the north side of Amarillo.
All right. And so do you recall on February 16th, 2025 being dispatched out to 945 Columbine?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were dispatched, what was your understanding of that what you were being sent out for?
So the reason I was sent out there, it was the reason we were called, a neighbor had tied in to 945 Columbine with an electrical cord, and where the light socket for like the porch light is, a wall socket was installed after it was removed, and an extension cord was plugged in from there and ran over to 947 Columbine. And that's why they called us.
Were you able to observe the extension cord that had been plugged in over there?
So when I arrived on scene, they had already unplugged it at that time, but the extension cord was still there, yes.
Okay. And so did you make, I guess, contact with the homeowner of 945 Columbine?
Yes. So the original, it was his, I believe it was son-in-law that I spoke with, and he had them on the phone.
Okay.
But I did speak to them, yes.
All right. And so then what did you do, or did you attempt to make contact with anybody over at 947?
Yes, I did. So while on scene, I went over to the door, I knocked. Nobody would answer the door there. And so while we were on scene, as I went back to my car, I was notified by my in-car computer that we had been called from the residents from 947 that someone had been knocking at their door, and they wanted us to contact them by phone. So I spoke to them over the cell phone.
Now, let me ask you, before you spoke to them over the cell phone, did you notice anything over at 947 that was kind of out of the ordinary?
So the only thing really out of the ordinary over there, I remember there was a light on. I don't remember what room it was in the house, but I could tell there was a light on that had went off while we were there. And there was also an eviction notice on the door that nobody was supposed to have been inside that residence.
And do you recall the name that was on the eviction notice?
I believe it was for Miss Alyssa Lopez.
All right. And so did you call the individual who, I guess, had reached out to dispatch?
Yes.
And how was that individual identified?
So I believe Miss Alyssa, she identified herself over the cell phone while speaking to her. And then she was referring to, I believe, as she quoted, it was her baby daddy that she was referring to. And I ended up identifying him as Mr. Jonathan.
All right. So when you first contacted Alyssa, did she say whether or not she was home?
She said they first claimed that nobody was at the residence, and said that he had came and told her, I believe it was, I'd have to look back at the report and see, that he had told her that someone had been knocking at the door by monitoring the cameras.
Okay, and so when you said he, do you recall Jonathan's last name?
Mr. McClendon.
Okay. Now, did you ever talk to Mr. McClendon over the phone or in person that day?
Over the phone, I spoke to him.
All right, and so what was the first contact you had with him over the phone?
So the first contact I had with him over the phone was when she handed him the phone for me to speak with him.
Okay. And did he say anything about tapping into the neighbor's electricity at all?
So with electricity, he said that he was monitoring the neighbor's house there. He said the neighbor knew that he was monitoring the house. I guess they've had some previous issues with some thefts at 945 Columbine. So Mr. McClendon said that he had been monitoring that residence for him.
Did he acknowledge using the electricity from that other unit?
Yes.
And so later, initially, what did he say about whether or not he was physically in that residence?
So I believe it was towards the end of the conversation with him, speaking with him, he did advise that he was inside of the residence. And I guess he's had previous involvements with us going there, trying to speak with him. He made mention of an officer busting his window. He mentioned that he believed, because he was smoking marijuana, I guess, inside of his house at that time, that he thought the smell from the marijuana was seeping outside and that we could smell it. And that's why he did not want to answer the door.
And just to clarify, that was Jonathan McClendon who was telling you that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so, and I guess to clarify, he said he was in the residence and Alyssa had handed him that phone for him to talk to you, correct?
Yes, while I was on the phone with her.
Okay.
She handed it to him.
Did either of them ever come to the door to talk to you in person?
No, ma'am. In February, nobody from the residence spoke to me in person. No, ma'am.
All right. And you have your incident report in front of you, correct?
I don't have the incident with me. I can pull it up if you would like me to.
Well, you've reviewed what's been marked as the incident report, which has been marked as Petitioner's Exhibit 15, correct?
What was that?
From this incident you just testified to?
Yes, ma'am. I have reviewed it. Yes.
And when you reviewed it, was that an accurate rundown of what you had testified to and what had happened as you recalled it that day?
Yes, ma'am. Between that and my body camera footage.
Okay. Your Honor, the department's going to move to admit, let me bring up my list real quick, I apologize, is going to move to admit Petitioner's Exhibit 15 under the hearsay exception under 803, I believe I've said it was 8 previously, for public record as a police report, and then we're also going to, at this time, move to admit what's been marked as, let me bring it up, been marked as State's Exhibit 16, which is a certified copy of, hang on, I had it up and I lost it. It is a certified copy from the Justice of the Peace Court in an eviction case. Case number is 12281. This is out of JP1 in Potter County. Again, that's a certified document, so that would be self-authenticating under the rules of evidence. And we would ask to admit those two at this time.
An eviction of what is it? You said eviction. What type
It's
of
an eviction case related to Alyssa Lopez at that 947 Columbine address.
What is it? You say eviction case, but what's the actual exhibit?
Your Honor, the exhibit is going to be it's the filings and
Let me just see if I can pull it up again. Okay, give me just a minute.
It's the petition and the order, Judge.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get at. Thank you.
Sorry.
All right, any objections to 15 and 16? Okay, petitioners 15 and 16 are admitted.
All right. And so, Officer McDonald, you had said that on the date in February, you did not make physical contact with them. Were you later dispatched back to Columbine in May of 2025?
Yes, ma'am. It would have been May 29th.
Okay. And give me one moment. What do you know what address specifically you were sent out to on that call?
So we weren't provided an actual address to begin with. The caller wouldn't provide an address, didn't want to provide information and name or anything like that. He's just on a suspicion from an incident the night prior involving a fire in a driveway. Upon speaking with her, it was eventually found that they were staying at 945 Columbine, and that's where I ended up making contact with them.
All right. And so again, when you made contact with the people at 945, did you recognize them?
So initially, I've never seen them in person. I've never dealt with them prior to this. I did not recognize them in person. No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you recognize? Okay. Well, how did you ultimately come to identify the people that were on scene? What were the names?
So the only person who would identify it while on scene was Mr. McClendon. He provided all of his information, and he's the one who cooperated with us while we were on scene. The female I spoke with in the doorway, she didn't provide any of her information. She didn't want to cooperate. But through looking like in jackets and RMS, I was later able to see she appeared to be Miss Alyssa Lopez, but she never identified to me. She did look like her though.
And so when you say looking at jackets, do those include photos?
Yes, ma'am. So in web RMS, certain jackets, some people we don't, some people we do, they'll have photographs of them on there. And she did have one on hers.
And that appeared to be the same person that he was with on that particular date?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what did Mr. McClendon, I guess, tell you the reason for the call was?
So the reason for the call, there was another person that they know. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. I guess the night prior, he had set some clothes on fire in the driveway. They were to that gentleman's ex. I was never able to obtain her name or any information for her neither.
Okay. And did Mr. McClendon give you any kind of information as to who this other woman could have been?
No.
Was there any indication that it was the woman that was with him that was possibly the victim?
No, ma'am, there was not.
Okay. When you first arrived at this address, who opened the door when you made contact?
It was the female caller that I believe I was speaking with over the phone who opened the door initially. And that's the lady who appeared to be Miss Alyssa.
Okay. And did she appear to live there?
Yes.
Let's see. And did she...
I object to that. That was speculative. I was muted. I didn't get a chance to say it.
I didn't ask the question again, Ms. Wellman.
Oh, Judge, I'd asked if she appeared to live there based on his observations.
And I said objection, speculative.
And I think based off of his observations, he can say whether or not she appeared to live there.
No, I'm going to sustain it. Just looking at somebody doesn't tell you whether they live at a residence or not.
All right. Let's see. Give me one moment, Judge. Let's see. Did Mr. McClendon do an affidavit on that date?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
Do you recall in that affidavit, did he indicate that he lived at 945 Columbine?
Yes, ma'am. I believe that's what he put for his address on that.
Okay. And what did he say, I guess, about the female companion that he mentions in his affidavit? Was that indicated to be the person that was with him?
No, ma'am, there was no indications of that from the affidavit deal.
Okay. I'll pass the witness, Judge.
Okay, Ms. Kincaid.
So the person that was there with Mr. McClendon that evening, did you ever positively identify that person as Miss Lopez?
She never identified herself to me, no, ma'am.
Okay. And Mr. McClendon indicated that he had a female companion with him, or that's the result of the fire. Is that correct?
So the fire, that was a result of the lady who answered the door. She referred to her as her, I can't remember like the exact words, basically her friend. And the gentleman who set the clothes on fire was mad because his ex was speaking to the lady who answered the door or had spoken with her.
Okay, so it wasn't the lady who answered the door's clothes. Is that?
No, ma'am, there's no indications of that.
Okay. I'll pass witness.
Okay. Officer, was this all over some burning clothes from a day before? Is that what this whole thing's about?
Yes, sir, from the night prior.
Who was complaining about it? Or I'm totally lost. I've listened to this testimony and I don't understand a bit of it.
Yes, sir. So we're originally called, the lady who called over the cell phone, she wanted to make a report because she was claiming the suspect from the incident the night prior had been in the area and she was wanting us to arrest him.
So what did she want you to arrest him for?
I guess it was because she had set the clothes on fire in their driveway.
Okay, all right, thank you. I'm still lost. Not by anything you've said. Don't get me wrong.
Yes,
all right,
sir.
Mr. McClendon, questions?
Yes. Officer, on the night in question or the day, could you tell me what time the incident happened?
I don't have the report in front of me, but when I was dispatched for the fire, I know I was dispatched it was approximately 3:59 in the afternoon.
Do you recall what time you actually made contact?
No, sir, I don't have that.
Okay. In the affidavit, did I mention who I was with?
I don't have the affidavit in front of me, so I don't recall you mentioning who you were with.
Did you ever ask me to identify who you believe to be Miss Alyssa Lopez?
I can't recall that. I'd have to go back and watch. I do remember asking further information, and it just wasn't. Nobody wanted to provide it.
Okay, so you're answering that question with a no. You never asked me, or did you ask me to identify her?
I do not recall.
Okay. I mean, for fundamental purposes, it is corroborated that I'm the victim or supposed victim in this ordeal, right?
Yes, sir, because you were the only person who would cooperate and make the report.
And the incident that happened it happened the night before, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you have knowledge of who made the 911 call the night before?
The lady I spoke with, who I believe to be Miss Alyssa, is the lady who said that she is the one that had called.
Okay, now very important. Out of all those calls and contacts, had you ever laid eyes on her inside that residence before I made the report the day in question, the following day?
What do you mean?
Had you ever seen what you believe to be Miss Lopez inside that residence before the day I called you to receive the report about him being back in the area?
No, that was my first time ever talking to y'all in person.
Okay. Oh, and I'm sorry. I believe that was already asked and answered. I don't have any further questions.
All right, Miss Wiggins.
Did you observe any children at this residence?
No, ma'am, I did not.
I'll pass the witness.
All right. Nothing further. Can Officer McDonald be excused?
I only have one other question, Judge, and we may be able to just do this this way. We would move to admit petitioner's exhibit. I believe it's 17, but let me double check our numbers since I think we skipped a couple. 17, which would be Mr. McClendon's witness statement from that incident.
Okay, no objections. All right, petitioner 17 is admitted. All right, Officer, what?
I'm sorry. I hate to burden you, but I do have one more question.
Okay, go ahead.
Officer, am I correct to recall that you said you made contact with me at 947 about the electrical incident?
Over the cell phone, I did.
Okay. Oh yeah. So that night, were you ever able to see inside the property at 947?
I couldn't see inside. I could see the lights, and I could tell the lights had went off.
Okay. Did you ever well, discussing the fact that I'd let you know that the busted window on the front door was from a previous officer. Did you ever smell marijuana coming out of that hole?
No, sir, I never really stepped up to the door. I didn't want to with the window being busted for my safety.
Do you recall that you said I should go ahead and open the door because if I was doing something like smoking marijuana or something, you weren't worried about that?
No, sir, because I was wanting to talk to you on the theft at that time. That's what we were there for, and that's what I wanted to speak about.
Yeah, do you recall saying that you weren't worried about that?
I don't remember exactly what it was. No, sir. I'd have to review the body cam.
Okay, are you familiar with conference call?
With conference call?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Are you familiar with the conference call? Have you ever made or received a conference call?
No, sir, I've never done a conference call. This was all done over my work cell phone, recorded on body camera.
Well, conference calls when two people can talk to the same third party on the phone at the same time.
Okay.
That night, were you able to ascertain that we were not making a conference call versus being in the same residence?
By her speaking to you while she was still on the phone, yes.
Again, I'll explain a conference call if you would like me to.
Judge, I'm gonna object. That wasn't a question.
I asked him if he would like me to explain a conference call again.
I don't want you to, so go ahead and ask your next question.
So were you able to ascertain that night whether we were speaking in person with one another or on a conference call?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled. I don't think he understood the question to answer. Officer McDonald, what he's getting at is on a conference call, you would be able to hear both of them. You wouldn't necessarily know whether they were on the conference call talking to each other or they were standing right beside each other. Did you see them standing right beside each other?
No, I didn't see them in person. There is no way for me to tell that.
There you go. That's what I was looking for. Thank
No
you.
further questions.
Okay, if anyone else. All right, then, Officer McDonald, I'll excuse you so you can go about your afternoon's business. Thank you for your testimony and thank you for your service.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, next witness.
The department next calls Melody Zuniga.
Okay, this is your worker, correct?
She is a DFPS investigative supervisor, Your Honor.
Okay, do we need to take a short break first? Is this going to be lengthy?
I think it could be. My
Okay.
direct won't be, but the cross might be.
Okay, let's go ahead and take about a 5 to 10 minute break. The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Your Honor. Melody, who do you work for?
The Department of Family and Protective Services.
And what is your profession there?
I'm a supervisor.
Are you a supervisor for investigations?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long have you been a supervisor for?
Nearly 4 years.
And prior to becoming a supervisor, were you an investigator?
I was.
And approximately how long were you an investigator for?
A little over 10.
And as a supervisor, have you supervised Annalise Kendall?
Yes.
And is she an employee of the department?
She is.
And did you supervise an investigation she was involved in regarding Jonathan McClendon and Elisa Lopez?
Yes.
And are you familiar from previous occasions with the McClendon Lopez family?
Yes. I actually supervised an investigation back in it was July of 2022.
Okay. Do you have was there anything concerning from that investigation?
Yeah, it was a domestic violence investigation. And Ms. Lopez was pregnant at the time.
And what was the, I guess, the closing finding in that investigation?
That was an unable to determine for neglectful supervision of King McClendon by Mr. McClendon.
And why was it closed as undetermined?
Ms. Lopez had spoke about Mr. McClendon slapping her. However, she reported that this was a result of them messing around. It was later played off as they were joking.
Okay. Have you also, for Annalise's investigation with the parents, was that in February of 2025?
It was.
And what were the intake allegations?
That Rain had been born, and there was a concern that Rain was going to be taken back into a home back around Mr. McClendon.
where there was ongoing domestic violence concerns between him and Miss Lopez, between Mr. McClendon and Miss Lopez.
And how would you characterize the cooperativeness of Mr. McClendon during that investigation?
He was not cooperative.
And how would you characterize the cooperativeness of Alyssa Lopez during that investigation?
Initially, she wasn't. She did come around and start cooperating with Miss Kendall.
Okay. And during the investigation, did Ms. Lopez make any statements about wanting a protective order against Jonathan McClendon?
She did.
Okay. And did she contradict herself and at times say he was the father and then say he was not?
She did. She had initially told my investigator that she had put Rain's name as McClendon, and put Mr. McClendon's name on the birth certificate, so it was easier for her to get a protective order. Which I didn't quite understand, but that was her reasoning behind it. And then she had stated that she wasn't sure if he was the father, and then stated that he was the father.
Okay. And what was the conclusion of that investigation?
We found both Mr. McClendon and Miss Lopez reason to believe for neglectful supervision of Rain.
And what was the basis for that finding of a reason to believe?
Due to their concerning history of domestic violence, Miss Lopez continued to deny that she had any contact with Mr. McClendon, that he was having any contact with the baby. However, information that we continued to gather throughout the investigation contradicted what Miss Lopez was saying. There was also a video that Mr. McClendon had put on social media, and you can hear a newborn crying in the background, which led us to believe that he was having close contact with Rain.
Right, I pass the witness.
Ms. Kincaid?
You said that Miss Lopez began to cooperate with you. Is that correct?
Yes, she did.
Now, did she say that Mr. McClendon was the father? Or can you explain to me more about what she told you regarding whether Mr. McClendon was the father?
So it was a little confusing. She would say that he wasn't the father, then that she wasn't sure if he was the father, but ultimately she did put him on the birth certificate, making him the legal father.
Okay, but did she give you any names of any other potential fathers for Rain?
A gentleman that all she could tell us was the name of Taz. No
Okay.
last name, just Taz.
So did it sound like she was uncertain about who the father of the child was?
She was also, there was other information that we had gathered that we were pretty sure it was Mr. McClendon.
Okay, but did she sound like she was uncertain as to whether she knew who the father was?
Yes, she made it seem so.
Okay, and has this investigation closed?
It has.
When did that close?
This investigation closed April 3rd of 2025.
Okay, and was the child removed, or is the child still with Miss Lopez?
The child is still with Miss Lopez.
Okay. Were there any recommendations as to visitation for Mr. McClendon?
Ms. Lopez had stated that she wasn't going to allow him any contact and that she was going to file for a protective order.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass witness.
All right. Melody, so there was no action taken on the 2025 case on Rain?
No,
Never.
sir, we had to close it. No legal possible.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right, Mr. McClendon, questions?
Yes. You testified that there was reason to believe that there were, scratch that, we can go a different direction. Give me a second to gather my form because I don't want to botch this. Okay, so you said there was a video where I had what you believe to be Rain, and you could hear her in the background. Do you have a degree that would, give you the eligibility to do voice screening?
Well, I do not have a degree in that, but I have raised 4 children, so I'm pretty sure I know what a newborn sounds like crying.
Okay, so have you ever met Rain before?
Not in person.
You ever heard her before this date?
No, sir.
How then can you ascertain that was even Rain in the video?
You're correct. I couldn't ascertain that was her, but I could ascertain that was a newborn's cry.
Okay. You are aware of the fact that I have multiple baby mothers?
Yes.
No further questions.
Ms. Wiggins.
No questions.
All right. Do we need Ms. Zudiga to stick around or can she be excused?
I have one more
I'm sorry,
question.
Ms. Kincaid, you got something else?
I think Ms. Gutierrez has something and then I'll go if that's okay,
Right.
Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Zuniga, based on the history of domestic violence between the couple and specifically against Jonathan McClendon, would it concern you if Mr. McClendon was caretaking for any newborn?
Absolutely.
Okay, pass the witness.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I got
Ms. Zuniga, did Ms. Lopez give you the opportunity to visit her home?
Yes, she did.
Okay, and what was the street address or what was the street that that home was located at?
That was Magnolia. Did you want me to say the whole address? I
No,
believe
ma'am.
we're
No,
live.
ma'am.
Okay.
Just the street.
Okay.
We're on YouTube.
And did she allow you to enter the residence?
She did allow my worker to enter.
Okay, and was the home observed to be clean, safe, and appropriate?
Yes, it was.
Were there items for safe sleep and for the baby?
There was.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass witness.
All right. Anyone
Got
else with the
one.
questions?
Yes, sir. I've got a little bit more.
Okay.
Have you ever met me before the day you come to make contact with me on this case?
No, sir.
Are you privileged to any of the reports, documents, or their findings from these allegations?
As in the CPS reports?
Oh, no, as in what gives you concern for me maintaining I would say conservatorship over any newborn?
Well, I'm going to base that on your aggressive behavior towards my worker at the hospital. And that
No
goes
further
hand in
questions.
hand.
Okay. All right. All right. Anyone else?
No, Your
Okay,
Honor. We have
Can
to
Melody
chief.
be excused?
No objection.
All right. Thank you, Melody. I'll release you so you can go back to your afternoon's business.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Judge,
Yes, sir.
I'm so sorry, and I know I shouldn't be trying to slide this in, but she said she never met me before, and then turned around and said she based it off of my conduct at the hospital.
Okay. I don't know if she said she saw the conduct. She may have just been told about your conduct. So,
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
all right. Next witness.
The department calls Thomas McClendon as its next witness.
Do you swear the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McClendon, you've been subpoenaed to be here today, correct?
Yes.
And that means whether or not you want to be here, you are here. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, sir. How are you related to Jonathan McClendon?
I'm his father.
And are you familiar with Alyssa Lopez?
Yes.
And what is the relationship between Jonathan McClendon and Alyssa Lopez?
Well, from what I understand, they were girlfriend and boyfriend for years.
Okay. And did you have concerns about their relationship?
Rephrase that question.
What
do you mean?
did you have concerns about their relationship, for example, like domestic violence?
No, not really. I've heard things, but really never saw anything.
Okay, so you've never personally witnessed any of that, is that correct?
Right, that's correct.
Okay. Have you recently seen Jonathan and Alyssa together?
Yes.
Can you tell me approximately when that was?
2 days ago, we just saw the baby. Was it 2 days ago? Yes.
Okay. And
They
when
ain't
you,
by the house.
and they went by your house, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And they had the baby, which baby?
Rain.
And is that your granddaughter?
Yes.
And has there been any occasion in the past, since February, of you witnessing Jonathan McClendon taking care of any children?
No, I haven't actually witnessed it. No.
Okay. Have you ever been to his home when there was a child present?
Yes,
Which child was that?
it was Rain.
And who else was there in his home at that time?
My nephew, Dominique, and Alyssa, and my wife.
Do you have any knowledge of Jonathan McClendon babysitting Rain?
Have not witnessed it. No.
Has Alyssa informed you at any point that Jonathan was babysitting Rain?
No.
Has Mr. McClendon at any point said that he was babysitting Rain?
No.
Have you talked
Not
to
verbally.
Alyssa? I'm sorry?
Not verbally. No.
What do you mean not verbally?
I mean, they just didn't say it to me. If they were, in other words, made it knowledgeable.
Okay. Have you talked to Alyssa about her relationship with Jonathan?
Have I talked to her about it?
Yes. So do you have any concerns about her having a relationship with Jonathan McClendon?
No, I really don't have a concerns. I don't like the situation. Because it's her choice who she want to have a relationship with, but I don't like the situation of my son not providing or being a more responsible party with that relationship. I've always had that concern.
And have you directly talked with Jonathan about working his services for the CPS case?
I talked to him once
And
about
can you
Yeah.
tell me more about that conversation?
Well, from what I got from the conversation, that he was supposed to go to some classes, behavior classes, all these type of things, and but my son can be a little stubborn sometimes. From what I understand, he said that he has the right to refuse that, and that it is his choice, that he couldn't be forced into it, and he choose not to do that. And I have a concern with that, because if you really want the children, you would do it.
And does Jonathan have a stable job?
No,
And to your knowledge, what does he do for work?
I don't know. He say he works, but I don't actually ever see him doing anything like an 8 to 5. So I'm not around to see that, but I've never seen. I know in the past he worked for Amazon, but that didn't last very long.
All right, I pass the witness.
All right, thank you. Ms. Kincaid, questions?
When they came by to visit you a couple of days ago, was there anyone else with Miss Lopez?
My daughter.
Taisha?
Yes.
Okay. And did she ride to and from the visit with Miss Lopez?
Yes.
Okay. Did they all arrive together in the same car, separate cars? How did that work?
Same car.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
All right, Mr. McClendon, questions for your father?
Yes, sir. First question, how are you today?
I'm great.
Okay, what would you classify as normal when it comes to an 8 to 5?
A job that can show that you actually have one.
Okay. So am I safe to say that you're saying as long as you can see the document evidence of me having an 8 to 5, then it exists?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Have you any knowledge that there isn't any documented evidence of me having an 8 to 5?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to speculation.
Overrule.
Well, I'm going to object and request a rephrase. I think there was a double negative in there, Your Honor. It was confusing.
Mr. McClendon, rephrase your question to your father.
Do you have any knowledge that there is not documentation of my 8 to 5 as you classify it?
No, I don't have any knowledge.
Okay. Have you ever asked me to produce documentation of my 8 to 5 for you?
No, I have not.
Since my departure of your home, have I ever called and asked you for anything?
No.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear his response.
Yes, you did, actually.
What?
You asked for some money at one time to help you with some adventures you had in mind, and I refused to do that.
Did I ask you to? Oh, I'm sorry.
You asked us about a car one time, and I didn't do that.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
You asked me about a car one time, and I didn't do that.
Okay, let me rephrase that question. Have I, when it comes to my children and their upbringing or their bearing, have I ever asked you for anything, even in forms of assistance?
No.
How do you feel like the relationship with my kids and I was?
I didn't see any problem with the relationship that was visible to me. No.
Do you feel like my kids benefited from my supervision?
How would you describe benefit?
Like, do you think they would have been better off with or without my supervision, however the circumstance may have been?
Well, I felt that they were doing pretty good. I never saw anything that would give me any other doubt in that decision.
Okay, as for right now, no further questions.
All right, thank you. Ms. Wiggins.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. McClendon, you indicated that you had heard things about their relationship, but hadn't witnessed anything. Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement.
And did you hear anything from Alyssa or Jonathan about their relation that gave you concerns?
No.
Did they ever talk to you about fighting? I'm sorry.
I've had phone calls about arguments and things, but I've never actually seen any physical contact.
Okay, so you have heard them talk about them arguing?
Yes.
Okay. And did they ever say when they were arguing if they got physical with each other or if it was just verbal?
They never said that they got physical at all with each other that I'm aware of.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last part.
That I'm thinking it was it. No, they've never. I've heard them fighting in verbal form, but it's always just a bunch of screaming and arguing. We don't really get the end of both sides. I don't know who did what.
Okay. And in regards to your son, does he have other kids that are not Miss Lopez's?
Well, he claims to have a son that he says is his, but I still have my doubts about that one.
Okay. Has he been around that son with you recently?
No.
And in regards, you said you saw Rain and him and at least Alyssa 2 days ago. Have you seen them in May? Did you see them in May together?
You talking about all of them?
Yes, all 3 together.
No.
Okay. Did you see Rain just with Jonathan?
No.
Okay.
The last time I
Nothing.
seen Rain before this incident was with Taisha and Alyssa
Okay, thank you.
at
Nothing further.
her house.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
All right, any other questions from anyone?
Yes, sir. I got one more or a couple more.
Okay.
Mr. McClendon, are you are a patron of a church, are you not?
Yes.
So it's safe to say you've had, at least a minimal amount of dealings with relationship and couple struggles?
Yes.
Have you met a couple that hasn't argued yet?
No.
No further questions.
All right, anyone else?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. McClendon, in your conversations with me, did you express concern about Alyssa being around Jonathan?
Yes.
Can you please tell me the basis for those concerns?
Well, those concerns for me was, well, because I was understanding that it was part of the stipulation for her to receive the kids back, that she was not to have any contact with him. And that was the whole purpose of her getting the place that she has and going to all of the classes and things that y'all have set before her. That was my understanding. And I still have concerns about that because I worry if that's going to cause any problems to stop them from coming home.
Okay, pass the witness.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I got one more.
All right.
And I do mean one more. Think about this all the way in depthly. Mr. McClendon, had you had the knowledge you have now of this case, when you were interviewed, would you have leaned toward the fact that I should not be around Alyssa or the kids?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to speculation.
If you can answer it, Mr. McClendon, you can answer it. If you don't have an opinion, just tell us that.
Tell them to repeat the question, please.
Okay, repeat your question.
If you had the knowledge that you have now of this case, then when you were interviewed, would you have leaned toward the fact that I should not be around my baby's mother or the children?
That's the only knowledge that I have is from that you are not allowed to be around the babies. And
so if you didn't have,
it's not basically the little girl, it was about the boys themselves.
Exactly. So if you didn't have that knowledge, is what I'm saying, would you have said that there was a concern with me being around them?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to speculation and asked and answered.
Mr. McClendon, I don't know what you mean by if he had the knowledge that he has now. What knowledge does he have now?
Now, listen, he's saying that he was informed that my baby's mother would not receive her children back if I was around them, which we've refuted in court. That is not true. It was never said to her that she was not going to get her children back if she was around me. But Mr. McClendon was informed of this by the interviewer.
Okay, so what's the question in there?
So the question is, if that interviewer never told you that, would you have said I should not be around my children or my baby's mother?
And Your Honor, I'm going to object to this question because there's an exhibit in evidence, the initial permanency hearing order, that shows that he is not to be around the children until he starts specific services.
Okay. All right.
Well, it would apply to the children subject of this suit and not the child reign.
And Mr. McClendon clarified in his question that Mr. Thomas McClendon clarified he was speaking about the boys and not Rain.
Let's just move. I'm not gonna
Okay.
sustain it, or let's just move on.
Okay, I'll move on. Sorry about that. Do you have a concern now at this date with me being around my children? If it should be ascertained today that I am not, and it has been previously, that I am not a danger. It has been previously with Rain.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. That nothing's been ascertained until I make a final ruling in this case,
Yeah, okay.
Mr. McClendon.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. If it should be, which is how I worded it, if it should be ascertained that I am not a danger to these children because you have the knowledge provided to you by the state that I am, do you have a personal concern with me having supervision of my kids after today?
Your Honor, I object to speculation.
Yes.
No, overruled. Mr. McClendon, I didn't hear your answer.
Okay. I never had a concern that he was a danger to the children, but there was no reason for me to have that concern.
Okay, that's good. That's a good enough answer. That's good enough.
That's good. Thank you. No further questions.
Anyone else? Simone, I'll remove you so you can go about your afternoon's business.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next witness.
I believe Sam Wildman is calling Officer Tipton. Sam, is that correct?
Yes. Yes, Jason Tipton.
Okay.
Officer Tipton,
Yes, ma'am.
just briefly, how are you currently employed?
Yes, ma'am. With the Amarillo Police Department.
Phone number is 50851.
Officer Tipton, is that your radio?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I just turned it down. I apologize. I'm actually on duty today, so.
Thank you. We'll try to make this quick for you. How long have you been with the police department?
I've been with the police department here for about 4 years, ma'am. Started in April of 2021.
And just real briefly, what kind of experience or training did you go to work with the Amarillo Police Department?
We attended basic TCOL Academy, around 8 months of training in various procedures, law, legal requirements, defensive tactics, patrol techniques, and things of that nature.
And what is your current duty assignment?
I'm a patrol officer assigned to Second Watch, which is day shift from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. on the north side of Amarillo, Texas.
And it may seem like a silly question, but is that what you were doing on June 3rd of this year?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you recall being dispatched out to 945 Columbine on June 3rd, 2025?
I do.
All right. And what was your, I guess, general understanding of the initial dispatch?
It came out as an assault that had just occurred, if I remember correctly. It was there weren't a lot of call notes. It was kind of vague, just that there had been a physical altercation.
And was it your understanding that the physical altercation had occurred at that location?
Yes.
So when you got there, who did you first make contact with?
A female. Let me pull my. I don't remember her name exactly. Hold on just a second.
If you need to pull up your incident report to refresh your recollection, we can give you a moment.
Yeah, it won't take me but just a second. I met initially with an Elisa Lopez.
Yeah. And when you first made contact with her, what was your understanding of where she lived?
I understood her to live there.
All right. And when you spoke to Miss Lopez, what did she tell you had happened?
The long and short of it was there was another the suspect had come over, gotten into a verbal confrontation with her and the father of her child. She made some statement to the effect of that this was an ongoing thing with this person, that he had been there and caused problems multiple times, and then that eventually the three of them together had gotten into an altercation where she was struck and then scratched on the face by the suspect in the case.
Was the individual that she referred to as her baby daddy ever identified on scene?
Yes.
And how is he identified?
Let me pull it up here. He was actually identified by her as I think it. Let me check my notebook. I believe it was Jonathan McClendon.
Okay.
I think. Let me see if I got that information. If I kept the same notebook. Yeah, Jonathan McClendon, black male, 5/26, 1984.
Okay. And so, were they both there on scene when you were there?
Yes.
Was their child there as well?
There was a child there, yes.
Can you give me a kind of a brief description of the child and maybe the age?
It was small, like infant size. The child wasn't involved in the call, and somebody just stepped onto the porch briefly with the child. I don't remember if it was the male or female, and then stepped back into the house. So I didn't have a lot of interaction with the child.
Okay, so let's see. Did anybody fill out any kind of affidavit for you that day?
Elisa did. She filled out an affidavit. Mr. McClendon declined to cooperate other than speaking to me verbally. He did not write a statement. We did not take pictures of him following the altercation. And when I started to ask about those things, he went back into the house.
Okay. And so, let's see. Have you've obviously been able to review your incident report, correct?
Yes.
And you previously reviewed your body cam footage from that incident, correct?
I have.
And did you also review the still photos from that body cam?
For the still photos from the body cam?
Yes.
You mean the pictures I took on scene?
Give me one moment.
Okay. We don't take stills on our body cam, so.
Okay, gotcha. All right. So, just ask you a brief kind of question as far as the camera footage the body cam footage that you reviewed. Briefly explain kind of how those body cams work.
So when we pull up, we activate them either manually or if we turn on our overhead lights, it activates our cameras. There are a couple other triggers as well, but really that's the main thing. They loop back about 30 seconds once we turn them on. Usually when we arrive or on our arrival or pretty quickly thereafter, we activate our body cameras while we're interacting with victim suspects or witnesses. That's pretty much, and then we stop and review and define them based on whether it was an incident, the class of charge, and then it's uploaded from there.
All right, and then after reviewing your footages that appear to be a true and accurate depiction of what was recorded on the on June 3rd, and your interactions with Miss Lopez and Mr. McClendon.
Yes.
And on that camera footage, would there be that moment where the child was brought out?
I would say probably.
Okay. And then let's see. Officer Tipton, do you have access to your email there in your
I do.
Have you received the email from Investigator Ralston with Petitioner's Exhibit 19C?
Which one is 19C? It has multiple exhibits.
Let's see. It is going to be a PDF with a couple of photos in it.
Let me see here. I have show all. I have a copy of the incident report, the 2 statements that were obtained during the incident, and a subpoena. I do not have still photos in this email that I received.
If you'll give it one moment, that should be on its way to you. As far as the statement from Alyssa Lopez, is that the affidavit that you provided to her on that incident?
Yes, it is.
All right. Your Honor, the department would ask to first admit Petitioner's Exhibit 19, which is that statement by Ms. Lopez made in this incident.
All right, objections? Okay, Petitioner's 19 is admitted.
We would also move to admit Petitioner's Exhibit 19B, which is the body cam footage that Officer Tipton has testified to and authenticated.
All right, objections? All right, Petitioner's 19B submitted. Is it contained on the same thumb drive that was delivered to me?
It should be, Judge.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
And then Officer Tipton, has that email come through yet?
It is. I'm looking at those pictures now. Those would be from that interaction. The clothing and everything else matches.
All right, so those appear to just be still shots from the body cam that was just admitted.
Yes.
All right, and I think I accidentally closed my copy. Hang on. Let me pull it back up. All right, and then and as you said, the clothing appears to be the same as it was that day. Does it otherwise appear to also?
Yeah, that's the glass that she was using to write her affidavit on.
Okay.
That is the child that he was holding. Yeah, these are from that body cam footage.
And so, what's the what's the address in the background on the first photo?
It's 945 and it would be Columbine. I know from personal knowledge.
Okay, but it says 945.
It does.
And then the second photo, is that the child that you saw?
Yes, it is.
All right, and Your Honor, we'd ask to admit Petitioner's Exhibit 19C as well. Those being still screenshots from the video that's previously admitted, and they've also themselves been authenticated.
All right, objections?
Yes, I have an objection on relevancy. I give 2 reasons. One, I don't know if he even knows what Rain looks like, and I don't know that it's relevant based on the fact that we already know that there's nothing that says she cannot bring my daughter to see me.
What's the relevance of the photos, Ms. Wildman?
Your Honor, the relevance of the photos are that, one, they established that, you know, while the child may not have been outside there was an assault, an ongoing assault that's going on at this location, and it does show a danger, if not even just to that child, to other children that may be placed to live with him. And also, again, it's a still from a video that was where both parents are alleged to have been involved in this altercation with this other individual. As well as, again, Your Honor, to show the residents, to show that even though they're stating that they have, I guess, different addresses, that at least on this incident, Officer Tipton is stating that they both reside at that residence. Based off of the information he had received, I think it's relevant as far as address.
All right. I'll overrule the objection. 19C is admitted.
And then, Judge, I will, and I'll pass the witness, Judge.
Okay, Ms.
And Judge-
Kincaid, questions?
Sorry, can I interject, Judge?
Sure.
So we had the witness statement that was admitted, the body cam that was admitted, and the still photos, but we don't have the police report admitted. Is that correct?
I've got 19 as the affidavit, 19B is the body cam, 19C is the photos that we just talked about. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Judge. I just wanted to clarify.
Okay, Ms. Kincaid, questions?
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Tipton, did you ever ask Ms. Lopez what her address was?
I believe she stated that, if I remember correctly, to be exact, she stated that the suspect came to her and her baby daddy's house causing problems, which led me to believe that she resided there.
Okay, and was the child outside when you arrived?
No, as I previously stated, the child only was brought out briefly and then went back inside. The child was not outside when I arrived.
Okay, and do you know if the child was present during whatever altercation occurred?
I don't have any knowledge of that. I wasn't told that the child was, and I don't have any evidence to say that they were.
Okay, and in this incident, is Miss Lopez considered a victim?
Yes, of an assault. She had physical injuries consistent with being assaulted.
Okay, and that was from another individual and not Mr. McClendon, is that correct?
According to the affidavits that we received on scene, yes.
Okay, and I'll pass witness.
Okay. Officer Tipton, was the alleged perpetrator, did you say Johnson McClendon?
No, I said Jonathan.
Jonathan, okay, sorry.
Your Honor, can I ask a clarifying question?
Certainly.
The alleged perpetrator was not Jonathan McClendon.
No, I'm sorry. I apologize. I misunderstood the question. The alleged perpetrator was another person. I can look at this other affidavit and give you his name if you give me.
Yeah, I'd like that. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Give me 2 seconds. I apologize. His name is Anthony Cunningham.
Okay, thank you. That clears that up for me. Appreciate it.
That was the person that came to the residence and allegedly fought with Mr. McClendon and Miss Lopez.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. McClendon, questions?
Can I?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Sorry,
Okay. Go ahead.
I didn't hear that. Go ahead.
Mr. Tipton, how was my demeanor the night of the incident with Mr. Cunningham? Do you remember?
Not really. You seemed relatively calm, but you were clearly agitated.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Have you had a lot of reports made on Mr. Cunningham within the last, I don't know, let's say month?
Personally, no.
Are you knowledgeable of any?
No. I'm not saying they don't exist. I just haven't been involved in them.
Okay. Did you immediately recognize Mr. Cunningham?
Oh, I did, yes.
Okay. Could we classify what response I was given? Would you give an opinion of protective or aggressive?
I didn't understand that as a question at all. Please
Would
rephrase
you
it where
say,
we can understand it as a question.
yes, sir. Would you say that I was giving out protective vibes or aggressive vibes?
I wouldn't have an opinion on that based on the fact that the incident was over when I got there. I didn't get a quote unquote vibe. Like I said earlier, you seemed relatively physically calm, but you were clearly agitated from an assault. I don't really, a vibe is not a concrete thing for me to define.
Okay. Did I give any activity that said that I would act in an aggressive manner?
I believe you told me that you were going to take care of it yourself since we weren't going to arrest him. To be honest, I'd have to look at my body cam footage again.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But I asked, did I physically do anything that would say that I was going to act aggressive?
No, as I said, the incident was over when I arrived.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge of my relationship status or number of baby mothers?
No clue.
Okay. You ever met Rain McClendon before?
No.
Okay. No further questions.
All right. Ms. Wiggins.
I have no questions.
All right. Anything further of Officer Tipton?
Just briefly, Judge.
Make it quick. He's on patrol.
I understand, Judge. Officer Tipton, do you recall from your body cam footage at any point Mr. McClendon referring to Alyssa as his wife?
I do remember that, yes.
Do you recall from the affidavit or from the body cam initially where was Mr. McClendon when Anthony arrived?
He was in the house.
Okay. Do you recall anything about him putting the baby down to then go outside?
Let me clarify. Who asked me that question again, so I can make sure I'm answering the right way? Do I recall where who was?
Mr. Well, and based on the affidavit, let me try again. Based off of the affidavit that Miss Lopez had completed, were she and Mr. McClendon initially in the home before the fight happened?
That's as I understood it, yes.
Okay. So did then both of them then leave their home before the altercation actually started?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall anything from your body cam about anybody having the baby or putting the baby down before going outside to begin this altercation?
I remember something about the baby being there, but to be quite honest with you, I don't remember exactly. I've reviewed my body cam footage, but I've been on duty all day, and I would be lying if I said I absolutely remembered.
But would that be on the body cam footage?
It would. If someone made that statement to me on the scene, it would be on the body cam footage. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Let me see. Let me kind of clarify a question that Jonathan did, or you come up when Jonathan was talking to you. When he said he would handle it himself, what did he say he was going to do?
It was, if I remember correctly, it was a veiled statement of sorts. He didn't directly come out and say he was going to go kill anyone, but it was a statement of basically that he was going to go physically handle it in some way or another. I don't remember if it was with a pistol or if it was with his hands or anything like that. He didn't make any direct, overt threats, but they were pretty clear, or I took them to be pretty clear.
Yeah, I'll pass the witness, Judge.
Any other questions?
One teeny question.
Your Honor. Oh, sorry.
Ms. Kincaid, we'll start with you.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you take a look at the affidavit from Miss Lopez, what does it list as her residence? Not the number, but just the street.
It says Magnolia.
Okay. And just to clarify, because I got a little bit confused in the last round here, you don't know one way or the other whether the child was outside during this altercation or not.
Oh, I don't have any knowledge of that, no, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Mr. McClendon?
Mr. Tipton, do you recall individuals trying to flag you down approximately 6 minutes before the incident?
No, actually, I don't.
Do you recall making a statement to us that you were just making your beat, so you didn't think to stop when that actively occurred?
When somebody waved at me?
Yeah, when we were at the corner
I may have,
flagging you down.
I may have said that, yeah. And I may have saw you and thought you were waving at me, but I didn't take it to be you were flagging down. And I think we talked about that day.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. That's what I was asking. Thank you for clearing that up. Do you, well, I wanna try to get this right, and I'll leave it alone after this. Do you think it would have gotten to that point had you noticed it as a flag down versus a wave?
I have no way to, I have no way to answer that.
Well, the flag down happened before the incident. So I'm saying if I flagged you down and you didn't think it was a wave and keep going, if you'd actually
again, Judge.
Wait a minute, I can't hear both of you at the same time.
If you'd actually stopped and didn't think that was a wave, could it possibly have gotten this far?
Again, Your Honor, I'm objecting to speculation now.
All right, speculation, that's sustained.
Do you believe you had the ability to prevent this manner if you had stopped instead of kept going?
Your Honor, speculation and
Sustained, speculation, sustained.
Would you have tried to all of your ability to stop this altercation if you had stopped instead of kept going?
I'm gonna object to speculation.
I'm gonna let that one go. If he for some reason, by whatever, had stopped, Officer Tipton, you may say, I don't know. I mean,
there's no way to know. I may have
absolutely.
prevented it, I may have postponed it, or it may have happened in my presence. I have no way to know that.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. If it happened in your presence, would you have been legally obligated to arrest him?
Judge, I'm gonna object to speculation because again, there's a lot more that could go into what had happened.
He wasn't there to see it, so he can't possibly answer that question. So
that's what.
Move
Judge,
on,
that's what I asked.
Mr. McClendon. Move on.
But that's what I asked. I said if he had saw that, isn't he legally obligated to arrest him?
You don't. It would depend on what he saw. He wasn't there to see it.
The assault. I'm saying if he
didn't see the assault, so he doesn't know what he might have seen and whether or not he might have arrested anyone.
Okay, generally speaking, if you are flagged down on any day out of the blue by any individual and they are attesting to the fact that an assault is occurring, if you are to stop and view that assault, aren't you legally obligated to arrest that person assaulting the victim?
I'm not legally obligated to. I'm allowed to in Texas.
Okay, no further questions.
All right. Anyone else have questions for Officer Tipton?
Please don't kill me, Judge, but I do have one shortly.
I won't kill you. I've got an officer watching me.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Go ahead.
If you take a look at the affidavit that Ms. Lopez filled out, on the first line, are you taking a look at that?
I am. I have it in front of me.
Can you just read the first sentence, please?
Yeah, I was at my baby daddy residence when an individual named Anthony Cunningham came to the residence, being hostile.
Okay. So if she says that she is at someone else's house, would that indicate to you that perhaps she wasn't living there?
I have no way to know that. Affidavits are considered to be sworn documents, and she signed it stating that she was telling the truth. I don't on an assault for a victim, I wouldn't normally verify if they were living at the residence or not. I would base it on what they told me. And if she said that she was there, then that's what she said. If she says in her affidavit that it's her baby daddy's residence, I, as a police officer, based on just the affidavit, I don't have any way to know.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass witness.
All right. Anyone else?
That's it.
Okay. All right, then. Can Officer Tipton be excused and get back to his work?
Please, Judge.
Okay. Officer Tipton, thank you for your testimony. I'll release you so you can go back to work, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, I need a quick break. I don't know if anybody else does.
I was just going to ask for one, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll take about 5 minutes.
Thanks, Judge.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I do, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nerdy, who do you work for?
With St. Francis Ministries.
And what do you do for them?
I'm a permanency specialist for the case.
Can you give me details on what a permanency specialist does?
Permanency specialist is to
help the case mitigate the reason of the removal for the children. Also working with the parents, creating service plan, and also working with the kids and trying to find placement for the children.
Great. So did you create family plans of service for both Alyssa Lopez and Jonathan McClendon?
Yes, ma'am.
And did those service plans aim to mitigate the reasons for removal?
Yes, correct.
Do they also represent the department's reasonable efforts to reunify the family?
Correct.
And can you please identify 2 or 3 services unique to Alyssa Lopez?
For Alyssa Lopez, the service plan is a parenting class, individual counseling, psychosocial appointment, rational behavior therapy, and WAVE class.
And WAVE, that's Women's Anger and Violence. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And were those chosen to help her with the issues that led to removal?
Yes.
And regarding Mr. McClendon, can you please name only 2 or 3 services in his initial family plan of service that are unique to him?
Yeah, given the history of removal, first is a parenting class for Mr. McClendon, individual counseling, and BIP class.
And does BIP stand for Batterers Intervention and Prevention Program?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is your understanding that program is for?
It's to mitigate the reason for domestic violence.
Okay. And is the program geared towards helping perpetrators of domestic violence rehabilitate?
Yes.
And you felt that was necessary for Mr. McClendon, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, were these family plans of service made in order at the status hearing?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we offer petitioner's exhibit number 22, a certified copy of the status hearing order.
All right, objections? All right, petitioner's 22 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so let's open up petitioner's exhibit number 22, and if you could please go to the service plan.
Yes, ma'am.
And whose service plan is first?
The first one belongs to Alyssa Lopez.
Okay. For each one of Alyssa's services, can you please, services and requirements, can you please very briefly identify the service and state whether or not it was completed?
Yes, ma'am. The first was Alyssa will need to find a stable living arrangement, having obtain her own transportation to appointments for visitation. And then a parenting class.
Nerdy, please stop.
Yes.
Nerdy. Okay. I want you, after you briefly name the service, to right after that, say whether or not that service is completed.
Yes,
okay, so if you say transportation, then you say whether or not Ms. Lopez has her own transportation now and if that's completed.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's restart.
The first one is a stable living arrangement. And Ms. Lopez has rented a home. And then the second one, maintain regular contact with her caseworker regarding her participation in progress services. Ms. Lopez actually maintained regular contact with me. Alyssa the third one is that she needs to obtain her own transportation to appointments and visitation at St. Francis. We have somehow she could transport herself, but she couldn't transport herself. So there's two things there.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you to clarify.
Yes.
And that at times Ms. Lopez was able to provide her own transportation,
Yes.
but were there times when she was not?
Yes, ma'am.
For the times that she was not, did the St. Francis try to help her with transportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, currently, does Ms. Lopez have her own transportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please continue.
The next one is participate in complete accredited parenting classes. And Miss Alyssa has completed the parenting class. And Miss Alyssa was will comply with randomized drug screens as ordered, and she comply. And will be required to attend and complete an OSAR appointment with, and she comply with that.
Now, let me
With the OSAR.
interrupt. An
Yes.
OSAR appointment, does that stand for outreach, screening, assessment, and referral?
Yes.
And is that also a substance abuse assessment that is necessary to connect the applicant with potential substance abuse treatment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Please continue.
Alyssa also will be required to participate in complete minimum 6 sessions of individual counseling. She completed that. And then will be required to schedule, participate in complete rational behavior therapy. She completed that. And the next was required to schedule, participate in complete psychosocial appointment. She did complete that. Alyssa will complete a mental health assessment through TPC, and she did complete that mental health assessment. The next one is Alyssa will be required to attend and complete the WAVE program. She did complete that as well.
And does that complete the services required for her in her service plan?
Yes, ma'am. And there's 2 more that.
Okay, please continue.
So to Alyssa also will be required to have a gainful employment. She have a job, but I did not get the full minimum 6 months of stable employment.
And have you requested Ms. Lopez to send you her updated pay stubs?
Yes, ma'am.
And has she periodically complied with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Are there occasions where she did not?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And then the next one, not the last one, will be a stable housing, which she has. I did not also have the 6 months of a stable housing due to multiple times moving and relocating into another residence. 2 of them were also because of the evictions.
Right. Your Honor, we asked the court to note that Exhibit 16 already in evidence is an eviction for Ms. Lopez from 2025.
So noted.
And we next offer petitioners Exhibit number 31, which is a 2024 eviction on Ms. Lopez.
All right, objections?
I have an objection. I don't know how to classify it because as of my calculations, from the time of her eviction to right now, Alyssa has almost exactly, or if not more than 6 months worth of stable living.
That's not an objection. That's just something you can cover when you ask questions.
Your Honor,
Sorry about that.
I'd just like to know what the exhibit number was again, please.
31. All right, then petitioner's 31 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Nerdy, When talking about the safe and stable home, is it correct that during the case there's been some discrepancies or some uncertainty about where Ms. Lopez is actually living?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you give us a list of, and Your Honor, we probably need to go off camera for this for me to ask nerdy addresses of Ms. Lopez. We can alternatively handle it just by street names. But I do need to go into that for evidence.
What do you mean go off camera? You mean go off of YouTube?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm sorry, not off of camera, off of YouTube. You are correct.
Do you absolutely have to give the full address to do your proper questioning? I'll go off.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll stop it and then we'll have to take a short break because I'll have to erase it and then start a new one. So, okay, we'll get started when everyone's back.
I know not to be drinking or nothing when we start back, Judge. Nice little snack before we get started, though.
All right, Ms. Kincaid, you can call your first witness.
Your Honor, I'm going to take him a little out of turn if that's okay.
Sure.
Miss McClendon, I'm going to call, but she's got work, so I'd like to call her first if that's okay.
Which?
Taisha McClendon.
Okay, sure. Ms. McClendon, this is Judge Graham. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
All right, thank you. If you would, ma'am, raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Kincaid, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Taisha McClendon.
And can you spell your first name for the court reporter, please?
Sure. It's T as in Tom, Y as in Yankee, E as in Igloo, E as in Elephant, I as in Igloo, S as in Sam, H as in House, and A as in Apple.
Thank you. And Miss McClendon, you are Mr. McClendon's sister, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you know Miss Lopez, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you are familiar with some of this case, is that correct?
Some of it, yes, ma'am.
Okay, what is your understanding of the reasons that the kiddos are not placed at home right now?
Because of neglect. They were left at home alone by themselves.
Okay, and have you been a prior placement for the children?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and at that, did you recently relocate, or where were you living at the time they were placed with you?
Chicago.
Okay, and did you recently relocate to the Texas Panhandle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and why did you move back to Amarillo?
Honestly, to be speaking with you, because I want my babies home. They deserve to be home, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to get them home. So I dropped everything I had to do to come back so I can get them home.
Okay, and by your babies, do you mean your nephews?
Yes, ma'am. My nephews, Jolise, King, and Jonathan Jr.
Okay, and in an effort to have the kiddos return home, you moved in with Miss Lopez, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay, and what do you do for work?
I'm a general manager at Burger King.
Okay, and how long have you been working there?
In Amarillo, I've been working here about 3 or 4 months.
Okay.
In Chicago, 3 years.
Okay, and you have been in contact with Miss Lopez throughout the pendency of this case?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Okay, and from the beginning of this case to where we are now, have you seen any changes in Miss Lopez?
I have a dramatic change. I'm going to be honest with you. When I first met Miss Lopez, I had no respect for her because she was not a good person at all. She didn't take care of her responsibilities as a parent at all. Since this incident has happened, I've seen her do a dramatic change. I've never seen Alyssa work so hard in my life. I watched her get 2 jobs immediately. I watched her get her house immediately. I watched her go do drug screening. I watched her drop everything within overnight. And I feel like for her, that's a big dramatic change.
Okay. And who's currently living in that home with you?
Just me and Alyssa and the baby.
Okay, and so there's a baby currently living with y'all at this point, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and is it your understanding that that the baby has approved visitations with Mr. McClendon with supervision? Is that your understanding?
Yes, it is.
Okay, who's approved to supervise those visits?
I am.
Okay, and who else is approved to supervise the visits?
For my knowledge, Alyssa.
Okay, and during the time since you've moved back or moved to Amarillo, has there ever been an instance that you're aware of that there's been a visit that has not been supervised?
No, ma'am. Since I've been in Amarillo, I have had the baby.
Okay, and are you willing to be a supervisor or another person to assist this family should the children be returned?
Oh, most definitely.
Okay, are there other people who you believe would be willing to do that as well?
Honestly, at the top of my head, I couldn't tell you, but I know that they have my full support.
Okay, and you would be willing to support Ms. Lopez as well as the children should they be returned?
I dropped up my entire life to do so. So yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass the witness.
All right, thank you. Ms. Gutierrez?
Briefly, Your Honor, Ms. McClendon, is your name on the lease of the property that you're currently living in?
No, ma'am, it's not on the lease.
Okay. Do you believe that kids being left alone is good parenting?
No, ma'am, not at all.
Do you have any concerns of domestic violence for Jonathan McClendon?
At this moment, I don't have any concerns. He hasn't shown me anything.
And in the past, did you have any concerns of domestic violence for Mr. McClendon?
I can't say that I was around it in the past. So no, ma'am, I didn't.
Okay, and if there was evidence that he had struck Ms. Lopez, would that cause you concern?
Of course it would cause anyone concern.
And if there was evidence that Jolise made statements that dad had hit him in the stomach, would that cause you concern?
Of course it would.
Okay, and you had the kids before and you gave them back to these same two parents, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I had them on vacation.
All right, pass the witness.
All right, thank you. Mr. McClendon, any questions?
Yes, sir. Ms. McClendon, you just testified that you have no concerns for domestic violence when it comes to me, right?
Yes.
At the time that you returned the children back home, did you have any concerns for domestic violence considering me?
Not at the time, no. You showed no evidence of concern.
So it's safe to say this is the reason you returned them, because you had no concern for this, right?
Yes.
Taisha, why are you here again, if I could ask?
So I can make sure my babies come home and help take care of them.
And you testified you are willing to do anything to make sure that happens, right?
Yes, anything.
And that includes prosecute me, right?
Yes. If it comes down to it, I will, yes.
You do realize you're under oath, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe that I believe you would prosecute me? I know that's a little speculative. You can answer it or not.
No,
Yeah.
if not if anybody objects.
I know.
But
Your Honor, I do object.
I'm sorry?
I do object, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, sustained. Ma'am, you can't answer that because it calls for you to speculate.
Understand what it
Okay,
is.
okay. Would it behoove me to believe you?
I can't answer that.
Okay, that's great. If I don't believe you and I try some stuff, are you going to prosecute me?
Of course I am, within a heartbeat.
Okay, are you aware of the agreement that Alyssa and I have to terminate my rights willfully at the close of this case?
Yes, I am.
Okay, no further questions.
All right. Ms. Wiggins?
No questions.
All right. Anything further of Ms. McClendon?
I do have a follow-up, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ms. McClendon, are you aware that Mr. McClendon was involved in a physical altercation on June 3rd?
Yes, ma'am, I'm aware.
Are you aware that the mother also was involved in a physical altercation on June 3rd?
I'm aware.
Are you aware that they left the baby in the home at 945 Columbine when they went out to participate in this altercation?
No, ma'am, they did not.
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, anyone else further questions?
Yes, I have a
Yes,
follow-up.
Ms. Kincaid, you first.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McClendon, were you present for the altercation at 945 Columbine?
Was I present during the altercation?
That's
No.
correct.
No.
Okay, so you wouldn't be aware where the baby was at the time?
Yes, I would be. I came home to the baby. I had the baby.
Okay, can you explain that?
Yes, ma'am. When during the time the altercation had taken place, I got a phone call for me to immediately come. So we came with the baby, and I took the baby on the inside of the house.
Okay, are you saying that you were present inside the house at the time of the altercation?
I was present at the time. Well, yeah, you could say that. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you think it would be more appropriate to leave the child in the house or take the child out during the altercation?
It was more appropriate for me to stay in the house with the child so she could be safe.
I'll pass the witness.
All right, anyone else?
Yes. Ms. McClendon, specifically, when the assault in question was happening, were you here at this location?
We must make the record clear what location so we know.
945
Yeah.
Columbine.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I fell just a second. I'm sorry. Let me compose myself. I just fell down. You asked me
Be
what
careful.
now?
I said at the time the assault was occurring at 945 Columbine, were you present?
No.
Is it true that I contacted you seconds after the assault and asked you to accompany us to be a witness?
Yes.
When you arrived at 945 after the assault, immediately, what did you do?
I tucked the baby and I retrieved the baby and went into the home.
Did you come out of the home before the proceedings with the police were finished?
No.
Did the baby come out of the home before the proceedings, at least dealing with Anthony Cunningham, were concluded?
Okay, say that again.
Did the baby come outside of the home before the conclusion of the events with Anthony Cunningham and the police?
I'm not sure. I'm not getting what you're saying.
Okay, so while you were here and we were outside dealing with the police, did the baby come outside before the report was taken on Anthony Cunningham?
No, not that I'm aware of. I don't believe so.
All right, for some clarification, are you even sure of when the report was concluded?
No.
Okay, no further questions.
Anyone else?
Yes, Your Honor, I have a couple of follow-up.
Okay.
Ms. McClendon, you testified when I asked you if you were aware that the parents had been in a physical altercation and you said no. And you have now changed your testimony that you were present in the house.
Objection, that is not true.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, no further questions, Your Honor.
Anyone else? Ms. McClendon, where were you when Mr. McClendon called you about this altercation?
I was at work, sir.
How long did it take you to get back to 945 Columbine?
My job is approximately 5 minutes away from his house.
All right. And so when you got there, was this Anthony, whatever, was he still there?
No, sir.
So you didn't see the altercation at all?
Was Anthony, you said, was Anthony still there?
Uh-huh. Yes.
Did I see the altercation? I seen a lot of people in the yard. I really didn't pay attention because I was more worried about getting my niece in the house.
Okay, so that's my next question. You were worried about getting Rain in the home, so Rain was outside when you arrived, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to Mr. McClendon shaking his head yes and no as she's
I
being
can't
asked
see him at
questions.
all. But
Ms. McClendon, you said that you got there and your main objective was to get Rain inside of the home. So when you got there, Rain was outside of the home?
I believe Rain was being held by one of my, it's either, I don't remember who was holding her, but I took from someone that was holding her and I put her inside the home.
Okay, but that's not my question. Whoever was holding her, Rain was outside when you arrived. And you took her in the home.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had. Okay, if no one else has any further questions, can Ms. McClendon be, all right, we'll make it quick.
Okay. Ms. McClendon, when you arrived, did someone exit the home with Rain and bring her to you?
Yes.
Okay, no further questions.
All right. All right, can she be excused?
Yeah.
All right. Ms. McClendon, thank you for your testimony. I'll release you so you can go about your afternoon's business.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Kincaid, next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll call Ms. Lopez.
Okay. Ms. Lopez, if you'd raise your right hand, do you swear the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. And you speak up a little so we can hear you. All right. Ms.
Thank you,
Kincaid.
Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Just please state your name for the record.
Alyssa Lopez.
And you're the mother of the 3 children, the subject of this suit. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we're just going to dive, first of all, right into the family plan of service, okay?
Okay.
One of the requirements for the family plan of service was stable housing, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you've heard testimony that there were issues with your housing over the course of this case.
Yes.
Would you agree that you have made several moves during the course of this case?
Yes.
Okay. Whenever this case began, you were residing on Spring Street, right?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you move from that residence?
Prior to the case opening, when the kids got taken, I had to leave from that residence to stay at 5226 Royce Drive. When Nerthy met up with me for a home visit, she met with me at that address, at Spring Terrace Apartments. As she was unwilling to meet with me at 5226 were
Judge, I'm going to object to non-responsive. She asked when she moved from there or why she moved from there.
Yeah. So, ma'am, if you'll just answer the question you're asked.
Okay. For a shooting.
Okay. So someone shot into that house.
Yes.
Okay. And so were you concerned about your safety?
Yes.
Okay. And so from there you moved to Southwest 27th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait a minute, I'm lost. I thought we went from Spring Street to Royce Drive. Where was the shooting at?
That was on Spring Street, Your Honor.
I thought she moved in from Spring Street to Royce Drive. I thought that's what she said. Is that incorrect?
Well, Judge, if you let me explain, I mean, I can tell you.
Okay. Where'd you move when you left Spring Street?
When I still had my house on Spring Street. I had went to Mr. McClendon's home, which he wasn't residing which is on Royce Drive.
Okay.
And that's where the CPS case opened up on me at, is on Royce Drive.
All right. That's what I thought you said. Go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt,
sir.
Ms. Kincaid.
Okay. So did you ever live at Royce Drive?
No.
Okay. So from Spring Street, you moved to 27th.
Yes.
Okay. And approximately how long did you live at 27th?
I really don't recall.
Okay. Was it a few months? Was it a few weeks? Just an approximation.
It was months. It was months. I just don't recall.
Okay. And why did you wind up moving from 27th?
Someone had busted mine and my neighbor's bedroom windows.
Okay. And at that time, did you suspect that it was Mr. McClendon that busted those windows out?
I did.
Okay. And did you change your mind about that?
I did.
Okay. And why did you change your mind?
Because neighbors also made a report stating that they had problems and beef with other people and
I'm object to hearsay, Judge.
Sustain.
Okay. So were suffice it to say, you aren't sure if Jonathan did it or not regarding the windows being busted out.
Yes.
And so you decided to move from that location as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And from there, you moved to the Bell Street Apartments. We've been calling them the Axiom Apartments. Is that correct?
Yes.
When did you move into those apartments?
I don't recall the date. I believe it was like March or April. I'm not too sure.
Okay. Whenever you were at those apartments, the Axiom Apartments, did you have visits with Nerdy there?
Yes.
Okay. And you wound up moving. How long did you live at the Axiom Apartments?
For about 5 to 6 months, I believe.
Okay. So, whenever you left the Axiom Apartments, what was the reason that you decided to move from the Axiom Apartments?
The safety and the environment.
Okay. And what was the reason that you were concerned about the safety and the environment?
There was a lot of drug activity, and then following that, there was a shooting that related into a death.
Okay. Did you and Nerdy have conversations about the safety of the Axiom Apartments?
Multiple.
Okay. What were the conversations?
Nerdy first brought it to my knowledge that there was too much drug people running around, and I lived in the alleyway. That was her concern. The second concern I brought to her attention as of the shooting that led to the death, but she said I wasn't gonna maintain 6 months stable housing, so it was up to me if I wanted to leave or not.
Okay. Did she express a concern to you about placing the children with you if you were at those apartments?
Yes.
Okay. So as a result of that, you decided to move if it would be a safety concern for the children.
Your Honor, I object
Yes.
to leading on that question.
Sustain.
Okay. Now you have an eviction from the Axiom Apartments. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And can you explain to the court a little bit why you have an eviction from the Axiom Apartments?
I spoke to Axiom Apartment Management to basically end my lease. They said I couldn't end my lease early. So when I got paid, instead of paying the rent, I ended up moving to a house on Columbine, and they proceeded with a eviction while I was moving out.
Okay. And so you took your rent money and used that as a down payment. Is that correct or?
Yes.
Okay. And then so then you moved from Axiom to Columbine. When did you do that?
It was August 27th when I started moving into 947 Columbine, but I got my lease from my landlord in September.
Okay. And at 947 Columbine, how long did you live there?
I lived there until January 13th to be exact, but my lease for my new house was signed January 15th.
Okay. And there's evidence that there was an eviction notice on Columbine. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain why there's an eviction notice for the residents on Columbine?
Yes. So the landlord that was renting the house out to me was actually subletting the house without knowledge of the actual owner. And they
Your Honor,
weren't paying
I'm going to
them.
object to speculation and hearsay. She knows that.
I don't know. Miss Lopez, how'd you find all this out? Did someone tell you that?
I spoke to the homeowner, which her name is Emma.
Okay, so that's sustained. That would be hearsay.
Okay. So let me rephrase. On 947 Columbine, you were evicted, and did you stop paying your rent there?
No, I did not stop paying my rent.
Okay, but there is an eviction out there for that residence. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And from there, you moved to Magnolia. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when did you move into Magnolia?
January 13th of
Okay.
2025.
And since then, is that where you've been residing?
Yes.
Okay. So even though there have been several moves, you have had almost a few days short, 6 months of housing.
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe the house to me? How many bedrooms is it?
It's a 3-bedroom, 1 bath. It got a carport in the front and backyard.
Okay. And how many bathrooms is it?
It's 1.
Okay. Have you allowed Miss Angriani to visit the home?
Yes, her and her supervisor.
Okay. Have they walked through the home?
The entire home.
Okay. Have they ever told you that they have any safety concerns that you need to fix or change?
None at all.
Okay. I don't know if you'll be able to pull it up because I know that you're on your phone, but I'm going to ask you about some photos of the home, okay?
Okay.
They would be listed as Exhibit M9. Okay. There are 3 photos of the home. Are you familiar with those photos?
Yes.
Okay. Did you actually take those photos?
Yes.
Do they accurately portray the current state of the home?
Yes.
When did you take those photos?
June 9th.
Okay.
Right before our court hearing. Or no, sorry. June. It was a couple days before the court hearing, or the trial. So trial was June 10th. It was like June last week sometime was when I took them. I really don't recall the date, but I took them sometime last week.
Okay. And you've had an opportunity to look at those, is that correct?
Yes.
Have there been any alterations or changes to those photos?
No.
Okay. What do those photos depict?
Jolise and King's room, which there's 2 beds that they one each. They each have a bed in their room and a dresser. That is their room, and then there is 1 bed in the other room, and that is Junior's room.
Okay. And in those rooms, do you have everything that you would need should the children be returned home to you?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have it set up so that they have toys and clothes and all of those types of things?
Yes, the hall closet is their toy closet.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would offer Exhibit M9, photos of Miss Lopez's home.
All right, objections?
No objection.
All right, M9's admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Moving back to the family plan of service, okay? We've gone over our housing. The next requirement is regular contact with the department. In this case, it would be Miss Angriani. Have you maintained regular contact with her?
Yes.
How often do you think that you guys, just guessing on a weekly basis, either call or text?
I say more than what I should contact her, but it is my duty to be in contact with her, so I do.
So is it multiple times a week, once a week? What is it?
Multiple times a day.
Okay. So transportation has also been a bit of an issue at the beginning of this case and throughout some of it. At the beginning of this case, did you have a driver's license?
No.
But you understood that transportation is an important part of your service plan, right?
Yes.
That's to get the kiddos to and from school, doctor, whatever, right?
Yes.
So you obtained your driver's license, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, do you have a vehicle?
Yes.
And is that vehicle reliable for you to get from A to B?
Yes.
And were you even able to transport yourself to visitations once you were able to save up and get that vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And You were asked to complete a parenting class and that you completed. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You were asked to do your randomized drug screenings and you complied with that. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You completed your OSAR.
Yes, ma'am.
Or you didn't complete the OSAR, but you went to intensive outpatient. Is that correct? And completed Cinecord?
Yes.
Okay. You did your counseling with Jennings.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And let me back up a little bit on this. On your parenting classes, what did you learn from your parenting classes?
That you have to be there physically, mentally, and emotionally for a child in order to properly give them the care and the needs that they are needing as a child.
Okay. And you understood the importance of the random drug screens, right?
Yes.
Explain to me the importance of sobriety as a parent.
Being sober-minded, and actually in reality, has brought me to realize a whole bunch of stuff that I shouldn't have done in the past life, which led to this court hearing now. So I believe that as a result of this whole case, taken for this detrimental thing to happen, I have overcome and learned a lot of things that my kids shouldn't have had as a mother. They should have had the mother that I am now.
Right. And you did counseling with Mr. Timmons, is that correct?
Steve.
Oh, Steve Jennings. I'm sorry, Mr. Jennings.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. What did you learn from counseling?
It is not good to bottle up past emotions or detrimental things from childhood trauma and things like that. It is best to be able to talk to someone who can actually understand you and have other resources that would help.
Okay. You completed the rational behavior training, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you learn from that?
Anger is not always the resolution to things. It is best to walk away from things instead of escalating things. Sometimes it is good to bite your tongue and not say things at moments. Think before you act, and also think before you speak. But yes, I've learned a lot from that class.
Okay. And you completed your psychosocial.
Yes, ma'am.
And you did a mental health evaluation, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you also completed an anger management class, is that correct?
Yes.
And what did you learn from your anger management class?
From the anger management class, I really took in more of if somebody wants to hold anger, guilt, or whatever the case may be against you or animosity, and there is a triggering button that they have with you, it is best to keep them at a distance, and stay away from the environments that will put you in a situation where you basically have a outcome that you do not want.
Okay. You also completed an alcohol awareness class, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you learn in your alcohol awareness class?
Alcohol does not resolve the pain or the trauma that I have been through. It is not a cure to fix anything in life. It's best to deal with it in reality.
Okay. And now one of the things you were supposed to do was the WAVE class or Women Against Violence. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You went and did an assessment for that. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And so what was the result of that assessment?
I was denied at the assessment and referred by the lady who did my assessment to go to a domestic violence support group.
Okay. And what did you learn in the domestic violence support group?
That it is not okay for someone to put their hands on you. But it goes both ways. such as a woman should not be antagonizing a man for a result of something bad to happen, and a man should not be at all putting hands on a woman, even if she's antagonizing him or whatever the case may be. But I feel like it should go both ways. It shouldn't, domestic violence shouldn't happen. It should be a peaceful relationship or no relationship at all.
Okay. Now let's talk a little bit about employment, okay? At the beginning of this case, were you working anywhere?
No.
Okay. But as a part of the service plan, you were ordered to maintain employment. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What was your first job?
My first job was Amazon.
Okay. And was that, what type of job was that?
I was hired on as a seasonal worker.
Okay. What was that schedule like?
6:30 p.m. until 6 o'clock in the morning, 4 days on, 3 days off.
Okay. So it's a difficult schedule, but
Yes.
you managed it?
Yes.
Okay. When did that job end for you?
February 10th of 2025.
Okay. And from there,
I've got to interrupt for a second. I'm going to have to take a quick break for a quick phone call. I'll be right back.
yes, Your Honor. Okay, so once your seasonal employment ended at Amazon, what did you do from there?
I sought employment, and I got 2 jobs, one at Wise International and Amazon Delivery Station.
Okay, so you were working 2 jobs at that point, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you make the choice to get 2 jobs?
I was informed by NERThy if I didn't meet department's monthly income, I would not get my children back.
Okay. As a result of that, did you have issues with scheduling your visitation?
Yes.
Okay. What were the struggles with that?
Different hours with the Wise International, as it's an inventory job. You have a start time, but you do not have an end time. You have to wait till the store finishes. Which that interrupted my whole visitation. They wouldn't give me Fridays off. So I had asked the Wise International job, if they would give me Fridays off or if they could just let me go, because I wasn't gonna walk out of the job. So I did give them an ultimatum, and they ended up letting me go because they would not give me Fridays off.
Okay. And when did that happen?
I don't recall exactly when, but it hasn't been less than 3 months.
Okay. And once you left the employment of Wise, what did you do next?
I actually got a notification from Amazon for the seasonal job that I had for 9 months before they let me go, that I was eligible for unemployment, so I filed for unemployment.
Okay. Have you applied for any jobs since you quit working at Wise?
Yes, I've been seeking employment. I have orientation. I don't know the date yet because they are waiting to schedule an orientation date for SSI Foods.
Okay, and what kind of work is that?
I'll be working second shift, but I'll be stacking hamburger meat patties.
Okay, do you know what they're planning to pay you?
$17.50 an hour.
So with that type of wage, do you think you'd have to work 2 jobs at that point?
No.
Or do you think that you could sustain your provide for your household with 1 job?
Well, I believe I can provide for my household, as I have their aunt as well here.
Does she help you with rent or bills or anything like that?
Yes.
Okay. And you currently have a child residing with you now, right?
Yes.
And that child was born in February, is that correct?
February 3rd of 2025.
Okay. whenever the child was born, were there investigations initiated by CPI?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result of that, did they come and inspect your home?
Yes.
Do you know when that investigation was closed out?
I don't know the exact day, no.
Okay. Did you receive any information or notifications that investigation had been closed out?
Yes.
Okay. And so does Rain still live with you now?
Yes.
Okay. And what is your understanding of what visitation should look like for Mr. McClendon as a result of this investigation?
Supervised visitation.
And who is, according to what you understand, who's authorized to supervise the visitation for Mr. McClendon?
Me, myself, or the aunt that resides in the home with me.
So Taisha?
Taisha McClendon, yes.
Okay. Now, there was an incident that occurred last week at Mr. McClendon's home.
Yes.
Okay. You were there for that incident, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so explain how that incident started out with Mr. Cunningham.
Well, I had came over to Jonathan's residence, and Mr. Cunningham came acting irate and hostile, asked him to calm down and come respectful or to leave. He went across the street. He was trying to antagonize Jonathan to go into the street to fight. The guy ended up charging at Jonathan, and in the midst of doing so, he hit me and bear hugged Jonathan. And basically, he's a 400-pound guy. So when he bear hugged Jonathan, he just fell right on top of Jonathan and held him down to the ground. I tried to de-escalate the situation before it even arose by trying to flag down an officer patrol car, which kept going, and then it led to the altercation. But I did try to tear the two apart. I couldn't tear them apart. I ended up calling police officers. And yeah.
Okay, so in that situation, were you in any way like an aggressor, or were you trying to start any kind of problems?
No.
Do you have did you hit anybody during that altercation?
No.
Is it your understanding that you were labeled as one of the victims of that altercation?
Yes.
Okay. And during this ordeal last week, was the baby at the residence?
Like inside the residence, or?
Was the baby at that address?
Yes.
Okay. Where was the baby whenever Mr. Cunningham and Mr. McClendon got in the fight?
Inside.
Okay. Where was she at inside?
In her bassinet.
Okay. And so she wasn't present for any of the altercation?
No.
Whenever that occurred, what did y'all do to take steps to make sure that Rain was safe?
I called Taisha McClendon, the aunt. As she was at work at Burger King, Taisha arrived and she went in the house to obtain the baby, and that was it.
Okay. And did you feel like calling the police would be considered more protective of Rain than not calling the police after an altercation?
Well, it was for my safety and my baby's safety. Before it escalated, I tried to flag down an officer.
And was that the officer that was in the video?
Yes, Tipton.
Okay. Right. But do you feel like it's protective to call the police after an altercation?
Yes. Well, before an altercation starts, yeah.
Well, we can't always know what's going to happen in the future. I think that's fair. Okay. Now let's talk about a little bit about the boys, okay?
Okay.
Tell me about Jolise. What's Jolise like?
He is a smart 6-year-old as of yesterday. His birthday was yesterday, so he is 6 now. He's very smart, outgoing. He likes to play Pokemon, Pokemon Go. He loves Spider-Man. He asks me every time at a visit that he's coming home. What did the judge say? And I told him, not yet, baby. He's real outspoken on how he feels. He loves to do Legos. He likes to have nice shoes. He decided he does not want his hair cut. He wants his hair braided up. And just all in general, he is a very intelligent child.
Okay. And whenever you get the opportunity to visit with him, what are y'all's visits like?
Oh, they're awesome.
What
we
do you
talk,
guys do? Yeah.
we talk, we sit down and eat before we play. I usually bring him a Happy Meal. So the last visit I brought him a Happy Meal, and he's excited for the little toys that come in there. After we sit down and eat, we play, and then he'll ask after we play a little bit, talk about how his day was going, where he was at, where did he come from. He would then ask to get on the phone and play Pokemon Go, but there's only so much we can do on Pokemon Go as you have to walk to catch the Pokemon. So then he'll ask to play his Spider-Man game where you can shoot web and attach yourself to walls. And so then he'll ask me questions such as, well, when are you going to do my hair? And things like that, to the nature of when things are going to happen.
Okay. Do you feel like Jolise is bonded to you?
Yes, very.
Do you feel like he looks forward to seeing you?
Yes.
Do you think that he misses you whenever you're not around?
I do, as some visits he tries to take off and go with me.
Okay. Let's talk about King. What's King like?
Oh, King has a lot of energy. He tells me he wants me to put him in basketball or football. He is very outgoing. Every day is his birthday, as he states. He told me his foster parents got him a dog and an Alexa, and he wants me to meet the dog. He tells me he has stayovers with Jolie sometimes, and that Junior's involved, and they all play together.
So
he's just with King. He's a very energetic child. He has a lot of energy.
How do you think y'all's visits go?
They go great. Very
Okay.
great.
Is it really similar to how the visits go with Jolise?
Yes, but the difference is sometimes King will get upset to where I have to sit down and talk to him, like a one-on-one talk, because I have to see him with Junior, and sometimes it'll be all three of them. So some days I would have to get him because he's fussy, tired, talk to him, and then he's back playing and roaming around.
Okay. Do you feel like he's bonded to you?
Yes.
Excuse me, just 1 second. Let's talk about Jonathan Jr. What's he like?
Oh, he's smart. He is very outgoing. He's so funny. He's a little character. Yeah, I just love him. He's a character.
Okay.
He's grown and learned a lot.
How do your visits go with him?
They're great, except for one time I did tap him because he had a hold of his brother's thumb to be exact, biting it, and so I didn't want him to cause more harm to his brother, and he wouldn't let go, and people were just standing around watching. So when I barely tapped him, he let go and was just looking at me like, So yes, that was one visit that I did tap him, but other than that, all of our visits have been amazing. He hasn't did any outburst. His foster parents bought him a rubber biting thing, because I guess he's been having biting issues, biting other people. So they have him a necklace that's a rubber biting thing.
Okay. Do you feel like you and Jonathan Jr. are bonded?
Yes.
Do you think that that you want the opportunity to improve this bond with all three of these kiddos?
Yes, most definitely.
We've talked a lot about the services and the efforts that you have made. You've completed everything that was court ordered of you so far as your service plan. Do you feel like the services that you worked were beneficial to you and helped make you a better parent?
Yes, definitely.
And some of the things were just stuff that we listed as we went through each thing.
Yes.
Do you feel like you're a different person and a different parent than you were when the children were removed?
My answer to that will be yes, because the simple fact I was an addict, someone that they shouldn't have been parenting them at that time. But now that I am a sober individual and not wanting that lifestyle for them, I believe I am the best mother they got right now.
Okay. Do you feel like you've made every effort that you can to comply with the service plan and the orders of the court?
Yes.
Do you think that it would be in the children's best interest for your rights to be terminated?
No.
Do you feel like it would be in their best interest for them to be in a monitored return situation with you?
Yes.
In lieu of that, would you ask for possessory conservatorship of the children so that you could demonstrate to the department your willingness to do whatever they ask so that these children could be returned to you?
Yes.
And do you think all of that is in their best interest?
Yes, I do.
If this court ordered that you have no contact whatsoever with is Mr. McClendon? Oh, he's here. If the court ordered that you have no contact whatsoever with Mr. McClendon, would you follow that court order?
Yes, ma'am, I would.
If the court ordered that Mr. McClendon couldn't see the children, would you follow that court order?
Yes, ma'am, definitely.
And would you be willing to work with the department, whoever your caseworker is, to and stay in contact as you have and do whatever is required of you to continue to make progress in your case?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
All right. We're coming up to about 10 minutes left. I'm sure that whoever's going to, Ms. Gutierrez, you're going to take longer than 10 minutes, aren't you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I think this is a good place to break. We have, give me just a second. We have Friday at 10 o'clock and the rest of Friday, if we need it, to finish this thing up. I'd like to get it done this week. I hate to take breaks week after. Next available time is going to be on Monday, May the 23rd. So I've checked with Judge Baker. Amy, can you do it? I didn't ask you. Can you? Oh, she can't do it
No,
Friday either.
I can do Friday. I can't
Yeah.
do the 23rd. Yes, I can do Friday.
Okay. I'm just going to say we've got to do this because I'm not going to leave it that long out. Yes, ma'am.
I have the Garrison final on Friday. It looks like you had said you wanted it to start at 10:30 a.m.
It's
and
9:30 now.
It's 9:30
Oh,
now.
it got moved. I apologize. And we
Nine-
have it down for 2 hours, Your Honor.
Okay, so let's say 11:30 on this. So yeah. We've got Amy, we've got everything we need. So I want to get it done this week. So let's just come back at 11:30 on Friday. So, and I've got a couple of questions, Ms. Lopez. I'll forget them if I don't ask you now. This confrontation with Anthony Cunningham, what's up with that? Who is Anthony Cunningham and what does he have to do with your whole family?
Well, Anthony Cunningham, I know from stuff that was told to me, he used to go to school with Jonathan, but I don't know if she's still his ex-girlfriend, their girlfriend and boyfriend. I am in relations with the girlfriend named Aaliyah or Angelia. I call her Aaliyah.
Well, okay.
Um,
The beef was between Anthony and Mr. McClendon, right? Is that what started
from my understanding, yes.
I mean, you don't have enough to do with Anthony to have, he's not an ex-boyfriend of yours or anything, is he?
Oh, no, sir.
So whatever it was between Anthony and Mr. McClendon.
Yes.
Okay. And did this all, why were you over there that day?
Supervised visitation with Jonathan for his daughter.
Good. That's my next question. Why does Mr. McClendon have supervised visits with Rain? Who dictated that?
One of the CPI investigators, due to the fact, I guess they spoke with Nerthy, and Nerthy told them that Jonathan did not work his classes for his boys.
Okay, so is it a safety plan? Nobody ever mentioned
No,
that.
they closed it out, but they said that if they ever got a call and Jonathan had my daughter unsupervised, they will take her from me.
Okay, so you're doing that just because you don't want to have to deal with another case.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I understand that. And finally, I'd like to hear in your own words, describe your relationship with Mr. McClendon. I want to know what you think about y'all's relationship.
I think it is a toxic relationship. And so, like, I've been through these counselings, these programs and things. Yes, he is the father of my children, and yes, there should be boundaries set in place.
Okay.
So that's what my whole ordeal is and what I have been basically doing. So
Okay, you've answered my question. Thank you, ma'am.
yes, sir.
Okay, we will stand in recess and I'll see y'all back on Friday at 11:30.
Alrighty, thank you, Judge.
Y'all have a good evening.